that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad!
Hello everyone, so I actually won the Springfest Online Championship, the first place, and I was using Murakumo in premium format. At the time, I didn't have a lot of practice because we didn't have local events, but I was just thinking which deck I was afraid most of, and that was Genesis Loop. And then I just thought a lot of other strategies, how should I play against it, and I decided that I need to use Fire Element Hoenn, and Murakuma was the best deck for that. And also, if I went first with Murakuma, I had a huge advantage. So that was my choices. I most likely prepared just thinking theories, strategies, and watching some YouTube channels. Yes, actually, I was in Japan for 1 year when I was studying, and I had a chance to participate like in Vangasai. It was more like on casual side, but it still was a huge and fantastic event. And actually, I participated in it twice because I also visited Japan a little bit later on my vacation, so twice in Vangasai. I didn't had any experience participating in team leagues or other big Bushiroad events that were happening in Europe. This event was the first event for me, and I was pretty lucky with it. They had like a lot of events, but I also liked that they had like exclusive products that you can only get at that time, at that event. You had to stand in a line for it for a pretty long time, but it was something special. And I also attended the a little bit bigger tournament, but not the main event, and managed to end with 5-2. So maybe there was one thing that I didn't like, but it was the prizes were a little bit low, but just everything else was fantastic. Just a lot of people, a lot of nice people. They had like corner for only girls to play in it, so it was very unique experience. Actually, the first time I played on web camera event, but that was a different tournament, I was super uncomfortable. I had to adjust playing on webcam. It is totally different experience than playing in the real life. But because it was not my first event at Spring Festival Online, that helped me a lot. Because I already had some experience playing on web camera before, and I had some kind of advantage not doing a lot of misplays, not being that nervous on web camera and other things. Yes, it's kind of hard because you have to watch out for your own field, and at the same time you have to watch your opponent's field. It's just doing two things at the same time. And I like it because I have a lot of time, and it saves up a lot of time. It saves up a lot of traveling money. So I actually definitely like the webcam online, and I hope it actually will be alive in the future as well. I didn't eat at all. And between rounds I was panicking. I definitely was concentrated only at that time when I was playing. I believe you should just have fun and concentrate as much as you can, because concentration is all that matters in those kinds of tournament. And maybe the next time you will be the one who will be sitting in my place and someone will be taking an interview from you. So guys, have fun, and for those who know me on YouTube channel, don't be afraid, I will be back. I just currently having some issues with my physical shop opening of the card games, so, and yeah.
Cardfight Vanguard Overlord! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster Pack, Advance of Intertwined
Welcome to the Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021. Today's tournament will be played in the premium format, and we can't wait to get started and see all the exciting plays and unique deck ideas that the players will be bringing. Before we jump into it, let's brush up on what makes the premium format unique and what you can expect to see today. In the premium format, players bring not only their constructed 50 card main deck, but it is also accompanied by a G-Zone, an additional 16 cards composed of various cards that aid you throughout the game and can be accessed easily. Unlike the standard format, the decks are built around one of the 24 different clans that belong to the nations that you may be familiar with through Overdress. The two types of cards that you will find in the G-Zone are Strides and G-Guardians. Strides are cards that have a red border around them and are various warriors that come from either the past or the future of the Planet Krei setting. Strides have a power value, a cost that must be paid if you wish to access the stride, as well as the effects of the card. In order to stride, you have to meet one of the following conditions. The first is if both you and your opponent have a grade 3 Vanguard, then after the ride step, there is the stride step. This is where you can choose to pay the cost of stride, which is typically to discard cards in your hand whose grades add up to 3 or higher. There are also special grade 1 and grade 0 cards that are regarded as grade 3s in your hand when you discard them for stride, which you will see quite often. After you pay this cost, you can choose one of the face down strides in your G-Zone and place it on top of your existing Vanguard on the Vanguard circle, turning the card under the stride into a heart card. This is the process of striding. Now the stride will inherit the original power and card name of the chosen heart, thus combining the 15,000 power of the stride with the card underneath it, thus totaling 28,000. At the end of turn, the stride card will return to the G-Zone face up, and your Vanguard returns to its former state from the beginning of the turn. The other approach to striding is when you have spent at least one turn on your grade 3 Vanguard, thus starting your turn at grade 3 even if your opponent hasn't ridden their grade 3 yet. There are some decks in premium that are able to jump ahead and superior ride to stride earlier, so make sure to keep this in mind. Strides have a variety of powerful abilities that help the player adapt to any situation, so make sure to use this powerful toolbox called the G-Zone alongside the cards in your main deck of 50 cards. There are two special types of strides in addition to the regular forms we've seen so far: Progenitor Dragons and Zeroth Dragons. These cards are unique in that they do not belong to a single clan, but rather encompass the entire nations that the clans belong to, such as Dragon Empire or Stargate, otherwise known as Brandgate as well. These symbolize the beginning and the end, either bringing additional life to your game plan or putting everything on the line to finish it all. In order to stride a Progenitor Dragon, a player must discard a card with the same name as their Vanguard. The Progenitor Dragons each have unique abilities, but one shared ability is that after they have returned to the G-Zone face up, they will allow you to stride without paying the cost for stride for the rest of the game. The Zeroth Dragons also require you to discard a card with the same name as your Vanguard in order to stride them, but they have an additional restriction needing to have at least 3 face-up cards in your G-Zone to stride, thus making them quite the late game finishers. Be careful though, when you stride with a Zeroth Dragon, your entire G-Zone will be removed from the game, leaving you with your 50 card main deck, so be sure to time these finishes well. As previously mentioned, strides aren't the only type of cards encompassing your 16 card G-Zone. G-Guardians are a powerful defensive mechanic which is also brought to the playing field from the G-Zone. All G-Guardians have a green border as pictured and are called using the same method at all times. During your opponent's battle phase, one of your opponent's units attacks and you would be able to guard while both players' Vanguards are grade 3. You may discard a heal trigger from your hand to choose to face down G-Guardian from your G-Zone and call into the Guardian Circle. G-Guardians have various abilities that either bolster your defense or interrupt your opponent's plays, making them a key factor in any player's game plan in the premium format. There are plenty of other incredible mechanics and types of abilities that make premium unique and exciting, whether it be Generation Break, Legion, Limit Break, Imaginary Gifts, and many of the other unique mechanics that have been introduced to the game throughout the years. You can even make a premium deck out of the recent Overdress decks. Just keep in mind, there is no ride deck in this format. That's all for this brief explanation of the premium format. Let's wish all the participating players today the best of luck, and we hope that all of you watching at home enjoy the show.
Wow!
Now that deck log is available, you can register your deck list for tournaments with ease. If you have not used Decklog before, no worries, we have a tutorial video. You can find both the links to Decklog and the tutorial in the description box. Now, due to the shenanigans from the last event, this time we will be introducing a new procedure into the tournament. We will be conducting spot checks by requesting a player in a room to show us that nobody is nearby to give them help, that there are no extra cards or suspicious items around. First, the players who will be checked are based on a highly scientific method employed by many entities and game designers all over the world. Hi Player 456, you have been chosen for a spot check through a fair and impartial system.
Oh, I've been selected? Okay. So first of all, this is my table, and as you can see, I'm playing Lyrical Monasterio. I love Lyrical Monasterio so much because the characters are so pretty and so cute. Okay, now I'll show you my room. So hi, this is the room that I usually play Vanguard in, and as you can see, there's no one else here but me.
Okay, good, thank you.
I'd like to show you Vanguard collection. I've been playing Vanguard ever since the first release, and I also have my showcase here. I have G series, V series, and Overdress.
Thank you
Not
for
only that, I
cooperating.
love Weiss Schwarz as well. I play Persona 5, and I have a lot of other collection over here, as you can see. Very nice, I know. Thank you.
Good to know we have such an enthusiastic fan. Anyway, there have not been any incidents where we found players cheating with external help. But we hope this extra layer of precaution will deter any attempts, as well as reassuring all participants. On a side note, please do not use your phone during the tournament. This has been a rule for physical tournaments all along, and it is not any different for online tournaments. Players caught using their phone during a match is considered an infraction. First infraction, you get a warning. Second infraction, you get disqualified.
We meet again.
Yes, but this time it will be a different fight.
Oh! Guard! Overlord! Please don't heal, please don't heal, please don't heal!
And the championship goes to Chris! Okay, yeah, that was a good fight. Thank you for the game.
That match was so close. Thank you so much for the game as well.
So Judge, when will this game be uploaded to the official Bushiroad YouTube channel? I want to show my friends like the epic fight I just had with Chris.
Oh yeah, I want to show my friends too.
Because one of you used a playmat with a yellow rat and a blue turtle.
Actually, it's closer to a tortoise than a turtle.
As we can't show merchandise that isn't from Bushiroad, we can't upload the match. During our last tournament, there were a number of exciting matches that we think players would love to watch. However, because unofficial merchandise were used, we couldn't upload the videos. Non-official Bushiroad merchandise are not allowed in tournaments. This includes card sleeves, playmats, and any other objects appearing in your video. Dragon Shield and Ultra Pro generic sleeves with no art are allowed. If you do not have an official Bushiroad playmat, you can buy one at our Bushiroad online store. You can find the link in the description box below. We have a lot of beautiful card sleeves and deck boxes, all of which are allowed in the tournament. And from now till December 10th, if you use my code, you'll get 5% discount, 5, for all TCG related products. Use the code BROTHER2021. That's brother, not brother. BROTER 2021. While stocks last. Okay, fine. You can also flip over your playmat and play on it.
Hi everyone! So in order to distinguish between offline and online tournaments, we have rebranded it to Bushiroad Rumble Online, BRO or BRO for short.
That's right, if this is your first time participating, we've created a video with some rules and do's and don'ts to take note of.
We've also included some links to useful videos such as how to shuffle and how to prepare for a remote fight. And the links to all these videos will be available in the description box below.
That's right, please do take a look at the tournament page where there will be more detailed rules and information.
Alright, thank you!
Hope you guys have fun. See you there. Bye.
See you there! Bye! see you there, bro. Bro.
That's all we have for today's video, and I really hope you guys enjoyed it. During Bushiroad Springfest Online, we had a lot of players, both new and experienced veterans, come into some of their first online tournament experiences through remote fight, and we got to see some amazing narratives develop. Some people start new chapters in their competitive history, some people start playing competitively for the first time ever, and I can't wait to see how the stories and the narratives of these players will further develop throughout Bushiroad Rumble Online. In case you don't already know, I will actually be commentating all of the Vanguard stages for Bushiroad Rumble Online, so I can't wait to see you guys in the chat for the tournament.
This couch I got on sale. It was like very cheap, and it's very good as well. So I recommend you guys to go and get it. Not only that, I have a lot of Bushiroad posters. I love Bushiroad games. Oh my god, I'm so happy.
Welcome everyone to the Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021, the biggest event of the entire year for Bushiroad card games. I'm Different Fight, also known as Chris, and joining me today on the caster desk stage are JJ and Ben from Yellow Card Vanguard. How are you guys doing?
Hey, everybody, how y'all doing? GG or GG Mr. Rogers, whichever one you prefer. Hopefully y'all doing a-okay today. And how you feeling, Ben? What's up?
Yeah, I'm great. Thanks for asking. As everyone, Ben, Zistral, some of you know me from Yellow Card Vanguard. Really excited to be here today. Looking forward to some great games of Vanguard.
Yeah, it's going to be a really exciting day. We have a brand new format. Premium has been fresh as ever after the recent restriction list. We have Clan Collection to spice things up as well. And so we're really excited to take a look at the action. AO is still ongoing. So, of course, you guys have seen some amazing rounds brought to you guys by our casters over there. But, of course, we have a lot of fun on the EU side to show you too. So of course, before we get into the tournament, there are a few things we need to explain to you guys. So let's just go through them, right? So first things first, let's take a look at the format for today's event so you guys know what is going to be going down. So today, on December 4th, we are playing a Swiss best of 1. So the entire Swiss rounds are held on day 1, and then the top 8 or top 16, depending on the final player count, is going to be played on December 5th tomorrow morning, which will also be best of 1, and this is where everyone dukes it out for the final prizes. We can also show you just the schedule that we have for the first weekend so you know what time you have to clock in to be able to see the day 2 action as well. So here you can see that day 1, of course, we're starting right now at 10 a.m. CET. And of course, tomorrow is going to be the same thing, same place, same time. You'll be able to watch the top cut here as well on the same Bushiroad channel _EU stream here on Twitch. And JJ, why don't you tell us about what's going to be happening over the next 3 weeks on top of that?
All right, so for the Bushiroad Online Rumble, so we have for the 4th and 5th, which is today, that's going to be premium. Love me some premium. And then next week, if you still want some more Cardfight goodness, there's going to be the 11th. And the 12th of December is going to be V Premium, a bygone era, but not forgotten and still supported till today. Hopefully you guys picked up some clan selection. I know I did. And then on 8th and 9th of January, we have Standard. That is the current standard format. That is Overdress. And I'm pretty excited about that. And not to forget, there's also one other format too. Is Weiss Schwarz. Other card game, which is also awesome, is going to be 15th and 16th of January of next year. So tune in for that one when that comes on.
All right, very nice. So Ben, of course, these players aren't just here to play in a tournament. You know, there's a reason why everyone is gathered today. Walk us through the prizes real quick.
Yep, no problem. So as I'm sure everyone knows, Bushiroad events is always going to have some prizes involved, and this one is no different. Everyone's used to the promo cards and the winner certificates, and we definitely have those again for top 4. But one big difference this time is that we now have a display of BTO4, DBTO4 that is, to each of the top 3 places. So we're giving away 3 booster boxes in this event. And as I'm sure you guys can see on the screen, it's not just a regular winners promo we're giving out this time. We have 7 copies of the promo to give out between the top 3, 4 for first, 2 for second, and 1 for third. And it's a very nice promo as well. We've got Cherishing Knight Branwen being reprinted in that lovely Japanese VMC art.
Yeah, it's looking amazing. You know, it's really cool that throughout these online events, we've been able to distribute the Japanese VMC promos. There's still quite a few to go, and of course, there's some pretty exciting ones coming up for the other formats. But this brand one is definitely a pretty popular design. It even has a playmat over in Japan for it as well. So definitely some cool prizes to be participating for, and you know, winning a box on top of that if you come in top 3 is definitely a very attractive prize. So yeah, those are the prizes, and of course, there's going to be a lot of really exciting things going into today's tournament. So I think if we can just come back to us here for a little bit and discuss things for a little bit before we go into the explanation for what you're going to see for premium. We've had some pretty big changes when it comes to this format, right? We've had the big restriction list that happened just a couple of months ago that essentially flipped the format, just topside, right? Because everything that we saw in BSFO was dominating, and every problem was mostly checked. And now we're in this fresh format. There's so many different decks that we're seeing in the participation rates. It's crazy how diverse the event is. And on top of that, there was Clan Collection coming out as well, bringing Heal Guardians to the meta, bringing all kinds of interesting archetypes and new support to older decks as well. How are you guys feeling? JJ, what's your take on what you expect to see come out on top today?
Okay, so I was on the fence about this a whole while too, and watching a whole lot of the AO tournaments gave me a lot to think about. So a lot of people have been thinking maybe Granblue might be taking it. A lot of people think, hey, Pale Moon is still pretty strong. I am saying Mega Colony.
Okay, what makes you say that?
Underrepresented because it does hit a lot of angles that a lot of people will be doing today. Because the only thing that it has issues with is if you call out of the hand constantly, and a lot of decks that we'll be bringing to the tournament will be calling out of the deck, or soul, or drop, and a lot of like superior call manipulation. So something like Gridora, keeping that in check, and you also do have access to some of the overdress cards, like the over triggers, and if you also want to play Magnolia in it to spice things up, it is also pretty fun as well. What's
Yeah,
your
that's
take, Ben?
definitely true. Yeah, Ben, let us know as well. What do you think is going to be the kind of the thing to look out for in today's event?
Yeah, it's really hard to say because, as you said, we had the big restriction list that changed the format completely. And I really like seeing that difference in paradigm, right? Because, last year we had the year before we had the big three decks between Ezel, Neonectar, and Gasteel. And then moving forward, we had the new big three, which was Taro Loop, Blademaster Loop, these other early game decks. And for once, the gap between what, is quote unquote tier 1 and quote unquote tier 2 has shrunk so much that, I could easily just say like, oh yeah, I think Granblue, Spikes, and Oracle Think Tank are really, really good decks. But even like the decks that people aren't playing as much, like Aquaforce, Mega Colony, as you said, Nova Grappler, these are all really strong contenders as well. And I wouldn't even be afraid to see them in the top tables as the day goes on, just because everyone's now on a much more even playing field. Early game Rush has been nerfed because of the Heal Guardians from Clan Collection. There's just so many more variables introduced. I think it's going to be really difficult to just say for sure what's going to happen. So I think let's just see how the day goes on and react to that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that right now it's like I was watching the AO stream, woke up a little bit earlier just to be able to catch some of the rounds. And there's been some pretty big surprises. Like, there are things that we expect. I think a lot of people are expecting Granblue to do really well. It did get some of its tools taken away in the last restriction list, but nothing that really like conceptually changed the deck too much. So it's still a really strong pick, and it's pretty common choice as well among the players. But I think that like some of the surprises we've seen are things like as you mentioned earlier, like the Magnolia Mega Colony that we've seen popping up in community events here and there. But a lot of people are like, oh yeah, that's a funny little deck, that's cool. But here we are seeing it at like top tables towards the end of the Swiss of that event, so that's already pretty exciting. And of course, there's also like some new archetypes from Clan Collection, like for example, Eradicators. Like looking at Eradicators, at first, people were really focusing on Dragonic Descendant because that seemed like it would have like a really nice interaction with everything going on. But then after Vowing Sword came out, that was kind of interesting how like you can use that in conjunction with the Stunverse to basically just like empty out all of your opponent's resources, right? Like their board, their hand, their drop zone, and if they choose to even like their deck. So I think there's a lot of cool decks to look out for. I think one of the other ones that we've not been discussing as much is Genesis. Like Genesis had two incredible decks in BSFO, right? Both of which aren't really going to see too much play today because Valkyrian is definitely still viable, even with the change to how stand triggers work. But we're definitely not going to be seeing any more of the the loop variant that we saw back then. But the deck that kind of came up instead, and this is like a really interesting development to premium for me, is Regalias, right? And I remember when Norn was first revealed. When Norn was first revealed, a lot of people were like, oh my god, this can restand your Vanguard, which means if you stride into Minerva, it can restand Minerva. That was people's first reaction. But because the format was so fast and like above that at the time, that deck never really got to shine when Norn first came out. And it's really nice that now that premium's been kind of like the power level has been downscaled, it's really nice to see that those decks can finally shine, right? All of those cool interactions that people have been talking about as the cards get revealed over the last year are now all finally playable, and you can bring them to the actual playing field in a big large-scale tournament like this, which I think is just super exciting. So I look forward to seeing Regalias. I think it's a very strong pick for today's tournament, and I think there's quite a few people that are bringing it as well.
Yeah, for sure. And one of the really cool things, like I mentioned, is that now that the format's sort of slowed down because of Heal Guardians, because all these fast rush decks have sort of died out, you're getting these more late game decks, the decks that want to play on turn 4, turn 5. Regalia being one of them. It has a few other powerful interactions with its PGs, its old G support interacting with V support. Another deck I want to touch on as well is actually Kagaro. Overlord, was kind of died down a bit because Blade Master Loop was all the rage, and people didn't realize that, the overdress PGs work really well with the cross to become a zero cost PG because your hand is always 0. There's the interaction with Legion the cross with V the end, so you get 6 drives in 1 turn when you Legion. All these interactions that previously were like, people knew like, okay, this seems really good, but it's just not as good as what's best right now. Now that all the best stuff is gone, people are exploring this new ground and trying out different things, and I think that's going to be really cool to see.
It will be, especially since, like, with talking with Overlord for a second, a lot of people have been toying with the more closer to OTK variant, because Striken, which slows down the older one, not the V version, is with you being attacked in an early game plus a heal guardian to get a 15k shield bonus just being on Striken alone, and you could potentially try to go for an OTK angle with Calamity Towers. So people have also been trying out the old Conroe, set 1 Conroe, as a starter. And I'm excited to see how that version pans out.
Yeah, it's gonna be very exciting to see for sure. I think I'm also, personally quite happy that Dimension Police is finally viable for once. On the AO stream, we actually saw a few DP players bringing it to the tables. Didn't go as hot. There's still some definitely pretty bad matchup. DI is one of them. Being able to, have a particular G-Guard that kind of undoes some of our efforts is definitely a little bit painful. But I heard that there's one at pretty high in terms of tables in AO, so hopefully we see some on the EU side here as well. That would be super, super exciting. And I think looking at the representation here as well, I think it's cool to see just like how many like Grand Blue decks we have, Shadows and Genesis, like some of the top represented decks. But if you guys have any decks that you're excited to see, or any kind of like moments that stand out to you during the stream today, make sure to use the hashtag BRO2021 on Twitter, just to tweet out your favorite moments and just let us know on these social medias. But of course, before we get into the action, before we get into the round 1 and all the fun of the event day itself, we have a short video for you guys explaining everything you need to know about Premium, even if you're just a beginner. We'll see you guys very soon.
2021. Today's tournament will be played in the Premium format, and we can't wait to get started and see all the exciting plays and unique deck ideas that the players will be bringing. Before we jump into it, let's brush up on what makes the Premium format unique and what you can expect to see today. In the Premium format, players bring not only their constructed 50-card main deck, but it is also accompanied by a G-Zone. An additional 16 cards composed of various cards that aid you throughout the game and can be accessed easily. Unlike the standard format, the decks are built around one of the 24 different clans that belong to the nations that you may be familiar with through Overdress. The 2 types of cards that you will find in the G-Zone are Strides and G-Guardians. Strides are cards that have a red border around them and are various warriors that come from either the past or the future of the Planet Cray setting. Strides have a power value, a cost that must be paid if you wish to access the stride, as well as the effects of the card. In order to stride, you have to meet one of the following conditions. The first is if both you and your opponent have a grade 3 Vanguard, then after the ride step, there is the stride step. This is where you can choose to pay the cost of stride, which is typically to discard cards in your hand whose grades add up to 3 or higher. There are also special grade 1 and grade 0 cards that are regarded as grade 3s in your hand when you discard them for stride, which you will see quite often. After you pay this cost, you can choose one of the face down strides in your G-Zone and place it on top of your existing Vanguard on the Vanguard circle, turning the card under the stride into a heart card. This is the process of striding. Now the stride will inherit the original power and card name of the chosen heart, thus combining the 15,000 power of the stride with the card underneath it, thus totaling 28,000. At the end of turn, the stride card will return to the G-Zone face up, and your Vanguard returns to its former state from the beginning of the turn. The other approach to striding is when you have spent at least 1 turn on your grade 3 Vanguard, thus starting your turn at grade 3 even if your opponent hasn't ridden their grade 3 yet. There are some decks in Premium that are able to jump ahead and superior ride to stride earlier, so make sure to keep this in mind. Strides have a variety of powerful abilities that help the player adapt to any situation, so make sure to use this powerful toolbox called the G-Zone alongside the cards in your main deck of 50 cards. There are 2 special types of strides in addition to the regular popular forms we've seen so far, Progenitor Dragons and Zeroth Dragons. These cards are unique in that they do not belong to a single clan, but rather encompass the entire nations that the clans belong to, such as Dragon Empire or Stargate, otherwise known as Brantgate as well. These symbolize the beginning and the end, either bringing additional life to your game plan or putting everything on the line to finish it all. In order to stride a Progenitor Dragon, a player must discard a card with the same name as their Vanguard. The Progenitor Dragons each have unique abilities, but one shared ability is that after they have returned to the G-Zone face up, they will allow you to stride without paying the cost for stride for the rest of the game. The Zeroth Dragons also require you to discard a card with the same name as your Vanguard in order to stride them, but they have an additional restriction needing to have at least 3 face-up cards in your G-Zone to stride, thus making them quite the late game finishers. Be careful though, when you stride with a Zeroth Dragon, your entire G-Zone will be removed from the game, leaving you with your 50 card main deck, so be sure to time these finishes well. As previously mentioned, strides aren't the only type of cards encompassing your 16 card G-Zone. G-Guardians are a powerful defensive mechanic which is also brought to the playing field from the G-Zone. All G-Guardians have a green border as pictured and are called using the same method at all times. During your opponent's battle phase, one of your opponent's units attacks and you would be able to guard while both players' Vanguards are grade 3. You may discard a heal trigger from your hand to choose to face down G-Guardian from your G-Zone and call into the Guardian Circle. G-Guardians have various abilities that either bolster your defense or interrupt your opponent's plays, making them a key factor in any player's game plan in the premium format. There are plenty of other incredible mechanics and types of abilities that make premium unique and exciting, whether it be Generation Break, Legion, Limit Break, Imaginary Gifts, and many of the other unique mechanics that have been introduced to the game throughout the years. You can even make a premium deck out of the recent Overdress decks. Just keep in mind, there is no Rye deck in this format. That's all for this brief explanation of the premium format. Let's wish all the participating players today the best of luck, and we hope that all of you watching at home enjoy the show.
Wow, what a beautiful video that was. A truly, nice handsome voice. I feel like I've heard that on the AO stream before. Makes me kind of sad, makes me kind of miss it already. But welcome back, guys. We are going to be here for round 1, and JJ are going to take you guys through it. It's going to be a great time. Man, what did you think of that video, man? I'm kind of proud of it. There may have been a person that starts with the letter D and ends with Ifrit Fight that edited that whole thing.
Man, over here gassing himself. Oh my gosh.
It's the first thing in the morning, we gotta start off on a good note. Gotta start off on good spirits.
Fair enough. So we do happen to have a first match for you guys. So who are we gonna be watching?
We'll find out very soon, but I think it's gonna be exciting just to see the caliber of play from the very get-go. We have a hint of who we're watching. I don't want to spoil it just yet until we take a look at the deck lists, because of course, there's an open deck list format, so anyone that is in the EU BRO Discord can actually take a look at the decks, because if you just go to their name, their deck log link is actually next to it, which is very handy. But it's going to be exciting to see, just how everything's going to go down. But what do you expect, JJ? What do you expect going into round 1 that we're going to be seeing here in terms of matchups, or in terms of a potential favorite that you want to see come out, or a most popular deck maybe?
Okay, since we take, spoilers, right? So I don't want to spoil anything at the moment, but they're both decks that kind of do something to each other and also not at the same time.
Yeah. Well, I think one of them does things to the other a little bit more than the other, I would say. I guess we'll, in a way, without spoiling too much. But it's gonna be very exciting, because I think that one of the decks has been popping up quite a bit on the AO side, and it's been pretty interesting to see how it's been adapted. Spoiler alert, it is Pale Moon. But when we talk about Pale Moon, right, we saw Pale Moon come out in BSFO as a Harry focus. So he basically focused on Harry, focused on the stage, all the little cool battle tricks that you can do with Pale Moon in general. Flying Periton was still on the table back then, together with Purple Trapezist. Now you have to choose. One of the 3 cards between that and the Jumping Jill to play in a deck. And so Pale Moon got a little slap on the wrist, got a bit of a restriction. And so people decided to go, I saw all kinds of Harry variants being tested, right? People were still playing the stage Harry. I saw people testing the G era Harry, so the one from the Ruby Labyrinth set. And now people are going like, you know what, Nightmare Dolls, they keep getting support. Even their heal guard is a Nightmare Doll. Like, okay. And looks like it's a pretty strong deck, right? It's been coming out pretty consistently in the AO side, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how it's going to perform here on the EU side as well.
I am too, because it does allow you to, with a lot of the Carol loops, or not loops per se. It's like if you have a Carol and Soul and your Carol is Vanguard, you can have up to 10 attacks in a turn if your opponent doesn't get any defensive triggers. So it's a very scary deck if left unchecked. And it does have some tools of being able to like keep on setting up or just keep on pushing or at least draw cards to the effect, because Carol does allow you to get exile markers. You're technically 1-for-1ing yourself, but you do have added bonuses of just either restanding a rear guard with your stand triggers or actually getting extra draw triggers with extra damage pressure that you do, which is really good.
I think it is really interesting as well, because in the Nightmare Doll deck, I think it's a deck that people have had on their radars for a pretty long time, just because it's been that kind of list that always performed quite well, but it, again, was kind of silenced by the rest of the format, right? It needed, like, you know, to make your plays, you needed the Alice, and then for every CB, you'd basically be able to do like Alice plus a Leslie, and then, you know, the Leslies would be able to continue your rush of attacks. Now that the format has slowed down, you have more time to set up, you have more time to actually, like, you know, build up the damage to go into those plays, and it's gonna be interesting to see how it's gonna ramp up here as well. But on the opposing side, we're gonna be looking at a interesting Narukami deck. Which, again, we were talking about Narukami a little bit, and those of you watching the stream from quite early on might have seen some of the meta deck slides, and there, we were talking about Narukami, right? And Stunverse is a really cool stride. Narukami was basically non-existent during BSF presentation, but, you know, it was definitely a lot better going into this event, and I think we can actually show you guys a deck list here as well, so let's get into it and take a look for the first lineups here as well. All right, so but looks like we might be able to just get into the game right off the bat. We'll show you guys a deck list after the game, so let's just jump right into it. So here we go. This is going to be round 1 here, and looks like we're already quite far into it. It's already on 2 damage, so we're going to see that both players are at 3 right now. So there we go. You can see the damage count here. We see the Leslie here already on the side of EJ here as well. So JJ, walk us through for a second just how things are looking over here.
Okay, so right now there is Chelsea on Van. He does happen to have the Brenda on rear. He's swinging with those first, and then he's going to have to guard here. Oh, it does look like he's just taken. He's trying to make it a 1 to pass. Oh, 2 to pass actually.
All right. Yep. All right, he's gonna get the heal in here, so it looks like that's gonna be put to the Leslie. Let's use the grade 2 here as well. All right. Cannibalize thing. Yeah, that's right. That is right.
Can't heal here. He's gonna call. He's gonna call those 2. He doesn't get any extra added power from them, but he still does get 2 rear guards. Does get his Alice out. Slap at Leslie. He does have 1 CB up left. The Alice could still probably get some extra pressure in. It's going to swing for 20.
Yeah, that is right. Again, don't forget, Leslie, every single time an Alice goes to your soul from your guard circle, it will restand. So here, after this Alice attacks, it goes to soul, and then once again, it gets to restand. And, you know, EJ is a player that is also, you know, quite well known for this client in particular, for Pale Moon, and definitely looking very good over here as a master of the craft.
So looks like he's contemplating what he wants to call out of the soul right now. Looks like it's going to be a Ginny. Ginny's going to get turned into Alice again. Leslie's going to restand. Leslie's going to attack again. It's going to be for 22.
Right, thank you guys for your patience. There we have now the overlay nice and working. You guys can see the damages. So right now we see that Toby actually went all the way to 5. Already pushed to the back before even writing grade 3. That's the power of Nightmare Dolls, right? Even, you know, just that little aggression, don't even need to stride yet, is already able to push tremendously. Now, going into the Vowing Saber here, Vowing Saber, an incredible card on its own, but let's see what is Toby gonna do here. He's gonna use a stride crit here to go into, oh, very nice. That's going to be the stun verse. So let's pop that up for you guys right here so you can see what it's all about.
So Stunverse has a really cool skill. So it can Soul Blast 1. So Soul Blast a card out that you might be able to use for your utility. And you can bind 4 cards from the field and 4 cards from the drop zone as a total of 8. And then that also adds up to the Thunderstrike abilities that you might happen to have in your Stride deck.
Yeah, exactly. So it goes back to the G zone, which is kind of what made like the Vanquisher deck really nice at 1st, because you could just use all of the Vanquisher abilities like right off the bat, because they're all rely on act skills that work in the main phase. And so now he can use the Vowing Sword that he just went into. So we can also show you guys that real quick. So you can see here that every time your opponent's normal unit is bound from outside of their deck, like so from any other zone like hand or drop zone or field, they can search their deck for a card with the same name as the bound card and bind it. But if they don't, the Vanguard gets power. So that's a really cool ability, because you basically pressure your opponent, like, I will either gain a tremendous amount of power, or you're going to lose all of your pieces from your deck, which is a insanely nice interaction that we have going on in Premium Narukami right here. And this is a deck that kind of got overshadowed by Vanquisher, I want to say. Would you agree with that?
I would have to say so, yeah. Because like Vanquisher used to be able to play cards like Chowo before we got Rock Climb Dragoon, but like at the moment we do have like Unruly Dragon on the board. Sadly, no Tutura, but he does right now get a whole lot of power from Zuitan, which does allow him to hit like over 30 to 40k right now. I wonder, did he get to draw a card? Because with Stunverse, you do get to draw a card for every 4 cards that are bound from your opponent. So he might need to.
That's right. That's right. But let's see. I think there wasn't as many targets in the drop zone, if I'm not mistaken, but I guess we shall find out soon. So AJ is also, yeah, it looks like he did actually manage to pick up the draw here.
Okay, so his hand is looking a little small here. He's going to choose whether or not he wants to bind any cards from his...
Yeah, so showing off the targets here, choosing to see if he wants to... Thing is, this is a double-edged sword, right? Because at the same time, you are taking away your pieces and the resources from the opponent's deck, but you're also thinning the opponent's deck so they can hit their triggers more reliably. So this can only thin out normal units. This cannot make your opponent search out their triggers from their deck. So no matter what, it's only going to be, this kind of like interesting choice for the opponent. And looks like he is going to actually take up the offer here.
Of course, because he's on 3 damage at the moment. And so any damage that he takes, no matter how big, how small here, it's better than nothing. And he's also running stand triggers as well, so he needs to take what he can get.
All right, so there we go. We see the power gains from the binds coming out over here. And of course, very nice from Toby's side. You see using the power blocks that were included in the Lyrical Monasterio trial deck. So those are definitely nice, just for keeping track of power. Definitely a very nice little product from Bushiroad side that I think a lot of us would love to see going forward into upcoming releases.
I love them. I love them to death. They are like one of the most awesome includes of the card game right now that we have. It gives like a clear indication of what power is where, how much critical is where, and there's also different variations of them that actually give like different allotted powers, like 4 and 3k alike. So he's going to start to attack now.
All right, so swinging. This is now with the Grade 1 Eradicator here is also really, really nice, because that basically gives you nice hit pressure that not only is hit pressure, but it's also just like, essentially free card draw, which is pretty welcome. So we can also pop that up here, the Demolition Dragon, for you guys to take a look at. So yeah, it's like whether, if it hits, you get to draw a card and then put this into the soul, so the soul can be used for other resources. And if it doesn't hit, it just stays on the board. Like there's virtually no cost on this little cycle, which is pretty nice. And so I'm quite curious what made Toby choose this deck in particular to bring to BRO. And I guess we're going to find out. He's swinging with a Vowing Sword here. So it's coming in with the 28k right now. Not the most tremendous power, because of course, EJ chose to bind some cards from the deck, which will allow him to thin his deck out. We said draw trigger come out.
Okay.
That is good.
So he's going to give that power to the Unruly Dragon, which is also kind of a pretty good card defensively. So hopefully we get to see it resolve this turn. Oh.
And the Chowo. All right, taking damage. Ooh. We see some interesting choices that are not just Nightmare Dolls on EJ's side as well. the Dancing Princess there. Being able to search out for any grade 2 or lower card and put it into your soul lets you really set up for those missing pieces like Leslie's and things like that, because, it doesn't have to be restricted to an archetype, which is quite nice.
Exactly. It's like if you needed some extra reach with Trapezist, especially if you're going to your Dark Lord Princess turn, or if you do want to probably use Hoopmaster or end up Soul Blasting Hoopmaster later, you can kind of set up one in your drop zone, or Soul Charge a Tricky Assistant. Sorry, Great Twiller.
Yep.
Or like anything else that you might want to need later. So that's
Exactly.
of course, yeah.
All right, we're going to see the first G-Guard call here. Well, next G-Guard call for EJ side, ramping up the GB counts here as well. All right. Going to be going for... All right, just committing a bit more guard. This should normally seal off the attack, and there's still the Zuitan on the Axle Circle, which will be able to convert into a card draw afterwards as well. Just confirming that this is 1 damage. And of course, if it does come through, we'll be tied up 5-5 here. And it's going to be a perfect guard coming through. Both players at 5 now. And this will be the turn for Toby. Pretty strong turn, but at the same time, this is going to be kind of yikes. Like, not being able to heal down from 5 is going to be pretty scary going into the Nightmare Doll matchup, because Nightmare Dolls can just, they can go crazy in terms of attacks. Like we said earlier, Leslie, Alice, like so many components of the deck allow it to just turbo through and go into, a plethora of attacks.
Yeah, it does. Like the only form of defense that Toby has at the moment is the Unruly Dragon. It's not going to be impossible for him, but as he said before, like every CB is like an extra 1 to 2 attacks here, and it's going to be very hard to deal with each one of them independently. So hopefully, depends if he can like mitigate his board. He could probably use a G guard to probably try to mitigate some of the damage.
Yep.
Like something like impede, I guess, could kind of help out a little bit if if EJ can get a full board going.
Yeah, absolutely. So looks like EJ is going to go for the Dark Lord Princess here. So very strong stride that we've seen for a long time in Pale. And of course, the only restriction is that it can only, stride into, after this, into a Magia stride. But there are quite a few choices when it comes to EJ's G-Zone. So whether it's the Yvette, that we've seen quite a bit throughout the past, we've seen throughout the Harry iteration of Pale Moon. Well, there's also, just plenty of other things like the, everyone knows the Masquerade Master Harry stride as well. But there's also the Fairfield, which could be an interesting choice. So we'll see what he goes for. But look at what he's called down here. Attacking with triggers, attacking with the double PG here. This feels like a kind of like last-ditch effort to try and push through and win the game before it's too late.
Damage is damage, man.
That is
like
true.
He knows that he doesn't survive here if Toby lives. So he needs to try close it out as quickly as possible. And if he can go into Harry stride or Fairfield stride, it allows him to still do each thing effectively.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so he's gonna see. Ooh, that's not the hottest of drive checks there either. Double Carol. Something you would have liked to ride. He only runs mostly there to out things like Carol was definitely the right target you want to see. Carol just gives so many options to the deck in general. Definitely quite hurts. But now, let's see what he's going to go into from this Dark Lord Princess. I want to see what the choice is here. He does run quite a few options. Again, we'll take a look at the deck of the match to break things down for you guys. But this is pretty intense for EJ. This is only round 1. Again, best of 1. Don't forget, everything on the line.
So I think the only thing that he probably has at the moment to his disposal would probably be like Leslie, Alice, Ginny, I guess, and I think that'd be kind of it if he has any more Alice in his soul still left.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm also wondering, like, what does he even have left in his soul at the moment? Because some of the things that were still remaining on the board last turn are already out, and that's just the kind of scary thing about this matchup, is that your resources are going to be gone the moment that the Vowing can start to control them. He goes into Yvette, which is also very nice. Let's take a look at that here as well. So that's going to give you the extra axle marker generation when it attacks, which is very, very nice. So you guys can take a look right here.
So it allows you to soul charge a card from your hand to soul. And then you can call it out of your soul. It gets 15k. Get an axle marker. So you got to draw a card. And you get to now do a little bit of field manipulation. So let's see what his soul charges here. I guess he could choose the crits in case if he gets a heal on this check, then he can use Barking Dragon from his G-Guard to call it as Guardian, which is not that bad. It gets filtered a bit.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Ooh, the time Jarre, that is a very interesting choice on EJ's side as well. Just put whatever you want from your hand into your soul, which is a great way to set up for your turns here as well. Right. Okay, very cool. Just rearranging the Axel circles here.
Mm-hmm. And then 15k goes to it. So that's still a beefy column he still needs to deal with. It's 26 on its own. I mean, it's like 15k shield, but hey, so he has 2 cards left, so he needs to guard everything that's coming at him right now.
Yeah, that's going to be a tall order. Toby, this is starting to look a little bit grim. He's going to get the drive check. That's a heal trigger coming through. EJ's going to be going down to 4 damage here. And I believe it was a no guard as well. That's a critical trigger. Coming through as well is going to be 2 damage. Over trigger comes out, 6 damage.
Okay.
But I believe that was a crit, if I'm not mistaken, unless...
No, that was a heal.
No, that was just a heal. That was just a heal. My apologies.
Yeah,
so
he only has 1 drive check because of Dark Lord Princess.
That's right. That's right. My apologies for that. So, Toby surviving with the 6 damage over trigger. The only thing EJ here is essentially just bash at the rears and, do some damage control. Because while he did survive, the only thing that Toby is going for him right now is whatever he's going to draw, like the 1 card in hand, and whatever he's going to draw off the top here. Because if there's no Stride Fodder, this turn is about to look very lukewarm.
Very much so. Oh, never mind. He had it.
There we go. All right, he's going to be going to another Stunverse here. Looking good, looking good.
And he still has a Cho from last turn. So he actually still has like a lot of multi-attacks going in.
That is right.
So if he has some way of maybe getting like a tricky assistant into the soul, but never mind, he's actually going to lose all the cards from his hand too now, by the way.
Yeah, exactly, because everything's going to get bound. He's going to have to choose things to lose from hand as well. Toby might just be able to claw his way back. Having that was so important. He still had a bit of a board remaining as well from the previous turn. Oh my god, the overtrigger card literally saving him here and being able to continue. But the thing is, it looked kind of bleak for AJ too. Like, that was his last effort to push and try to seal the deal for this game. Both players really just fighting to the last bit, fighting as much as they can for the very last second.
And that's what you love about Vanguard, like going tooth and nail. I think this is like 4 cards here.
Yup, here we go. Draw, draw, draw. That's the power of the Stunverse. And of course, if... technically EJ could take up the offer and bind things from his deck if he wanted to, and, thin his own deck out for his own overtrigger to be able to survive. He can still take 2 more damage, so maybe things aren't over just yet.
Especially in a game like this, he could even... I wonder if he can still make a play without even having to stride. I would expect so, because Chelsea still allows him to get some really nifty things out of his soul.
That's right. That's right. It's not the ideal right target, but when you're left without striding, it can definitely do some work for you.
So everybody gets a little power here.
Yeah, this is going to be good to try and secure this push, but again, the power isn't obscenely high, let's just say. It is still within the manageable range. But now he's going to commit the Great Researcher. This is a very interesting thing that I was discussing with some other players before the turn started, is that the Great Researchers that, have been played in the V Premium format ever since they were introduced, right? Because they're just great, right? You can find more consistency, finding your right targets, excellent, right?
Yeah.
But in Premium, they weren't as popular, right? Because it was like, well, usually these Premium decks, they have their own ways to find their Great 3s. They have other ways to fix consistency. And a top 5 search doesn't mean the same when you can, search for your whole deck for something or things like that, right? But the very cool thing is that, let's say you're playing something aggressive like Tachikaze, there the Heal Garden is very important. So you can start playing these Great Researchers again just to search out the Heal Guards, because that is a card that can be targeted. It doesn't have to be normally in a Grade 3, it can be any Grade 3. And with that, it's pretty important. But it looks like here, EJ is going to go to 6 damage, and Toby is going to take it all, barely hanging on, barely surviving, and managing to bring it back and go into round 2 undefeated. Great game by both players. Really got to show the strengths of both of these decks, and for Toby as well, getting to show off Eradicators. So pretty impressive. pretty impressive, that's for sure. And of course, we can also show you guys their deck list in a bit, so you guys can see all of the interesting cards that they played in their lineups.
Yeah. So then we one thing we do need to remember, like with premium format, like you do happen to this match showed you can fight tooth and nail, even though things can be written down like as known, hey, this deck is good. Oh, that deck is good. But like how are they against each other often? And then this is one of the best competitive settings of where we can see those decks showing exactly what they can do with either a zero resources, B, limited resources, or C, like very inoptimal rides. And both of them, even though Toby got a decent optimal ride, we did see that EJ did have a rough one, had a rough go at it. But he did persevere, and he still ended up pushing Toby to like 5 damage twice and almost clinching the game. Overtrigger happened, but hey, that's the game.
Right. But here we can see Toby's deck list that he won with. So of course, the Vowing Sword, we focused a lot on that overall. There's a lot of good Eradicators in the V series, just in general that we can see here. Cho-Oh, the Spark Rays, the Zuitan, and that. Of course, Demolition Dragon that was just introduced is also an Eradicator. He's actually running 2 of the old Eradicator Perfect cards, which is a very interesting choice. So that's pretty cool, because the reason why is because the Nusku, so the grade 1 that you see next to the Mighty Bolt there on the left, is able to look at top 5 for any Eradicator name and add it to your hand. So by running Eradicator PGs, you basically get to tutor that out. And of course, you do have to discard a card from hand if you do search, but when you can just tutor out PGs like that, I'd say that's pretty good.
I would like to get 1 free perfect card. Thanks.
Yes, please. So that is definitely really, really cool. There's also the promo here, the Unruly Dragon, that is also just doing quite a lot of work for the player as well. You have anything to say about that, JJ?
So one thing, this is a very, very, very old promo that we didn't get until a couple of years ago. It has a Counterblast 1. It does have a special Counterblast. It needs to Counterblast an Eradicator card. And then when your opponent when it intercepts and your opponent attacks your Vanguard without being boosted, you can choose another rear guard and retire that one. So you intercept with it and you get rid of another rear guard that's not attacking you yet. That's crazy. That happens very little in so good.
Basically Denial Griffin, which is really, really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Like you get to intercept with it, Counterblast 1, and then you essentially just choose one of your opponent's rear guards that isn't attacking or in that specific battle and get rid of it, right? So can't get rid of the thing that's in that specific battle there,
exactly.
But you take care of the next thing, right? If your opponent has a Leslie sitting there that hasn't attacked yet, boom, gone, right? So that's a really interesting promo that I, like, again, I saw this card, I was like, when did this thing come out? Like, I didn't really think of this to dropped, but it's still really interesting. And again, the Nusku can search it out for you, which is really, really cool. And of course, the main deck is nothing without its G-Zone. So let's take a look at G units Toby brought here as well. So pretty standard lineup, I would say. Overall, we have 4 of the Stunverse that we saw him go into twice. Of course, this is like the most important card, interacts really well with Vowing Sword, but he still runs a lot of the good Vanquishers here as well. I like the Voltage myself a lot, because this GB3 gives your front row plus 3k for every card in your opponent's bind zone. So in the late game, this can scale like crazy when you have like a bunch of Axel Swords, Cho-Oh to restand and like swing multiple times. So it's a pretty cool G-Zone lineup, just being able to not only like, fill up, get rid of your opponent's resources through Stunverse and the Vowing, but also have that kind of like late game push with the Voltage here.
Yep, I like Voltage too as well. Usually, I guess I get the reason why he's only playing 2, because if you stride it, the game is supposed to be over anyway, and if it's not, well, whoops.
Yep.
And
basically.
Then back to Stunverse we go, I guess. So I really
exactly.
do like it. And he is running 1 Gilgal over something like Drachma. I can understand why you want to run that, because of course you're playing against any Zoo matchup, and if they happen to be playing McConley in it, or they playing Gridora, it's a really good out to it. Or if your opponent is having a very large board, something like Gold Paladins or Royals or what have you, that has to have multiple rear guards on a board at any given point in time, Gilgal's trims it down. And it's also an option of getting free strides when your hand is kind of lean on stride fodder.
Absolutely. But of course, that was Toby. Let's take a look at EJ's lineup as well. So this was Pale Moon that we got to see, Nightmare Dolls, And, I've seen quite a few of these Nightmare Doll lists lately, but this lineup that he had with all these techs is extra spicy. Like, look at this thing, dude. He is running the Time Jared Dragon. Like, that is very interesting, being able to set up your soul freely just like that. Still running the one of Tricky Assistant that we've seen in so many Harry decks. Like, you already have Chelsea that helps you to board a little bit, but he wants those potential other forms of board control in addition to that. He's running the Grade 2 Self-Damager, the Seesaw Game Loser. Like, that is a card I haven't seen in years, personally. How do you feel about that?
I'm trying to think of like reasons and as to why he'd want to play something like that. I guess due to I guess damage mitigation or like trying to keep your opponent off of healing you. Could you think of another reason? Oh, I think I know. I got it.
You got it.
Combination with Sky High Walker.
All right.
Extra CB. So if you have 2 Skywalkers or 1 at least, you can use that to soul charge, put it in, and you get the counter charge 1, and you get to still use CB, and also deny your opponent damage if they heal. All up
That's interesting. That is very interesting. Yeah, that's a kind of like nice way to Bobo yourself in a way. So like, to kind of like still get that damage to get those combos off, because for every time, every multi, it's an Alice. Alice needs a CB. So very interesting lineup. He even runs one of the heal triggers that lets you countercharge a soul charge in addition to the 3 heal guards. So again, lots of very interesting choices in the lineup. I'm personally very excited by this as well. So it's really cool.
Yeah.
All right. So let's take a look as well at the G Zone here and see what else he's bringing in this deck. So that is the main deck once again. We're going to have you guys see the G Zone in just a second there. So we talked about this as well, just all of the different targets for the Magia, to go to from the Dark Lord Princess. So of course, we have the Harry Stride. Everyone's used to that one, but I really do like the choice of the Fairfield. And I know that, Mr. Zistrel, our third commentator, is just quaking in his seat. Apparently he helped test this lineup a lot in terms of everything that went in the deck. And so I'm sure he'll tell you guys more about it when he's on later on as well. It's so interesting how just teched out even the G Zone is, with the Fairfield here.
It is, because like Fairfield allows you to send cards back like your Overtrigger if you happen to draw into it. It can also put back any utility units you probably still might need, like if you accidentally damage 2 Leslie's. Because if you are only playing 2, there are likely chances to happen. You're going to be hitting some tech options back into it, and Fairfield does allow you to recycle a whole lot of stuff back into it. He is then playing the 1 copy of Beatrix because you don't really need more than 1 at any given point in time. You're pretty much ahead and usually on Dark Lord Princess anyway, so you don't really need to go into it. I think the one I am interested with it is that he is playing the Millward. Could you think of a reason why that he might be playing it?
I'm not like the Millward's been popping up here and there over like not just in Nightmare Doll lists, but we've also seen it in Harry variants in the past as well. But I guess it's just to have that kind of like field presence right off the bat, being able to just access it from like if all of your pieces are just stuck in Soul and you need to establish that kind of board, you can just get that on command immediately. So I think it's definitely quite interesting, and again, just another choice to go into. We've even seen some people, I remember on the AO stream, going into the Dust at times as well to finish off games. Dust people talk about like, ever since the Guardian rules changed, it's not been looking too hot, but we've been seeing here like, it doesn't matter. Dust on a turn where you can be pretty yikes when there's all those Nightmare Doll attacks coming at your face, right?
Yeah, especially like if you have Leslie Alice, it still closes out. It still does enough. It still does enough to finish their game.
Yeah, absolutely. So those were the decks, guys. This was the lineup that the 2 players brought. Very exciting round 1 as well. I think should be slowly coming to a conclusion here as well. Still quite a few games going on, so it'll be a while before we get to show you guys the standings, but we're very excited to see. To get that first win, to get that first little, that first start, that good start to your tournament groove, right?
Yeah, of course, because like when you're playing tournaments like this, it's going to be a lot of stress to try and make it at least the next 8 rounds potentially, and at least going like 6-0 or at least like X-1. at the start is still just fundamentally the best. The more wins you have earlier and less losses, obviously you win. But like past round 4, past round 5, if you at least have one loss, you're still fine. You should be okay still.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, 8 rounds of Swiss is a lot. Some people are trying to run the gauntlets. I had some people that I know, they were X2 and AO, and they were like, I don't know if I'll make it with X2 anymore, so maybe I should be able to work and, just kind of go to EU instead. I don't know if I'll make it to Top Cut anymore. But again, if your tiebreakers are really good, like if you've lost people who are undefeated at the time, that might be pretty safe. You might still be able to barely drag yourself in there. But also just very happy to see how many people have come through for today's events, right? Premium's been a very exciting format ever since. A lot of people, the numbers speak for themselves, JJ. The numbers speak for themselves. We got a lot of people playing today. Lots of interesting decks being brought to the tables. And so I'm just happy to see all the people, having fun, bringing all the ideas they've been brewing over the last couple of months to fruition here at BRO 20.
Yep, we have close to about 200 players already, so I'm very ecstatic to see how much spice that everybody cook up over the past couple of months after we've gotten the selections.
Yeah, absolutely. Like this has been a very interesting time for Premium as a whole, and I can't wait to see how things are going to shape up going forward into the future. I think it's lots of cool decks to see. I really can't wait to, just witness what kind of breakdown we're going to have for the top cut later on as well. So that's going to be really, really cool. I think it's going to be really, really cool. So yeah, JJ, what do you think is going to be up next? Are we going to see some Grand Blue finally? Grand Blue, the most broad deck, I think, of all today, if I'm not mistaken. Let me take a look. See the numbers.
23? 22
23
decks?
players. Like, for comparison, the 3 most broad decks today are 23 players brought Grand Blue, 20 players have brought Shadow Paladin, and 13 brought Genesis. Like, you can see the dip there. Grand Blue is seen by a lot of people as, like, the favorite, the deck to go into. Just has so many good combos, like a 10-11 attack combo that you can do with, like, Beatrice, Skull Dragons, Bad Bounty into Night Rose that calls for Beatrice. It's like, it is scary. It is scary. Everyone is well aware of it too, and it's going to be, I hope we can see just kind of like highlight the power of that deck as well.
And of course, it also has some really decent defensive options as well with Pat the Ghosty and Chappie and everyone else as well, since you can, with the Beatrice turn, intercept with just all of your Ghosties. They do play an excessively high Ghosty count in comparison to the other Grand Blue list we've seen of old. They do also play some extra tech grade 1s, sending their cards into the drop zone from the bind zone, so they can make use of those skills or cards that were bound from earlier. So it's just very cool. I don't know. I think it's like one of the most. I think we're currently at the renaissance of innovation for Vanguard. So I'm really excited
100%,
to see.
100%. It's going to be really cool to see like how many more original ideas, like how will the meta evolve, and even like going through like what's most popular to what's actually going to convert into day 2. Like what's the real like top table meta that we're going to see in day 2 as well. So I'm very excited to see how it's going to go. But that's going to be it for round 1, guys. We're going to go for a short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back for round 2. We got standings. We got more hype games. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys very soon.
Move, little sister.
Then I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming. And I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad! Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster Pack, Advance of Intertwined Stars, coming soon! Bushiroad! Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Bob Sartre is with the new arms card! Start deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Hello everyone, so I actually won the Springfest Online Championship, the first place, and I was using Murakumo in premium format. At the time, I didn't have a lot of practice because we didn't have local events, but I was just thinking which deck I was afraid most of, and that was Genesis Loop. And then I just thought a lot of other strategies, how should I play against it, and I decided that I need to use Fire Element Hoenn, and Murakuma was the best deck for that. And also, if I went first with Murakuma, I had a huge advantage. So that was my choices. I most likely prepared just thinking theories, strategies, and watching some YouTube channels. Yes, actually, I was in Japan for 1 year when I was studying, and I had a chance to participate like in Bangasai. It was more like on casual side, but still was a huge and fantastic event. And actually, I participated in it twice because I also visited Japan a little bit later on my vacation. So twice in Bangasai. I didn't had any experience participating in team leagues or other big Bushiroad events that were happening in Europe. This event was the first event for me, and I was pretty lucky with it. They had like a lot of events, but I also liked that they had like exclusive products that you can only get at that time, at that event. You had to stand in a line for it for a pretty long time, but it was something special. And I also attended the bigger, a little bit bigger tournament, but not the main event, and managed to end with 5-2. So maybe there was one thing that I didn't like, but it was the prizes were a little bit low, but just everything else was fantastic. Just a lot of people, a lot of nice people. They had like corner for only girls to play in it, so it was very unique experience. Actually, the first time I played on web camera event, but that was a different tournament, I was super uncomfortable. I had to adjust playing on webcam. It is totally different experience than playing in the real life. But because it was not my first event at Spring Festival Online, that helped me a lot, because I already had some experience playing on web camera before, and I had some kind of advantage not doing a lot of misplays, not being that nervous on web camera and other things. Yes, it's kind of hard because you have to watch out for your own field, and at the same time you have to watch your opponent's field. It's just doing two things at the same time. And I like it because
Weiss Schwarz! Time to make your move, little sister.
Then I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad! Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster Pack, Advance of Intertwined Stars, coming soon! Bushiroad! Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Bob Sartre is with the new Arms card! Start deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Hello everyone, so I actually won the Springfest Online Championship, the first place, and I was using Murakuma in premium format. At the time, I didn't had a lot of practice because we didn't had local events, but I was just thinking which deck I was afraid most of, and that was Genesis Loop. And then I just thought a lot of other strategies, how should I play against it, and I decided that I need to use Fire Element Hoenn, and Murakuma was the best deck for that. And also, if I went first with Murakuma, I had a huge advantage. So that was my choices. I most likely prepared just thinking theories, strategies, and watching some YouTube channels. Yes, actually, I was in Japan for 1 year when I was studying, and I had a chance to participate like in Vangasai. It was more like on casual side, but still was a huge and fantastic event. And actually, I participated in it twice because I also visited Japan a little bit later on my vacation. So twice in Vangasai. I didn't had any experience participating in team leagues or other big Bushiroad events that were happening in Europe. This event was the first event for me, and I was pretty lucky with it. they had like a lot of events, but I also liked that they had like exclusive products that you can only get at that time at that event. You had to stand in a line for it for a pretty long time, but it was something special. And I also attended the a little bit bigger tournament, but not the main event, and managed to end with 5-2. So maybe there was one thing that I didn't like, but it was the prizes were a little bit low, but just everything else was fantastic. Just a lot of people, a lot of nice people. They had like corner for only girls to play in it, so it was very unique experience. Actually, the first time I played on web camera event, but that was a different tournament, I was super uncomfortable. I had to adjust playing on webcam. It is totally different experience than playing in the real life. But because it was not my first event at Spring Festival Online, that helped me a lot because I already had some experience playing on web camera before, and I had some kind of advantage not doing a lot of misplays, not being that nervous on web camera and other things. Yes, it's kind of hard because you have to watch out for your own field, and at the same time you have to watch your opponent's field. It's just doing two things at the same time. And I like it because I have a lot of time, and it saves up a lot of time. It saves up a lot of traveling money. So I actually definitely like the webcam online, and I hope it actually will be alive in the future as well. I didn't eat at all. And between rounds I was panicking. I definitely was concentrated only at that time when I was playing. I believe you should just have fun and concentrate as much as you can, because concentration is all that matters in those kinds of tournament. And maybe the next time you will be the one who will be sitting in my place and someone will be taking an interview from you. So guys, have fun, and for those who know me on YouTube channel, don't be afraid, I will be back. I just currently having some issues with my physical shop opening of the card games, so, and yeah.
Wow!
Now that Decklog is available, you can register your deck list for tournaments with ease. If you have not used Decklog before, no worries, we have a tutorial video. You can find both the links to Decklog and the tutorial in the description box. Now, due to the shenanigans from the last event, this time we will be introducing a new procedure into the tournament. We will be conducting spot checks by requesting a player in a room to show us that nobody is nearby to give them help, that there are no extra cards or suspicious items around. First, the players who will be checked are based on a highly scientific method employed by many entities and game designers all over the world. Hi player 456, you have been chosen for a spot check through a fair and impartial system.
Oh, I've been selected? Okay. So first of all, this is my table, and as you can see, I'm playing Lyrical Monasterio. I love Lyrical Monasterio so much because the characters are so pretty and so cute. Okay, now I'll show you my room. So hi, This is the room that I usually play Vanguard in, and as you can see, there's no one else here but me.
Okay, good, thank you.
I'd like to show you Vanguard collection. I've been playing Vanguard ever since the first release, and I also have my showcase here. I have G series, V series, and Overdress.
Thank you
Not
for
only that, I
cooperating.
love Weiss Schwarz as well. I play Persona 5, and I have a lot of other collection over here, as you can see. Very nice, I know. Thank you.
Good to know we have such an enthusiastic fan. Anyway, there have not been any incidents where we found players cheating with external help. But we hope this extra layer of precaution will deter any attempts, as well as reassuring all participants. On a side note, please do not use your phone during the tournament. This has been a rule for physical tournaments all along, and it is not any different for online tournaments. Players caught using their phone during a match is considered an infraction. First infraction, you get a warning. Second infraction, you get disqualified.
We meet again.
Yes, but this time it will be a different fight.
Oh. Guard. Please don't heal, please don't heal, please don't heal.
And the championship goes to Chris!
Okay, yeah, that was a good fight. Thank you for the game.
That match was so close. Thank you so much for the game as well.
So Judge, when will this game be uploaded to the official Bushiroad YouTube channel? I want to show my friends like the epic fight I just had with Chris.
Oh yeah, I want to show my friends too.
Because one of you used a playmat with a yellow rat and a blue turtle?
Actually, it's closer to a tortoise than a turtle.
As we can't show merchandise that isn't from Bushiroad, we can't upload the match. During our last tournament, there were a number of exciting matches that we think players would love to watch. However, because unofficial merchandise were used, we couldn't upload the videos. Non-official Bushiroad merchandise are not allowed in tournaments. This includes card sleeves, playmats, and any other.
Welcome back everyone to BRO 2021 for the premium stage of the EU region. Joining you once again is me, Chris, and JJ here, the wonderful JJ. How are you doing, man?
Now you're gassing me up now, Jesus Christ. Alright, I'm doing A-okay, bud. How we feeling about next round? Last round was tooth and nail, a nail biter. On edge, 6 damage healing into Stunverse, into not winning, but it was fun. It was fun to watch. It was full of energy. So what we got?
Oh man, I'm looking forward to it. We got a pretty interesting matchup.
Mm-hmm.
If I know what these players are bringing, we're going to be seeing a deck that, I'm going to tell you right now, you might not be seeing this clan represented in any other region stream for this weekend. We're giving you guys a special one, but I'm not too sure yet. We're going to find out later. We're going to find out later what they're actually bringing, but it's going to be very, very exciting, I think. And of course, we do have the standings for you guys coming up very soon as well, just so you guys can see what it's looking like so far, you know, what the top tables are looking like, you know, who the winners so far are in the first few rounds of Swiss, or the first round of Swiss rather, and you can know who to cheer for, who to look out for, and who you might be seeing on stream later on as well. And so here we go. I think we got the standings ready for you guys right now. So here we go. Ooh, those are some familiar names. Mr. Derek Dow, of course, Toby, we saw him on stream just now. Alexander M, Tan as well. We've seen him for quite a few times here as well. Zachary, Dylan S in 6th. We're going to be watching his game this round as well. Remy, Q, as well as Matthias T. All of them are currently 1-0 in record. And we do have the 9th through 16th here for you guys as well. So you see some more familiar names like Mohammed, for example, Tarjay, Russell. So this is, you know, all the players are 1-0 so far, just the beginning of the tournament, right? But you want that first dub. You want that first dub, start of the event, just to get it out the way and know that, you know, you're on the right track, you're on the right start, and you don't have to worry about dropping rounds too early.
Yeah, especially since we talked about this earlier. Like, you want to hit the ground running as quickly as you can and as fast as you can. Like, get your games in, finish your matches, cool down, calm down. You know, just relax and chill out. And as long as you get your games good and consistent, as long as you're going 4-0, 5-0, or at least like X and 1 later in the tournament, X and 1 later in the tournament is always fundamentally better. Always hit the ground running.
Absolutely. Like, we know some of the players right now, fighting it out in the last rounds of AO, where they are in that spot, right? It's like X1 in the last rounds. If you drop that last game to someone that's undefeated, you're probably fine. You're probably fine. You lost to only the best person in the room. I think it's okay. You're probably safe to make it to top 8. But anything can happen, right? If you're X2 and your loss was at the start of the tournament, your opponent dropped, or they didn't win a single game after that, tough luck, buddy. That might not take you to the top cut there. So, the people you play against, the people you beat, the people that your opponents beat, and who they play against is also very important in the tiebreakers. And once we get to the end of the tournament, like right now it's all fun and games, like, oh haha, I can't wait to see what people are gonna play. But that at the end of the Swiss last round, it's gonna be emotional. It's gonna be a tearjerker. There's gonna be emotions and stress, and people are like, "Oh my god, if only I would have beat this one guy in round 3, I would be top cut."
And that's where we get bad beat stories from. It's just sort of like, that one game. If I didn't flip that one trigger there, I probably would have won.
Why did I attack Rearguard that one time? If only I didn't misplay there. It's all those little things. All those little things, man. But dude, I am so excited to take a look at the decks for this first match. This is going to be really, really cool because we're going to see a matchup between two players that quite a few people in the community should be fairly familiar with. And so it's going to be Eyal, who is playing Gear Chronicle, and Dylan playing Narukami, but not the same Narukami we saw in round 1. It's going to be a Vanquisher list that we've been talking about. It's been pretty popular. It's been a list that a lot of people have been looking at as a viable deck in Narukami. People have been playtesting against it and, needing to know what to do against it. But Eyal is bringing Gear Chronicle, baby. We're going main character style. We're going time leap and everything. This is a list I'm very interested to talk about once we get to the deck list, because this is going to be exciting. I've been slowly building Premium Time Leap myself, and this is pretty different from what I've been preparing myself. So, boy, oh boy, I really can't wait to see how it's going to pace out with a game plan. Oh, my man's got it! This is the tribunal that will be building Premium Gear Chronicle here, watching and learning everything we can. So let's get into the deck list. Eyal's lineup here for Time Leap Gear Chronicle. He called it Time Rip, but he's currently undefeated, so I think that might be a little bit of a cap statement right there. Hey. But look at this. JJ, break it down for us real quick.
All right, so we do have Time Leaper Dragon and one next stage. You do play those oftentimes as tech options. There is gonna be like the deck itself. I won't get into detail at card because then I'll be here for half an hour. But the whole concept of the deck is turning your lower grade units into higher grade units, and you're attacking your opponent a lot of times with them.
Yep.
That is the short and skinny of it. It is really, really efficient in being able to do that. The other thing about it, though, is that sometimes your opponent can be a bit more aggressive than you are, but you can make that up by how much times you can actually just attack your opponent, and sometimes making your opponent discard inoptimal cards, getting your force markers for free. Your first grade 3 turn isn't even that bad because you can always go into next stage, which is not the worst. Or Time Leaper Dragon, get yourself a free grade 2. Treat yourself.
That's right. That is right. And of course, there's some really interesting card trades, but I think we'll get to talk about them during the game itself. Let's take a look at the G-Zone here as well, because of course, you guys saw in the premium explanation video earlier, quite a lot of these cards came up in there. We have Gear Groovy, the ability to inherit other stride powers, which of course, next stage, that's why the Ragnar Clock is in there as well. Of course, the History build is a really important card in giving just that extra little bit of power to all of your Time Leap cards, making sure that you're hitting for the right numbers, being able to push the aggression with all the multi-attacks that you have. And of course, the Grog Rock is there as well for all of those nice plays that you can do with it, just binding your own board and being able to get another attack during that turn. And of course, the bonus attack that you can do is pretty spicy when it comes to this deck because of that next stage. So, man, I am excited to get into it, but of course, we also have another deck list for you guys ready here as well, which will be, of course, Dylan's Vanquisher. So we had Eradicators earlier. They're looking mighty strong, but Vanquisher is probably like, if you're a V Premium player, it's your best friend for getting into Premium. Like, look at this deck, right? The only cards that you wouldn't see in the actual V Premium list are the Dragon Empire front triggers, the Over Trigger, and that is, the perfect guard that we see here as well, the one that lets you draw an extra card. But the majority of everything else outside of like the premium collection crits is just the V premium lineup, and that's what makes this whole deck so amazing. Is just the fact that you can convert it so easily. It's a V premium's best deal, really, to get into premium, and it's a really strong deck. It's a really strong deck. It can use the G zone really well. It has the same access to the Stunverse that we saw as well. So let's take a look at G zone real quick. And JJ, let's see what stands out here in this G zone lineup from Dylan.
So from before, we did talk a little bit about Gilgal and Drachma. It looks like Dylan did opt to go for Drachma instead, and he is also playing the GB8 of Narukami's. I guess since the format can go a little bit longer, he can do that. It has a very awesome skill of retiring all your opponent's rearguard, all fighters' rearguards, not just your own, not just your opponent's, everybody's. Bind cards from your drop zone face up, and until end of turn, all of your units get 2k for each card that are bound.
Yeah, it's a very incredible GB8. And so, like you said, when the game goes long, it can be very strong. I think we're just about good to go to get into the game, so we'll just wait for the players to slowly get into it. But I can't wait to see how this is going to pace out. So let's see the first round here. So round 2, this is game 2, Dylan versus Eyal. It's going to be exciting, man. I am looking forward to how things are going to pace out. And so here we go. Gear Chronicle versus Narukami.
And both are decks that I actually don't really mind which one goes first or second. It is a bit more advantageous for Gear Chronicle to go second since it can strike first, but it really doesn't matter too much.
Yep, exactly. So it looks like both players are ready to stand up Vanguard, and we're going to see it all come down here. Both players starting out, and looks like Eyal's going to be going first. Ooh, Ribble start, not the best right target. The Chrono Tooth is definitely the thing you want to see early for that extra bonus draw that you get. And of course, there's an optimal right target for Dylan, but he doesn't see it either. Goes to the Rising Phoenix instead. That is perfectly a-okay though.
Yeah, it is, because like with the Phoenix, you could end up soul blasting it later, because there are some effects that do allow you to do that. Stunverse, you'll see it again, so it's not that bad.
That is for sure. That is for sure. All right, first damage swing. And both of these decks aren't necessarily ones that you need to damage deny against. So we're going to see a pretty, just back and forth damage swing between both players. So we're going to see the first damage come through here for Eyal here as well. I think he runs a pretty interesting Perfect Guard there as well that we don't see too often.
No, he does run the La Bashim, which is very wordy to say. It's when you time leap into him, you can actually, by discarding a card, bounce back him to your hand. So it allows you to get access to a Perfect Guard in your time leap engine, which is not often a thing or case that you can do in decks like these.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. That is absolutely true. We can actually pop that up for you guys so you can see what it does as well, because that's a tech that we don't see very often. All right, we're going to see the drive check. We do see that the attack was guarded by Dylan, but that was just a old trigger, so with that 18k that it would only boost to 14, so it does not come through. So let us once again quickly just highlight the Perfect Guard over here. Is the Labashim that we talked about. So you can see here that, of course, it is still Perfect Guard, still a Sentinel, but when it's called from your deck due to a time leap ability, you can discard a card from your hand to bounce it back. So it's just a way to tech out a Perfect Guard, which is always going to be pretty nice. See the Cho-Oh come down, and a guard come through from Eyal here, dropping
that is Overture to pass.
Yeah, that's right. All right, looks like both players are starting to slow down each other's attacks and everything like that. So not pushing the damage too early, not giving too much, just room to play with for Eyal here, because again, you don't really want to leave your opponent on 0, because they can just call down the heal guard and put themselves to 1 and still use their abilities. We've seen a lot of people damage deny to 1, basically. Like, you put your opponent to 1 because they can still push themselves to 1 regardless. Ooh, choosing not to ride here. despite having a pretty strong going first ride-up too.
I really do not agree with some of those decisions. Not specifically this one, but I don't agree with people grade stalling a lot in this format that much, because it's sort of like, well, a lot of the grade 3s nowadays are as good as strides. So I don't feel it's that strong unless you have heal guardians to protect yourself, and then sure, then it's, then you compensate.
That's a different story.
Yeah.
That's absolutely right. I also agree with that because, of course, just a lot of these decks, they have such aggressive and strong going first turns, especially when they ride up. But maybe there's just something missing in y'all's hand that we don't have access to right now. So, of course, we're going to see Dylan go into the Dragonic Vanquisher. Get used to seeing this card because for Narukami, this is still one of the prominent decks. We see he's going to be searching out the Heal Guardian, which is, again, a good grade 3 to pick up. Will not be able to use the Heal Guardian effect anymore. You have to not have ridden a grade 3 yet. There could be a chance that maybe y'all here is kind of going like, all right, well, I didn't ride up, but at the very least, I can survive by Heal Guard. When you're playing against an aggressive deck like this, you Heal Guard, use the ability to give yourself a plus 10k for the turn, and suddenly you're able to soak up a lot more damage than before.
True. But I do feel, though, if he does have the Heal Guard, or like if he did have a Heal Guardian, wouldn't just using it as a G Guard to get rid of the Cho-Oh also not been just as good? Or even literally anything else on the board?
That is definitely a good point. It's definitely a good point. But we shall see. That is not open, or that's not up for debate right now. He is going to put down the Heal Guard. So adding plus 10k to his Vanguard right now. Going to use a dice to denote that, which is nice. Keep the communication open between you and your opponent. Know how much power is going around the board, going around the turn here. And so now 19k, but keep in mind, by committing this Heal Guard this early, that means that it's going to be a lot harder for damage to come through here as well. So this is going to be a 1 to pass. A heal comes out for Dylan, putting him down to 0. And that attack will pass now, because that was essentially just a 1 to pass. And we're going to see the Overtrigger come out for y'all. And that's going to be an early Overtrigger burn. So still staying at 1. And with that, he's definitely shut down the first aggressive turn from Dylan here.
Oh, that it does. Looks like he's going to be able to draw here for the Overtrigger, because that resolved.
Yes. I'm wondering if Dylan will still want to commit the Jaggy Shot here, because that's still a card draw. The front row is open, and it gets you a grade 3 in the soul. And of course, you don't want to risk it being removed during your opponent's turn. So he's still going to attack with it. Of course, this is, just committing the attack and binding something just for the sake of it. He's going to bind the full Bronto.
Oh, so he's actually just going to go for the Axle markers. I guess he just wants to set up. That's basically his whole idea for it.
Yeah, it's like, if my opponent's leaving themselves on grade 2, I might as well make sure that my next turn Stunverse is as strong as possible. It's just like, I will make sure that we can go through this without an issue, have a nice big board setup, and, potentially have the 3 Axle 2s going to next turn if he re-rides, which is really excellent. So, rides into the full Bronto, now gets to also draw an extra card from the Jaggy Shot at the end, and just going to attack with a full Bronto here. Of course, this does not hit unless he hits his own Overtrigger, which would be pretty dramatic because he gets to restand his Vanguard if it does too.
And it hit you with it also. So
yes.
Let's see if he hits it.
Right. Perfect Guard, that's not the Overtrigger, so that's going to be just a turn. So you got to cycle a little bit, and most importantly, set up those Axle 2s, which will be very important, especially if he's looking to go into the Voltage later on. We didn't really get to talk about that, but the Vanquisher Voltage is a card that you see pretty often in these Narukami G-Zone lineups, because it's just a card that lets you, use that GB3 to have a lot of power with that Cho-Oh push turn, right? And so I think it is a very strong option in the arsenal of Narukami in Premium right now.
That's right. Because, if you do happen to Stunverse for at least, 5 or 6, that's 15k power. Easy. Right? That's so much good pressure going in.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so the, production is just asking Dylan to adjust a little bit for the zones to make sure that everything is nice and visible for the viewers at home here. So that's going to be the turn here for Dylan. Of course, the full Bronto is going to tuck away. Good night. And back comes out Mr. Dragonic Vanquisher. And now back to EL's turn. What is going to be the answer here? You just spent a turn on grade 2. Your Heal Guard and the defensive Overtrigger definitely made it feel like nothing happened. But oh my god! He can't even G-assist. He has to ride the Heal Guard. No force markers. Discarding the Time Leaper to stride. That is so unfortunate.
but we'll see if you can still make it work because it still creates a very, very strong turn.
Man, but having to play it out like this just feels like not it, dude. He's going to go into the history build. Let's quickly talk about that for a second. Of course, history build is a huge component of the time leap engine here, giving all of your cards the time leap ability plus 3k for every face-up copy. So it's kind of like Geomaglass that like for every face-up, it kind of stacks. And on top of that, when he attacks, you can Soul Blast 1 and flip a unit face-up to time leap your rear guards for the same number of face-up cards in your G-zone. So right now it's going to be just 1, but it's slowly going to scale over and over throughout the future turns. And of course, we see a pretty good setup here from EL. He's got the Melum. And what I also really like is the grade 2 behind the Melum, the doo-doo there. So let me actually bring that up because I think people forget how important this one card is in this entire lineup because she has a very, simple skill, but an important skill in that if you discarded cards from your hand during this turn, everything in this column gets an extra 5k. And of course, as we know, gears have...
Yeah, it does. So it does allow you with the skill of Melem, she becomes 11k on her own. And with this skill, it allows you Melem to actually hit for 16, which is so good.
Yeah, it actually it just asks for 5k shields every single time. If you have a force marker, obviously it's going to be more. Unfortunately for EL here, he did not see the Chrono Jet to ride, which is really, really unfortunate. So here we see, use the Melem here, found the Orbitar, and of course he has now the History Maker. Man, this is like, 2016? Feels like we just got ported back 5 years, man. We see the good old Elite Four combos. Use the History Maker, bind the Urwatar. You're going to search the Melum again. There we go. That's going to get you another attack. And then, of course, Urwatar is going to let you draw some cards as well, man.
So as you can see, the innovation of players like this as well is because he had a situation he could not get any force markers, and it still doesn't really impede the deck that much, right? It still allows him to just keep on attacking and keep on pressuring.
Yep, that is right. So you can see here, just going through the motions. Of course, after shuffle, make sure you get that little 1, 2, 3. All right, I like the little dice denotation here as well, making sure, you can tell your opponents like, all right, 1, 2, 3, which order do you want it in? But presenting it with dice makes it very easy there as well. So I think we might be having a little bit of a connection issue here. Of course, keep in mind that during the stream matches, there's always a judge that is watching the table that is being streamed. So it is always being, the situation is always being assessed. There's nothing to worry about here. So we're going to get a quick fix on Dylan's camera here. I just had a little freeze there. So just give us a moment here while we sort things out. But yeah, like this is already a really good turn for EL though. Like look at this. He's managed to go Melum and then, get himself the search, Orwatar, getting him the draw, attacking with the History Maker here. I'm feeling some heavy nostalgia right now.
so am I, man. It's so good to see something like this happen. Like it goes to show like a lot of the older, if you happen to have played around like G or the G format, maybe take a break from Vanguard and you're like, I probably want to play my old gears again. You could just take a look at this match and just be like, hey, I can get to play some more gears again and not feel too hurt by it.
Yeah, exactly. So of course we're gonna take a little moment just to sort out the issues there with the camera. So give us just a moment, but I think like I want to see more of that premium time leap list, and just like that, you ask and you shall receive. We're right back in the action. All right, so we're going back to sorting out the deck there. And so here, of course, now he gets to activate the Urwatar here. Urwatar will be able to go to the bottom of the deck and let himself draw 2 cards on top of that. But of course, one of them will have to go back to the deck and be shuffled again. So quite a bit of shuffling here when it comes to Premium Time Leap. Nothing really too new. You have so many little things and little, micro actions they have to do throughout a turn that it's not too surprising.
No, of course not, because they need to think about the next 2 to 3 defensive triggers you could hit, what you could do in your coming turn. Because like Narukami, of course, you can say, they just do Stunverse again, but what if they have Full Bronto again? What if they have, Phoenix to multi-attack again? How can I defend myself? How can I protect myself against that? And that's sort of something you need to keep in mind a whole lot when playing in Premium, of course, because a lot of things can happen that you might just not expect.
Yes. Absolutely. Okay, looks like there's going to be a damage being taken here by Dylan. So you saw that we G-guarded earlier, actually. And so now we're at 1-1. And of course, it is time for the TikTok worker here to do his job, man. With so many nostalgic cards, it's been quite a while that we've seen this Elite Four, as people used to call it. Although I would say that maybe they've kind of decreased in that role of over time. And he's going to choose to get the Mellow Amusements here, the Mellow Amusements Colossus, which is a very important card for the Time Leap turn, because this allows you to go through a really, like, not just that multi-attack, but you also get to add a little bit of a guard restrict, force them to guard with 2 or more cards at the same time, which is pretty impressive.
Oh, it is, because then it forces your opponent to not just like 5k shield it. You'll need to either offer up the intercept. Oh, it looks like he's gonna G-guard here. He did G-guard before, so this looks like to be an impede, and he only does have 2 rear guards, so it does look like he'll have to get rid of 2 rear guards of his own. I probably think we get rid of the Musician and the Crit Trigger. I think you cannot get rid of the Melomere.
Yeah, all right, the critical's going to go down. That's actually quite unfortunate because, of course, you know, the EL wanted that to go to the soul and get him that extra little bit of card draw, but unfortunately, going to go to the bind zone, of course. The bind zone is a accessible zone when it comes to Gear Chronicle, but not to that extent, let's just say.
Oh, wait, you're right. It only... So it just came to our attention here. It only gets rid of 1 because it needs to have 2 more than you, and he only has 1 more than him. Yeah.
That is right. Okay, so the Melom has once again transformed, jumped out, tagged back in with Orwatar.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so again, the guard restrict is live though, so keep that in mind. And of course, it only applies to when they guard from hand. So of course, if Dylan, for example, there, when he G-guarded, it is also, you know, it's you dodge that skill by that extent. All right, I guess defensive crit, that is actually quite big.
It's gonna leap 1, so I guess either into Malam or into something else.
Yeah, so Orwits are getting leapt once again, and that means you can draw more cards, fill up that hand even more, and just flipping up another one of those history builds means that you are also just adding up that power of all the time leap cards, right? So now this Melom is swinging for 11, 16, you know, with 5k behind it, but now has another +6, so 22 against an Axel deck. That is exactly how much you want to be hitting.
So one thing I do notice that he's not going, like if he's wanting to use Malam again this coming turn, like if he's going to use Malam after this attack, I wonder if he doesn't play Vainglory Cat, the Gear Cat.
No, he does not.
So it's going to be interesting to see how, and then it doesn't matter because he can't even use any of the G guards that are meant for Chronojet now anyway.
That's right, he's on a heal guard. Very
so
unfortunate.
It's going to be a rough defensive turn. So next turn, what do you think that Dylan probably will end up doing? Like maybe Stunverse into what exactly?
It's time to Stunverse. It's time to Stunverse and just do your Vanquisher turn. Like if you got Jaggy shots, if this Cho-Oh is staying there, which it most likely is, I think that that's basically just the motions you want to go through. Putting down the Anastasia here, of course, she will be able to draw. She draws an extra card depending on the Thunderstrike count.
It needs to be Thunderstrike 4.
Yes, so we're barely off. Barely off. All right, Rock Climb. There's well. All right, Drive to Chronojet finally. So these are going to rewrite next turn. Critical Trigger also being committed to the Melom here. That's going to be very nice. Ooh, it's a pretty interesting grade too. We've seen the Kurunta being played in V Premium lists quite a bit, but here we're going to see that this is not going to be the case. I think there was a draw coming out from the Anastasia there, and I think that it doesn't normally hit the Thunderstrike 4 just yet.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, so that might have to be rewind. Okay, we see the intercept there.
Yeah, because it's 1 from hand, 1 from impede, and the history build.
Yes, that is right. Okay, so
I'm assuming Overtrigger is not bound; it's removed in the game, so that doesn't count.
Yes, it does not exist in the bind zone. It is its own separate remove from game zone. All right, so I think the players are just discussing with the judge, just to resolve that. Of course, it's easy, like when you're used to how this deck plays, and you're used to like binding up a bunch of your opponent's cards and things like that. You get used to how things resolve. But of course, you have to be careful, and it's a high stakes event, right? Nerves are very high, especially if you're not a seasoned veteran of these kind of like high stakes tournaments. It's very easy to just make those small little blunders in the heat of the moment because that's just how we're all humans. Human error is very much prone in these kind of events, and you have to just be understanding that they will happen. But of course, the judge's job is also to make sure that any kind of warnings and things like that are also dished out depending on these kind of little misplays.
Sure. I think one of the coolest interactions going to probably happen next turn is Stunfers versus Orotar.
Oh yeah, that is true. That is very true. All right, so that's going to be it for Eyal's turn. So it was a good turn. Definitely a good turn. Still left up with 2 cards in the bind zone there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so going to be striding with the stride crit there.
Yep, Stunfers.
All right, coming down. Stunverse, of course, we're going to be seeing it a lot today as long as we keep showing you guys Narukami matches because this card is the most important stride right now in being to just set up your opponent's bind zone, right? You get to force out so many cards by just using its effect. It goes back to the G zone, face up on top of that, so it enables your GB counts even if you didn't G-guard or stride beforehand, which is very, very nice. And of course, in addition to everything else, it just makes your opponent bind so many of their cards. 4 cards from rear and drop, and then on top of that, for every 4 cards in their bind zone, you draw yourself and force your opponent to bind from hand, which is a tremendously strong ability.
It'll be super good here. But there is one caveat to this situation now, and is that going to be our homeboy Uwatar. So let's see how that...
Yeah, that's really, really interesting. Like, again, we were talking about this off stream, right? I was like really hard to prepare for this format. Like, there's so many decks you have to account for. Surely when you're playtesting for this event as a Vanquisher player, you're like, okay, I need to know my Grand Blue matchup, my Pale Blue matchup, my Genesis matchup, all those things. But you don't think about running into the straight Gear Chronicle that's going to leave up an Orwatar for you that is going to get bound by your abilities, right?
Mm-hmm. So Gears here loses 2 cards from hand, I think. It binds 9 in total, but it's technically 8.
Yeah, it's going up very quickly. Orwatar gonna be coming into the bind zone here. All right, looks like Yell is also declaring it. It's like, all right, well, this little buddy of mine is hitting the bind zone now. That is going to be an interesting interaction.
Mm-hmm.
We can actually pop it up for you guys here so you can see it says, when he's put into the bind zone from rearguard circle. Doesn't say during your turn anywhere on the text. You can put him to the bottom of your deck to draw 2, and then put a card from hand back to your deck. So he is able to resolve that. But of course, first you have to finish doing the Stunverse effect and bind cards from hand. And he doesn't have too much in his hand right now.
No,
so he's going to really be relying on the Servitor to fish him into something to let him survive.
But he is only on 1 damage, so he's not really too pressured. Like, I think after this, depends on, what he wants to do here. I think he's going to be A-okay, I think.
Yes, sir. All right, but sitting on the Heal Guard grade 3,
mm-hmm.
A bit of an oof. All right, so here we go. They're shuffling through it just to make sure that everything goes through correctly. And I think here as well as being just brought up that about the Thunderstrike Perfect Card at the time. But of course, we'll have to see how things are going to be resolved here. So, of course, for EL here, just being able to draw off this Orbitar is so huge, right?
Mm-hmm.
We'll hopefully give him the resources to find what he needs to persevere throughout this turn. All right, so the judges are just discussing the current, that small little miss of the Thunderstrike 4 in order to resolve how things are going to go. And so, of course, that is an infraction. It will be penalized. It was just, also on the judge's side to resolve it. I think we'll go back to us for just a little bit while the players and the judge are discussing things. There is potentially, we're going to find out the result of this match in just a little bit for you guys. And it looks like he also, himself as the player, has realized that, that misplay came out, that the Thunderstrike 4 effect was triggered while at Thunderstrike 3. And again, for those of you watching, if you don't have as much term experience, like these things happen. These things happen.
It can happen. It can happen,
Right.
and plus, like, it can be misleading because the overtrigger is gone and banished as well. And he was like, well, okay, well, there's like 3 bound, and the overtrigger is there. Even if it's not joined up with the rest, you can kind of like, emotions are high. You're trying to focus on your next turn or the potential plays your opponent could do, and you're like, well, okay, there's 4. You're right. Your brain registers is 4 gone. And it happens. It happens.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, we have to keep that in mind. And of course, luckily, Dylan was very understanding that he made the misplay, and he himself, without even discussing any further, he accepted the fact that would be a game loss. So it's unfortunate that the game had to end in a game loss for Dylan, but unfortunately, in factions like that, especially when it's like that far after drawing that card, are very hard to rewind there as well. So thank you very much for Dylan, also for being a, just sportsmanlike conduct, being very cooperative with the judges, with the staff, with his opponent as well. No hard feelings, just understanding that there was a misplay and it cannot be rewinded, and that unfortunately will be a game loss. But even with that game loss, that is his first loss of the entire tournament. If he can continue going through this event, that's going to be pretty good for him. And luckily, for Eyal, while things weren't looking too hot after riding that heel guard, he did have a pretty strong first right turn, and now he's going to be 2-0 with Time Leap, and that's definitely a good start to the event. But we will try to find another table to show you guys as well for the tournament. And so it looks like, either we'll try to find you guys a table, or we'll just see how things are developing so far. But at the very least, I'm glad we got to see some of the Time Leap action on stream. Got to see a bit of Vanquisher doing stuff as well. 2 decks that aren't exactly the favorites to win the event. And especially for Gear Chronicles, a clan, I think in general, it is not exactly something that people are expecting to show up too much in this event. But JJ, how are you feeling after that? It's not the greatest end to the tournament, but we got to see quite a lot of cool things, in this matchup in general.
I think what can happen oftentimes could be happening in the heat of the moment. You're too focused, you're too zoned in, and sometimes the simplest things you can end up just flubbing up on, right? And whether you're doing intentionally or unintentionally, of course, is left to debate. But what we saw here is very sportsmanship, very sportsmanlike response to him. Because in comparison to other card games, they wouldn't respond that way. A lot of them be kind of salty and annoyed and angry, and he was like very welcome. And
yeah, like immediately was like, "Oh, that was my bad." That's completely understandable. That'll be the punishment. Great, great sportsmanship. I think that is something that you need to respect going into this event, because some people would be like, can I try to rewind this somehow? Can we make something out of this? But he just immediately was like, no, I understand the situation. I hear that he also helps to organize events locally in Antwerp in Belgium. So I think, when you're a tournament organizer, you know how much of a headache it can be to try and make something out of that situation. So it's very nice on Dylan's side as well to just accept the state of the game there and move on. So it's still really cool though. I'm glad that we got to see y'all show off some of the text. We got to show the deck list as well. I'm personally very happy. Let me just for a moment gush about this tournament, okay? We've been preparing for so long for BRO 2021, this beautiful layout, the fact that we can pop up decks, the cards for you mid-game to show up deck lists between each round, that is something that I'm so happy that we can bring to everyone, that you guys can have this information as you're watching the live stream on twitch.tv. And I think that, it's a huge step for competitive Vanguard and competitive Bushiroad games as a whole to be able to bring you this level of quality. And of course, huge thank you to Elephant. They are the organizers on the AO and NA side for creating a lot of these resources as well. Just wanted to get that out there, because I think that, a lot of this is thanks to them for being able to bring us this level of quality to the Vanguard scene. And of course, huge thank you to ENTCG for producing this entire event, for being the amazing TOs that they are for the EU region. production and also for producing this entire stream as well. So, just give some hearts in the chat, drop some love for everyone involved in the making of BRO. We're not even through the first day yet, but, I want to see some wholesomeness in the chat already from you guys. So, yeah, how about you, JJ? Like, how are you feeling about just BRO as a whole?
I love it entirely. I think what I love more about it is sort of like it's a spectator sport, and with spectators we have the viewers, right? And so I would like to thank the viewers for tuning in today. Thank you guys. You guys are awesome.
Absolutely.
And also via Twitter, we do have a hashtag @BRO. That's somebody who was playing the AO rounds of their own Swiss. They were playing against an opponent. They were like, "Screw it." I'm gonna lose if I don't do this turn, and they end up getting used the ultimate Stridodon and died to Drachma with a double crit. So thank you for submitting your little story. If anybody else has any more stories, don't forget to hashtag BRO2021. Tell us a little bit more.
That is right.
Give us a little
That is
thing.
right.
It's a spectator sport. Everybody's gonna enjoy it. Everybody can talk about their bad beats or talk about a very funny situation that happened, and we can talk about it here.
That's right. That's right. You can even share your BRO setups if you want, right? We all have different remote fight setups. I, for example, just have a little webcam like hanging off of my monitor. But people have all kinds of setups. Like I saw some people do like free up a whole side of their room just to have like webcam hanging off of like a tripod table just with a playmat, and they have like a microphone that's like hanging off and stuff like that. It's like complete like production setup just to make sure that like the lighting is perfect, there's no glare in their cards, their opponent can see their damage zone and everything perfectly. So share your setups as well if you're playing in the event. It'd be really cool to see, and just like scroll through the hashtag. And if you have any kind of just afterthoughts after the event is done, you can also share them with the hashtag on Twitter too. We'd love to see your guys' opinions and everything on social media. Yeah, JJ, what's your remote fight setup? What do you got going here?
I got my webcam, man. I don't have anything else. I got my lighting, webcam, and I got my table. That's all I got, man.
It's good. I mean, I'm the same. I'm literally the exact same. You gotta like fit that playmat nice and snug somehow between like the speakers and like the monitor, like the little stand and everything. Gotta barely make the space.
And the multitude of Vanguard product I have here. Got my all my decks and stuff. So it's just sort of just gotta part everything like a scene.
Yeah, just put everything aside just so you can actually play remote. I definitely feel that. So yeah, make sure you guys share your remote setups with us as well. It'd be really, really cool to see. But I think that's going to be actually it for round 2 here. So JJ, we're going to be saying farewell to you for just a little bit, for a couple of rounds, as Zistral's going to be hopping in for the next 2 with me. But of course, he'll be back for the rounds after that. So that's going to be a great time overall. But you guys have been enjoying the tournament so far. We're going to be right back after this break for round 3. So don't go anywhere.
Now that Decklog is available, you can register your deck list for tournaments with ease. If you have not used Decklog before, no worries, we have a tutorial video. You can find both the links to Decklog and the tutorial in the description box. Now, due to the shenanigans from the last event, this time we will be introducing a new procedure into the tournament. We will be conducting spot checks by requesting a player in a room to show us that nobody is nearby to give them help, that there are no extra cards or suspicious items around. First, the players who will be checked are based on a highly scientific method employed by many entities and game designers all over the world. Hi player 456, you have been chosen for a spot check through a fair and impartial system.
Oh, I've been selected? Okay. So first of all, this is my table, and as you can see, I'm playing Lyrical Monasterio. I love Lyrical Monasterio so much because the characters are so pretty and so cute. Okay, now I'll show you my room. So hi, this is the room that I usually play Vanguard in, and as you can see, there's no one else here but me.
Okay, good, thank you.
I'd like to show you Vanguard collection. I've been playing Vanguard ever since the first release, and I also have my showcase here. I have G-Series, V-Series, and Overdress.
Thank you
Not
for
only that, I love Weiss Schwarz as well. I play Persona 5, and I have a lot of other collection over here, as you can see. Very nice, I know. Thank you.
Good to know we have such an enthusiastic fan. Anyway, there have not been any incidents where we found players cheating with external help, but we hope this extra layer of precaution will deter any attempts, as well as reassuring all participants. On a side note, please do not use your phone during the tournament. This has been a rule for physical tournaments all along, and it is not any different for online tournaments. Players caught using their phone during a match is considered an infraction. First infraction, you get a warning. Second infraction, you get disqualified.
We meet again.
Yes, but this time it will be a different fight.
Oh! Guard! Please don't heal, please don't heal, please don't heal!
And the championship goes to Chris!
Okay, yeah, that was a good fight. Thank you for the game.
That match was so close. Thank you so much for the game as well.
So Judge, when will this game be uploaded to the official Bushiroad YouTube channel? I want to show my friends like the epic fight I just had with Chris.
Oh yeah, I want to show my friends too.
Because one of you used a playmat with a yellow rat and a blue turtle?
Actually, it's closer to a tortoise than a turtle.
As we can't show merchandise that isn't from Bushiroad, we can't upload the match. During our last tournament, there were a number of exciting matches that we think players would love to watch. However, because unofficial merchandise were used, we couldn't upload the videos. Non-official Bushiroad merchandise are not allowed in tournaments. This includes card sleeves, playmats, and any other objects appearing in your video. Dragon Shield and Ultra Pro generic sleeves with no art are allowed. If you do not have an official Bushiroad playmat, you can buy one at our Bushiroad online store. You can find the link in the description box below. We have a lot of beautiful card sleeves and deck boxes, all of which are allowed in the tournament. And from now till December 10th, if you use my code, you'll get 5% discount, 5, for all TCG related products. Use the code BROTHER2021. That's brother, not brother. BROTER 2021. While stocks last. Okay, fine. You can also flip over your playmat and play on it.
Hi everyone! So in order to distinguish between offline and online tournaments, we have rebranded it to Bushiroad Rumble Online, BRO or BRO for short.
That's right. If this is your first time participating, we've created a video with some rules and do's and don'ts to take note of.
We've also included some links to useful videos such as how to shuffle and how to prepare for a remote fight. And the links to all these videos will be available in the description box below.
That's right. Please do take a look at the tournament page where there will be more detailed rules and information.
Alright, thank you!
Hope you guys have fun. See you there. Bye.
See you there! Bye bye! See you there, bro!
Bro.
Bro.
That's all we have for today's video, and I really hope you guys enjoyed it. During Bushiroad Springfest Online, we had a lot of players, both new and experienced veterans, come into some of their first online tournament experiences through Remote Fight, and we got to see some amazing narratives develop. Some people start new chapters in their competitive history, some people start playing competitively for the first time ever, and I can't wait to see how the stories and the narratives of these players will further develop throughout Bushiroad Rumble Online. In case you don't already know, I will actually be commentating all of the Vanguard stages for Bushiroad Rumble Online, so I can't wait to see you guys in the chat for the tournament.
This couch I got on sale, it was like very cheap and it's very good as well. So I recommend you guys to go and get it. Not only that, I have a lot of Bushiroad posters. I love Bushiroad games. Oh my god, I'm so happy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be round 3 of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021 for the EU Premium stage. And join me now, welcome back, Ben. How are you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm doing great. It's been a pretty good first few games. Good start to the event. Hopefully we keep this energy going.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have some pretty cool decks. You know, I think we're going to be saying this the entire day in terms of just the really fresh lineups and like the new meta that's shaping up here in BRO Premium. And of course, you know, we didn't really get to talk about this yet, but the pattern that we saw in BSFO was that when we had the three regions, right, NA, AO, and EU was the region where like a lot of the like clan loyalty was shown. We had a lot more like interesting decks that you wouldn't see in the other regions because people would play like the safe meta stuff. And I'm curious to see how much more will we see of that going through this with the other European players bringing their finest builds here today. Like, what do you expect in terms of those kind of like potential off picks that those, you know, like just diehard fans of certain clans will bring?
Well, I mean, we already saw EJ round one with Pale Moon. You know, he's part of my group. He like lives and dies by Pale Moon. Al is another one who, you know, everyone knows him playing Gear Chronicle in the community. You know, when you say Europe, you know, you have to say Mohammed A, Mr. Oracle Think Tank, Mr. Genesis.
Yep.
Of course, Genesis is one of the better decks in the format right now, so there's no surprise there. Looking at some of like the more odd ones, you know, I know there's a handful of like really diehard Kagaro fans in Europe. There's one really well-known Spike Brothers player who I'm sure everyone knows who I'm talking about. There's a few Mega Colony diehards as well. You know, we have you for Dimension Police and me for Link Joker.
Yep.
And you know, when you look at the breakdown for clans, like in the event, you know, you said at the beginning 23 Grand Blue, 20 Shadow Paladin, 13 Genesis. And, you know, so there's a big drop from second to third place. But then from third to fourth onwards, like, you know, Narukami with 11, Bermuda with 11, Gold Paladin with 10, Oracle Think Tank with 10. You know, these other decks are a lot closer to each other in terms of representation. And some of them are because, you know, they are good decks. You know, everything I've just listed is a good deck. But also, there are a lot of people who really love Bermuda. There are a lot of people who really love Gold Paladin, like, for example, Roman in France. And then moving down, we have Pale Moon on 9, again, EJ, and so on and so forth. We know Derek Dowell's playing this time. Kagaro on 9. You know, even like all these other decks that you would imagine no one's playing, like there's still 3 Neo-Nectar players, 1 Murakumo player, 4 Mega Colony players. So as we get into the standings here, we can take a look and see what these people are playing.
Ooh, all right, so top of the board looking pretty good right now. We have Charlie T right now at the top of the leaderboard together with Michael K. So that's going to be pretty interesting to see how they can continue that momentum. Maxime DC, that is a name that I'm sure a lot of people will recognize as well. Unfortunately, will not be shown in this round yet, but we will probably see him later on. Marco K in fourth as well. Derek D, so of course Derek Dow, that is a name that you'll be seeing very soon. It's going to be our feature match for round 3. Toby, that we saw on round 1 with the Eradicators, was very interesting as well. Danielle in 7th, of course Christopher C in 8th, and of course we have the standings for 9th through 16th for you guys as well, so we can take a look at that in just a moment. And so we have Alexandros Ilya, that's another one of the French players that is doing pretty good so far. Hamish, also 11th right now, undefeated so far. And Ben, who else do you see here from the reigning names that stands out to you?
That's kind of it. Yeah, Hamish is another UK player known for playing, you know, like I said, all these clan loyalists. He's a big Great Nature fan. You know, he did a lot of the quote-unquote innovation and optimization that Kayla and I were almost planning to take to a big event.
Okay.
And like I was saying, in terms of clan distribution, like between the top 8 alone, you know, we have Tachikaze in the top 8, Bermuda in the top 8, Shadow Paladin, Christian JTQ there in 16th. He's playing Nubatama.
Oh,
So,
okay.
even within like just the top few tables alone, we have such a huge variety of decks, and it's just a shame that we can't show them all on stream. And you know, as the event goes on, these guys are going to be fighting for the top spots and knocking each other out. But you know, we're going to try our best to show you as many different decks as we can over the next few rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. So those are the standings for the time being, guys. You know the names to root for, you know who to look out for, who you want to see at the top tables. Some of them you might know what they're even bringing, what kind of spice, what kind of clans, and we definitely can't wait to see what they have to offer here. Of course, we're slowly getting ready to show you this next feature match, and this is going to be interesting because we're watching Derek D versus Adam B, and this is going to be of course, Pale Moon. Surprise to no one that, of course, Mr. Derek is bringing that, but Adam, bringing Shadows. And you know, we have on the meta deck slides for you guys, we did cover Luard. That's a deck that I think a lot of people expected to do quite well. It lost its kind of like superior ride engine over the restriction list, but the deck is still really strong, but it does rely very heavily on a particular grade 2, which is Dagda, to get those multi-attacks going on that Morpheus stride turn.
Yeah, what's really interesting is throughout the entirety of Premium, basically, Luard's always been a top contender. And as you said, the restriction list took away their Superior Ride engine. But up until that point, a lot of people still hadn't figured out what the correct list was. Like some people did like the Superior Ride, some people didn't like the Superior Ride. With the new V Luard, well, they're going to play the V Luards, we're going to play the old Luards, like we see Adam doing here. So Luard's a deck, exactly. And Luard has always been a sort of any which way you want it. It's been a super flexible deck, and it's interesting to see different people's takes on it. So let's take a look at Adam's here. He doesn't have the whole Superior Ride, but he's still playing the Damp Hood to find the Blaster Dark as a really solid ride target. Nemain is the other card that the deck really cruxes on. It searches for other copies of itself. It searches for Vicro, which is insane. It's just a plus to board. It searches for Owl, which is your plussing engine. And so Luard is always just known as like sort of this toolbox deck that can just find whatever it needs and get going. But as you say, it needs Dagda to really apply an offensive pressure. And it searches out, big columns with Blue Espada and Charon. And then you have the Drag fall for a little bit of retire and, being the pieces back and searching still. But one of the cool things I like about Luard the most is that it's really good at playing the Grade 2 game, and that's pretty much always been its main strength in the Premium format. And we can see that here. He's playing the Blaster Dark as his ride target to gain that +1 drive during Grade 2. He's playing 4 copies of the Marion Space so he can re-ride, keep that first drive pressure. And as we move into their G-Zone, we will see that his G-Zone contains the very reason he needs that first drive pressure.
That is right. So we'll take a look at the G-Zone in just a second. And of course, I also want to just point out that the Luard deck right now is also just a very cheap deck to pick up because a lot of the important cards were reprinted in the Revival selection just a couple months ago. So, a lot of these pieces that you're seeing here have had some recent print. That Esras, that Perfect card, was not very accessible until recently, but nowadays it is pretty easy to get your hands on it. Cursed Eye Raven, also reprinted, so quite a few of these cards are much more accessible, and that is also very, very nice. But let's take a look at the G-Zone here and take a look at what kind of strides Adam is bringing. Of course, the Morfessa here is probably the thing we should focus on the most. It is, your plussing. It is your ability to have like that extra power in the crit board wide. It's your guard pressure. So many great things about this stride that came out in one of the premium collections that still remains to be one of the best in the deck's arsenal to this day.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes games will just end on the first stride when you hit that Morfessa, and especially compared to what you were saying before about how the premium format has kind of slowed down. People get to play turn 4s and turn 5s. Morfessa is definitely that sort of card that says, nope, I'm just going to stride Morfessa and the game is going to end here and now with the Dagda multi-attack. A few other really interesting options he's got is the Drag Strider. We haven't seen that card since the sort of 2017 GBT10 Loop Luard days, with the big groan column. So it's interesting that's making a resurgence here. The +1 drive is cool, the +1 crit is cool, and especially with the most relevant line is probably the guard restrict. There's no grade 1s or higher. If we look at Kagaro, we look at Genesis, we look at Grand Blue, all of the sort of quote-unquote big decks of the format now are going back to playing grade 1 PGs as opposed to draw PGs. So maybe this guard restrict will actually come up.
Yeah, I really want to see if this is going to make a splash or not throughout this game in particular, going into the Pale Moon matchup. And of course, speaking of the Pale Moon matchup, let's take a look at Derek's list here as well and see what version of Pale Moon he is bringing to the fray here. So of course, I think a lot of people have some high expectations. We've seen Derek play in some community events with Pale Moon, but it looks like it is going to be Nightmare Dolls, less teched out than we've seen on the side of EJ earlier. But what do you think about this list, Ben?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. Derek's well known for being a Pale Moon enthusiast. So I'm sure that his choices are incredible. Like we were just saying before, he's not playing grade 1 PGs like EJ was playing, but he's just playing straight up 4 draw PGs. But then to account for supplant his defensive options, he's got 4 copies of that Earth Elemental grade 1. Yeah, so for people who don't know, that card's effect is when you guard with it, if your Vanguard is grade 2, it's basically a 0 cost PG. So when he's going second, and his opponent's going first, and his opponent's a really big grade 3 turn, he just has that little bit of other extra defensive options to get him into his big stride turns.
Yeah, exactly. And the ability of this deck to ride down to grade 2 as well. We saw that in round 1 as well. That's something that you can do to deny stride and things like that. And, force your opponent to just play that grade 3 turn. And Warlock is basically another 4 copies of a Perfect Guard in your deck for that specific situation. But of course, a deck is nothing without its G-Zone. Let's take a look at what kind of strides Derek is bringing here as well. The lineup we're seeing here is quite similar to what we saw in round 1 from EJ, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same. It's just the difference is that instead of playing the one mill ward, he's playing a third princess. And they kind of basically do the same thing. They're both for strides when you get damage denied. And I think his G guard lineup is a tiny bit different. He's going more wide instead of focusing on the dragon, which is totally fine. Dismal's just a nice tech option. Farnival is just sets up your soul, everything you need. But yeah, I think beyond that, we're pretty much ready to get started. And let's have a look at the game.
Yes, so Derek, Dow going up against Adam. This is going to be an exciting one to see how these two players will be able to duke it out. And I'm also just very excited to see how their decks will move. Of course, for Derek, he's been kind of the pale moon, just as you said, like expert that's been innovating. We've watched him in a lot of community events, and in those events, he's been able to, bring all kinds of different lists, right? We saw like the stage Harry that he played at the very start after the restriction list. Then in one tournament, we saw him experiment with the G era, like the Remy Labyrinth Harry, and now going through the Nightmare Doll. So really just jack of all trades, playing every single pale moon list possible. Looks like Adam's gonna be going first here as well. We're going into the blue spotter.
Yeah, it's going first is really great for Luard because you get to grade 2 game your opponent, you get to maintain that ability. He mills his one-off Blaster Dark, which is going to be really painful. He also mills a Raven. You never want to see that early on. We'll see if he has an main on turn 1. He does not. There goes a lot of his early plussing and pressure.
Wow, that's a very unfortunate start. Like, it's not even something that was a misplay, just punished by the top cards of the deck, right? That's just the element of the game. And so here we see Derek is going into the Leslie here. So it looks like he's going to just swing, not calling anything else. So see if it's trigger off of it. Will not. So that will not be doing damage. So Adam here will continue into his grade 2 turn. But unfortunate that Blaster Dark is gone now as well. Having to go into the Morion Spear, which is still a great card, but not quite the same as the Blaster Dark.
Yeah, imagine if he had this turn, he would have been able to discard a grade 1 to set up Ritual and then get Twin Drive straight away. Would have been super solid. He drew into the Vicro as well, so his main is losing a lot of value going into the late game. The main benefit here is that he's playing the Drag 4 Luard instead of any of the V drag cards, so he has a lot of recycle, so he can get those back if he needs it, compared to, say, Derek, who's riding his Leslie, which he can just call out of Soul for his engine.
Yes, exactly. So for Adam, it's been a bit of a rough start just because he needs, a lot of those pieces, as you were saying, are just ending up in his hand, ending up being milled from the top. So it's not exactly the right way to start out here. But Derek here is going to be able to continue to build up momentum, continue to just build up his resources for those future turns with this Marissa here.
Yeah, like going first is at least decent for Adam because it means he doesn't have to worry about, facing the Carol, the Chelsea on a big swing or riding back down to grade 2 and then denying stride. He does at least have that tempo, and I'm pretty sure Derek can be happy to give up the stride anyway. But again, like we saw last turn, Adam did drive check his Slaptail, which is again another important piece that he wants to be pulling out of the deck, not the hand. And any lack of pressure in the early turns from Shadow Paladin is giving Derek just more time to set up. We saw him set up Soul, putting an Alice into Soul. He's just going to build up cards in hand to set up his combo. And the question is, can Adam survive Derek's stride turn? I think is the main thing we need to be looking at.
Exactly, and we don't even know what he's going to be doing with this stride turn either. Going to call down another Morion Spirit who's choosing not to ride up, but of course we know that there is no, Sea Breeze action going on here in either player's G-Zone lineups. But of course, just because Nightmare Dolls can't stride doesn't mean that they can't just go on with their V game plan, right? This is a deck that has a very aggressive multi-tag potential even without the G-Zone. And you have to keep in mind that it's not the same as the V deck either because you have a lot of the Nightmare Dolls from before V that you can use like the Leslie.
Yeah, so we see here, he's just taking that. Now he's switching gears to that early aggression with the double rear guards, pumping the rear guard Morion Spear in case he hits a stand trigger, which is totally understandable. But he's attacking with the Vanguard first, finds his Dragfall, so he's probably guaranteed to stride when Derek gives him the stride option. The question is Derek also actually going to ride up and go do things, or is he just going to play his grade 3 game?
Yeah, that I don't know how Derek feels about that. He's like, oh, I can go to 2 damage. I have another CB to kind of use on this turn 3, but he does see the heal trigger there, so he's going to be staying at 1 here. Let's see if Derek chooses to ride up or not. Of course, Nightmare is very strong, but I wouldn't really give it credit for a incredibly strong game, grade 2 game.
No, its main strength compared to, say, any other variant of Pale Moon is that it can build a board basically out of thin air. A lot of stuff just comes out of the soul. Other Nightmare dolls find each other. And then, we see here Derek's playing the Power Plus. I don't remember her name, but the grade 2 there that increases power in front of the Leslie. So when he needs to go for the push, he can. The Heal Guardian coming out for Adam is going to give him that defensive strength he needs.
Yep, that is right. That is right. So that's the Ellen that he played out, and he's going to be able to pick up the Carol in case he didn't have it. Both players kind of drive checking things, kind of showing like, oh, maybe they didn't actually have those grade 3s in hand. So all working out fine and dandy here. He is boosting with the Abigail, which of course is going to let him potentially use the ability here, but no need. So now we are on 2 damage on the side of Adam, and he's going to be rewriting the Morian Spear, despite knowing the fact that he does have the Dragfall in there.
Yeah, so obviously we're not playing around Sabreeze. Instead, he just needs the Soul to be able to continue filtering through his deck with Morian Spear. Both players know each other's not playing Sabreeze, and both players know that each other has their grade 3s in hand, so now we're just playing a game of chicken. But very critically, we see Adam discarding a Dagda. We just discussed earlier how Dagda's like the most important card in the deck, and he's discarding that from Morian Spear. So he probably has a second one in hand.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Like, you don't want to overclock with the Dagdas. We can bring it up real quick just to talk about it. Dagda's a very important card once you're in Ritual 5 and GB1, to be able to push to get that multi-attack and, just have that extra pressure on the Morpheus turn. But here he does find a crit. There's going to be a 25 Morian Spear, and looks like this is going to be taken by Derek, pushing out 2 more damage and putting him all the way up to 3 here.
Yeah, the main difference here is that Adam's being very tempo positive. Him calling a board doesn't cost him as much as Derek does. Derek basically had to put down 2 cards from hand, got to draw 1 back. And so this is why he's probably finally going to grade 3. He's found the Carol. I don't know if he's going to go for the grade 2 rewrite here, but at the very least, it'll give him that sort of chance to get some aggression back, which I think he really needs right now.
Yeah, that is right. So we can just pop up the Carol here for you guys to take a look as well. So right now he's going through the first effect, looking at the top 5 and finding a grade 3 Workoroid to add. So going to just take another Carol and call it to Rearguard Circle. So oftentimes you use this just to immediately, plop out an Alice and get your multi-attacks rolling. But of course, it can target any grade 3 Workoroid, which the other grade 3 Nightmare Dolls all are.
Yeah, and we know that he already has an Alice in the Soul that he set up early on. So if he can get that out, he can turn on the Carol really easily.
All right,
there's a Chelsea coming down.
Chelsea. So Chelsea's pretty interesting. Won't really be, the removal skill won't be doing as much here. That's kind of played also just to get rid of stuff like Honolly. That is a card that you can definitely tech for this matchup because you know how many times Nightmare Dolls can attack in 1 turn when they really get going, and you give them the CB to do that. But here we're going to see, essentially a strideless turn from Nightmare Dolls, swinging with the Carol here.
Yeah, so he has the Alice as well on board, so he can definitely Carol. He's probably going to use the Chelsea effect anyway, just to get into the Soul, so that he can rewrite into the Chelsea if he needs to do that.
Oh, Heal Guardian coming down here. This will give a plus 10k power to the Vanguard for the whole turn for Adam, which will help him survive this entire aggression. You see a draw trigger come out. Keep in mind, Derek did not boost because he is most likely aiming for using that second skill of Carol after the Alice will go into the Soul. But I wonder if the Heal Guard coming down will change the aggression that Derek wants to output.
Yeah, and the other important thing for Derek to be aware of is that this is the second Heal Guardian Adam's used already, which means that when they eventually ride grade 3 and they eventually start striding, Adam's going to have 2 less G-Guards to work with.
Yes, very important. Very important. You can knock Turbo through that G-Zone too quickly either. All right, swing with the Alice here, of course, boosted by Leslie. Leslie will be able to restand. Some people use her as an attacker, to just keep multi-attacking, keep making sure she stands every single time you get a use off of the Alice. But you can also just keep her in the back row and keep calling things in front of her and restand her to make use of that boost. Put all of your trigger powers onto her, so you have a nice scaling column that can keep swinging at your opponent's Vanguard, even if you didn't even get to stride yet.
Yeah, and as we can see here, the Alice resolves, goes back into Soul. The cowl will now go off. He gets to re-ride. Let's have a look at
Yep.
what he goes into.
That's right. So once again, bringing up the Carol here for you guys, which is, of course, now that the Alice has gone into the Soul, you can count plus 1, discard 2 to choose a work ride from Soul and ride it. But it will lose 1 drive check. But that is also the reason why you see the critical trigger there stayed on the board to not boost earlier. He re-rides into a grade 2. And this is very excellent because by re-riding into a grade 2, you are also making it so that your opponent cannot stride, which is an excellent way to play around decks like Luar that are quite heavily reliant on their strides. You can't really do much without that GB1.
Yeah, and I think Adam's starting to realize this. He's like, okay, I'm a lot of aggression coming in. I'm not going to stride next turn. I think I just need to take this damage and sort of like claw my way back and deal with the field next time.
Exactly, right. Like, you cannot stay on grade 2 this long. Like, you're burning through your heal guards, which would be potentially your G guards in the future as well. Whereas Derek is just continuing his aggression over and over, and it's going to be a turn pass. All right, so the heal guard did definitely help to stave off some of these attacks, that's for sure. But Adam knows now, he's like, all right, I have to ride up into this Luard because that was, that's the only choice I have in calling down the Dagda here, despite not being able to use it. Uh-oh, this is looking kind of shaky for Adam.
I mean, the benefit is that the Dagda does hit because Derek rode back down to a 9k grade 2. The only question is, like we said before, Adam's used up 2 of his heal guardians already. He's now lost 2 G guards for Derek's eventual strike turn that's coming up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm quite curious that he's not playing around his stand triggers, like, Dagda to Vanguard, then Vanguard swing to stand the Dagda to hit another rear guard. Maybe could have been a silver bullet he might be looking for. But instead he just checks 2 blanks, which is also not really what he wants to see.
Yeah, and keep in mind that the drag fall is only 11,000. So it looks like he actually attacked into the Chelsea there, which of course is not a valid target. Well, it is a valid target, but the attack does not hit, which is very unfortunate.
12K.
And
So
Carol,
he just chooses not to attack with the Dagda. He wants to sort of damage knight Derek, as it were. He knows that Derek needs 1 counterblast for his Alice and then 1 counterblast for his Harry. So he's forcing Derek to say, okay, well, you just have to strike Yvette if you want to do anything this time.
that's right. We see the pickup for the Ginny. Ginny is actually a pretty big card here just because it's like, oh, you don't have Alice on board? Well, no problem. Call down the Ginny, slide her into the Soul, Alice comes out, and you even give her a little bit of extra power. So that card is very key in boosting the consistency of this deck as a whole.
Yeah, and we saw that he has Alice's in Soul from both the turn 1 and last turn as well. So Adam's definitely facing down at least multiple attacks, for sure.
That is true. That is true. Adam, I hope that hand can hold. I hope that hand can hold. He can G-guard now, so at least that is on the table once more. But
assuming he has any more heals in hand.
That is the big factor there, indeed.
Yeah, and having the, as we said, going to grade 3 and then back down to grade 2 is really strong for Pale Moon because having that extra Axel Circle isn't just more attacks, but it's also the bit of extra plussing to find your pieces. He finds another Alice. If he wants to put, like, say, a Leslie in the front row now, the Leslie on the Axel Circle hits on its own, which is huge.
Mm-hmm. That is true. That is true for sure. All right, but he goes into Dark Lord Princess, which will allow him to basically get 2 Vanguard swings here. Depends what he's going to chain it into, of course, as well. Don't forget that if he goes into an Yvette, that could be pretty interesting because then he gets himself an Axel and he can actually like push something out of the Soul, whether that's another Alice or a Leslie on top of that. Swing with the Chelsea here, so just starting off with the rearguard pressure here. Let's see how Adam's going to respond.
Yeah, Adam intercepted with the Dagda, which again, I'll remind you, is the second of his 3 Dagdas. So
Yes,
he's losing
sir.
more and more of his win cons by the second.
That is right. As far as going to damage now on 4, that is a very dangerous point to be on. You want to be trying to see a defensive trigger. And the issue with Luard, and the reason why some players are kind of like criticizing this deck in general now is that like, it's so Strider reliant. It's also just, it needs to like see these Dagdas to make the multi-attacks. But also it has to run quite a few of the pre-V triggers, like those stand triggers that, seeing that defensively or offensively, that's a slower power gain that doesn't help in the survival either. So it's looking like a bit of a rough time for Adam here, but surely he can still claw his way back, committing just a critical trigger to guard 15k for that reguard attack. And now Dark Lord Princess is going to swing in here.
Yeah, having the one of Derek finding the one of Chimera is also really huge because it opens up his board, It gives him the extra damage he needs. Adam drew into the overtricks, now he has to guard with it. I mean, it does keep him alive, at least.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, swinging in. Critical trigger can be found. Is going to probably go on the Alice, I would imagine. Yep, he's going to be committing both to Alice, but the power will go to the Leslie. Second check, there's that Grey Elemental. And then there's the Grade 2 Nightmare Doll. And of course, now Dark Lord Princess's effect will resolve. Let's see, what will he choose to go into? It is the Yvette. So I think the Yvette is the right call because this lets you get the other Axel Circle and then push something into that on top of it all.
Yeah, we know he has at least 2 Alices in circulation. If he can find a second Leslie to pull out with the Yvette, then his Alices can go into a second Alice. He saves that counterblast to get 2 extra Leslie attacks, which would be huge.
Yeah, that's really big. I don't know how Adam is going to hold off all of these attacks because it's going to be very rough. Critical trigger here coming into the Soul, getting the extra card draw and power to the Vanguard here as well. And of course, because it's only swinging for base power, because only the thing that's called into this Axel Circle will get the bonus 15k from the effect. So let's see what he's going to choose. He's going to get himself face up the Harry Stride, gets an Axel 2. Which, of course, gets him the card draw if he needs any more things to consider. And look at that hand, too. Like, we're talking about the aggression. Yeah. There's the Leslie. We talk about the aggression of Nightmare Dolls. But don't forget, like, look at that hand, how much he's been able to farm up here as well.
Yeah, the other important thing, like I said, Nightmare Dolls is really good at making a board out of nowhere, which means that they don't have to call from hand. So all of their rear guards that come out of the Soul and go back into Soul to draw a card, that's basically a soft +2, which is what a lot of people tend to forget as well.
That is right. So let's quickly just bring up Leslie here. You know, this is the card that as long as your Alices go into your Soul from rear by using their effects, it's going to keep seeing it over and over and over again. Just more and more attacks. You know, we got one boosting, but this one is also coming in with the big power plus 15k from this event. So it'll be attacking many times. Heal trigger comes out for Adam. This might be very huge. Keeping him on 4. This is very big. Very big.
Interesting that he heals out the Karen instead of the Ezras.
Oh, that's true. Great point.
That might not be relevant. There might not even be a next turn, but we'll see. He's guarding with another Raven. Yeah. These Ravens that aren't going back to the deck are always painful to see. And like I said, going to the Yvette frees up his counterblast, which means that we're definitely going to see at least 2 Alice swings, which means at least 2 Leslie swings on top.
That's right. Man, Derek is just playing very well and being able to adapt to everything that the Luar deck wanted to do. Like, not only has he been able to, you know, just control his deck excellently, he's also just able to play around everything his opponent wants to do, which is, again, the reason why we see him at the top tables so frequently at these events.
Yeah, for sure. You know, it's the knowing that your opponent relies on Stride and knowing how to play around that, like, you know, forcing your opponent to say, okay, I'm just going to stay on grade 2, or, you know, I'm going to ride grade 3 and then ride back down again, so you have to ride grade 3. It's this sort of control of the game. But yeah, that's going to be it. Adam just didn't have enough to guard everything.
Yeah, when he goes to 6 damage, Derek Dow is going to take it in a very convincing fashion here on round 3 of the EU region. I am very impressed by, like, how well he adapted to everything that his opponent was outputting while still being able to, like, not only have, like, the pressure in the early turns, but also be able to have, like, that strideless turn of being able to push the damage and then finish it all on that first stride after just kind of, like, denying everything that Adam wanted to do there.
Yeah, you know, like I said, both players at turn 3 saw that each other had drove check their grade 3, so it's like, okay, I know you have your ride up, you know, I have my ride up, we're playing a game of chicken, I'm just going to go for it because I have a little bit more faith that my pressure is going to be better than your pressure. And we saw that Adam was forced to burn the Heal Guardian to survive that, so perhaps there was maybe a consideration of, well, if I know that he has this and I know that I have the Heal Guardian, maybe I just ride up now instead of trying to continue playing this grade 2 game, hoping that he doesn't kill me while I'm on 2 damage, and then going into the big Morfessa from there. But, you know, Derek was just able to respond appropriately, being like, okay, if you're not going to ride up, I am. And from there, just, you know, take control of the momentum.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think that puts it best. Like, taking control of the momentum, I think that was kind of the story of that entire match. Like, Derek, I think from the very get-go was able to just dictate the pace of the game, right? And while it was a bit of an unfortunate start for Adam, you know, not being able to find his Blaster Dark, or, you know, just being denied by his own deck to have the access to that Blaster Dark, but he didn't even see a domain throughout that entire game either, so maybe he wouldn't have had access to it to begin with, and so just sitting on those Mooring Spears and, like, cycling cards, didn't really do as much as what Derek was outputting throughout that entire game. So I think honestly, like both players played excellently, but Derek was just one step ahead every single turn. That is the reason why he's currently undefeated after round 3 and in an 8-round tournament. That's the kind of start you want to have. That's the kind of start you want to have.
Yeah, for sure. The big difference between the BRO and any of the in-person events we've had a few years ago is that there's no buy cards anymore. So if you want to win, you're gonna have to slog your way through the entire tournament.
Yeah, and especially if you're running the gauntlet, there's some people that are playing in every single region. So, they start out in AO, they're like, okay, didn't do so hot first few rounds, maybe it's time to drop, get some rest. They sleep in between, they sleep until EU starts. And now look at Derek, he's 3-0, great beginning. And then, of course, if they, for example, don't do too well in EU, they can wait until NA starts, join that one, have another shot, and then do it all over again next week for V Premium. That's kind of the magic. And don't forget, guys, we haven't even mentioned this, but it's not too late if you want to sign up for V Premium. You guys want to be featured on stream? You guys want the whole world to see your matches? You want to have a chance at those glorious prizes, especially for V Premium. We got those Chrono Jets, man. I've been fiending for those Chrono Jets for a long time, even when they came out in Japanese. It's not too late. You can sign up for BRO V Premium until, I believe, Wednesday of next week. So don't miss it. Make sure you register, especially, if you want to just, not even if you're going for the top, you want to just have fun, meet new people, make some new friends through the term experience. That is definitely a way to do it. So make sure you don't miss it. All right. Ooh, looks like production is giving us a nice little graph. So this is the EU special, right? This is the EU special. You guys see all kinds of beautiful things on the AO and NA side, but here, of course, ENTCG providing us with those beautiful graphs. So after round 2, these are the undefeated players and their clans. So Shadow Paladin, even though things were looking a little bit bleak in that matchup in round 3, Shadow Paladin's 18% of the current undefeated players, and Grand Blue in second with 12. What stands out to you then?
You kind of expect that, right? Like I said, Grand Blue 23 plays in the whole event, Shadow Paladin 20 plays in the event. A lot of them will end up being pretty good, but to see Shadow Paladin pulling ahead in undefeated status, I think says a lot about the deck as a whole. Because one of the things we saw with Adam's game is that Luard as a deck is super consistent. You have Nemains, you have Ride Fixers, you have Marion Spears for drawing, you have filtering, and yet if one or two little things don't go your way, like decent mills or decent draws, then that can all collapse. But assuming those one or two external factors don't go badly for you, then the deck can perform really, really well, which is probably what we're seeing here. Whereas with Grand Blue, Grand Blue has a very similar level of consistency. You've got Columbard, you've got Greed Shade, etc., etc. But it requires a little bit more pilot input, as it were. I'm kind of hesitant to say the words skill intensive, but it is a really skill intensive deck. You have so many decisions you need to make, like, do I search for this? Do I discard this? And so perhaps what we're seeing is, maybe some people who stayed up for the AO event playing today, playing Grand Blue, are like, okay, I'm losing a bit of energy, I need to take a bit of a break, and maybe that's where they're faltering a bit more.
You know what, I'm looking at this list, and I'm looking at the 6.1s, man. We got Dark Irregulars, 6.1% defeated. Dimension Police, let's go, boys. Let's go. There's not even that many DP players in the event, but they're out here taking names already, so hopefully we might be able to see some of them if they stay undefeated after round 3 as well. But of course, Narukami, I think we've gotten to see quite a bit of Narukami here too. I'm pretty sure, Toby had a pretty strong start with the Eradicators that we saw in round 1, so maybe he's still part of that lineup. What else is, I think for me, like, Urakumo being undefeated is very interesting. Like, I was going through some, we were going through like all the different clans in the game, and like every single clan's like the most viable deck in premium that they could bring to BRO. And for me, when I think about Urakumo, like, it has to be Shirayuki, right? It's just seems like the last fashion that you can kind of bring in to premium right now, because you have access to so many Shirayukis, you have ways to recycle them, and just all the searching that the deck has access to, and you shut down a lot of decks with just like -30 on their opponent's turn. So I feel like I'm just surprised, like, it's undefeated at this point.
Yeah, and it's, again, going back to the total representation numbers, that's the only Murakumo player we have in the tournament.
The one and only.
He's getting all the Murakumo players on his back, carrying him to the finals. That's what we're going to see right here. So we got the other numbers like Nubatama, Nova Grappler. These are sort of 3-4 people playing these decks, and there's still 1 or 2 people floating around, which is pretty impressive. Oracle Think Tank, though, I really want to draw attention to that because
Ooh, yeah. What happened here? What
Right?
happened here?
so it's 3% on Murukuma. So we know for a fact that means there's only one OTT player is currently XO out of the 10 people that signed up with OTT. So 9 of them are faltering somewhere down the line. And I think that just comes down to, compared to what I said about Luard, where it's a really consistent deck and it just relies on its, one or two external factors. I think OTT is like the opposite, right? OTT is the sort of, I'm going to put the blindfold on, I'm going to put the helmet on, and I'm just going to show you 3 crits and go for it. So I think what's probably happened here is their sort of Momo turns or their Ichikishima turns just haven't been rolling out the way they've planned, and their sort of quote-unquote just win the game easily strategy just hasn't materialized like we would have hoped.
Yeah, like we hype up Oracle Think Tank as like, oh, they have access to 3 different wing cons. You have Ichitom, you have the Kaliko with the Amaterasu, and then of course you have the Wakahirume that is able to actually stack your Overtrigger on top of your deck. But all of those are, require setup. They require pieces. They require certain cards to be in your hand to find those. And you don't have exact ways to, don't have an engine that revolves around finding those pieces. You just have to pray and, play OTT, which excels at drawing, excels at going through the deck, but you're going to have to find those things off the top. You got to play off the top and see what you get. And the fact that only 1 in 10 players after round 2, so that's not even after round 3, is undefeated, says a lot. Says a lot. That is a pretty big surprise for me because I really expected a lot when it came to OTT going into this event. And of course, I'm also curious about the top 8 breakdown of decks for the AO region and see which ones made it out over there. But thank you very much to ENTCG for providing this graphic because this is a very, very insightful little bit of material.
Yeah, I just actually took a look at the Murukuma players deck list. It's not Shiryuki, it's Yasui.
Oh, that is spicy. I want to even if he's X1 after round 2, after round 3, I want to see how he's doing because that is very interesting. I think for a lot of people that would be an exciting game to see as well. So huge props to them. Nubatama as well, we didn't get to really talk about. That's one thing I want to bring attention to. Nubatama has a couple viable builds when it comes to premium right now. Like Daihozan has a lot of focus because he just came out in Clan Collection. The whole idea of your opponent calls something, they have to drop something from hand if they have 4 or more, and it seems like it has really good synergy in premium. But some people are still just playing Shiranui. Shiranui is still a tried and tested, very strong G zone in general for Nubatama that for some players has caused nightmares for many years now. And so I think that, maybe this one Nubatama player will also make it out to the top as we go through the event.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see his build as well. Like you said, some people are sticking to the Shiranui because there's a lot more support for it, like Tobi Itachi, the Grey 2 promo that we got given for Shop League. It's a huge card, especially for the going first and making the mask turns when you're not striding. But like you say, there's also Daihozan. Is definitely also a different option to different routes to take the deck, especially now that the restriction list has made the quote-unquote most oppressive version is no longer available. It's a lot like Murukuma, a lot like Grand Blue, where people are going like, okay, well, what else can we do?
Yeah. Absolutely. Both Nubatama and Murukuma are kind of in that seat, but I think Nubatama was at least hyped up to an extent, because of Daihozan being so good. But for Murukuma, people just kind of they looked at the Clan Collection support. They're like, this doesn't really work with too many things in premium, so we have to go back, to the roots, check out Shiriki or check out Yasuya, which apparently works. So very cool.
Yeah.
Very nice to see this breakdown as well. So
definitely going to try and get the Murukuma deck on stream for everyone to watch, but without spoiling too much, I'll tell you one little thing about this list. He's playing 4 Crit Sentinels, which is very spicy.
Okay, that's interesting. That's very interesting there. I wonder what else. Yeah, I really want to see that deck. Even if he's X1 right now, we take a bit of the spotlight away from the XOs, but I think that is a deck that everyone wants to see because if they're X1, even after round 3, they still stand a chance to make it to the top cut, and that would be a very spicy top cut if we have decks like that in there as well.
Oh, something I've also just noticed, speaking of Oracle Think Tank, another who's only 3%, one person in XO is Genesis. We were saying how that's
my god, you're right.
Yeah, Regalia, what's happening there?
What's going on? We're seeing upsets after upsets. Wow, that's crazy. This is the 3rd most represented deck of all of them, and only 1 in 13 players is actually undefeated. That is crazy. That is actually crazy. So All right, I'm curious to see how this is going to develop. Like, maybe we're not going to see that much Norn freestand action going into the later rounds, but that's... wow. I completely blanked on that. That is very impressive, or like oddly impressive, I guess, that there's only one person undefeated.
Yeah, we'll definitely see if we can figure out what's going on there. But I think for now we're just gonna cut to a quick break. You guys can take another look at the excellent, professionally made Bushiroad materials, and we'll be back with round 4 very soon.
Wow!
Now that Decklog is available, you can register your deck list for tournaments with ease. If you have not used Decklog before, no worries, we have a tutorial video. You can find both the links to Decklog and the tutorial in the description box. Now, due to the shenanigans from the last event, this time we will be introducing a new procedure into the tournament. We will be conducting spot checks by requesting a player in a room to show us that nobody is nearby to give them help, that there are no extra cards or suspicious items around. First, the players who will be checked are based on a highly scientific method employed by many entities and game designers all over the world. Hi player 456, you have been chosen for a spot check through a fair and impartial system.
Oh, I've been selected? Okay. So first of all, this is my table, and as you can see, I'm playing Lyrical Monasterio. I love Lyrical Monasterio so much because the characters are so pretty and so cute. Okay, now I'll show you my room. So hi, this is the room that I usually play Vanguard in, and as you can see, there's no one else here but me.
Okay, good, thank you.
I'd like to show you Vanguard collection. I've been playing Vanguard ever since the first release, and I also have my showcase here. I have G series, V series, and Overdress.
Thank you
Not
for
only that, I
cooperating.
love Weiss Schwarz as well. I play Persona 5, and I have a lot of other collection over here, as you can see. Very nice, I know. Thank you.
Good to know we have such an enthusiastic fan. Anyway, there have not been any incidents where we found players cheating with external help. But we hope this extra layer of precaution will deter any attempts, as well as reassuring all participants. On a side note, please do not use your phone during the tournament. This has been a rule for physical tournaments all along, and it is not any different for online tournaments. Players caught using their phone during a match is considered an infraction. First infraction, you get a warning. Second infraction, you get disqualified.
We meet again.
Yes, but this time it will be a different fight.
Oh! Guard! Overdriga! Please don't heal, please don't heal, please don't heal!
And the championship goes to Chris!
Okay, yeah, that was a good fight. Thank you for the game.
That match was so close. Thank you so much for the game as well.
So Judge, when will this game be uploaded to the official Bushiroad YouTube channel? I want to show my friends like the epic fight I just had with Chris.
Oh yeah, I want to show my friends too.
Because one of you used a playmat with a yellow rat and a blue turtle.
Actually, it's closer to a tortoise than a turtle.
As we can't show merchandise that isn't from Bushiroad, we can't upload the match. During our last tournament, there were a number of exciting matches that we think players would love to watch. However, because unofficial merchandise were used, we couldn't upload the videos. Non-official Bushiroad merchandise are not allowed in tournaments. This includes card sleeves, playmats, and any other objects appearing in your video. Dragon Shield and Ultra Pro generic sleeves with no art are allowed. If you do not have an official Bushiroad playmat, you can buy one at our Bushiroad online store. You can find the link in the description box below. We have a lot of beautiful card sleeves and deck boxes, all of which are allowed in the tournament. And from now till December 10th, if you use my code, you'll get 5% discount, 5, for all TCG related products. Use the code BROTHER2021. That's brother, not brother. BROTER 2021. While stocks last. Okay, fine. You can also flip over your playmat and play on it.
Hi everyone! So in order to distinguish between offline and online tournaments, we have rebranded it to Bushiroad Rumble Online, BRO or BRO for short.
That's right. If this is your first time participating, we've created a video with some rules and do's and don'ts to take note of.
We've also included some links to useful videos such as how to shuffle and how to prepare for a remote fight. And the links to all these videos will be available in the description box below.
That's right. Please do take a look at the tournament page where there will be more detailed rules and information.
Alright, thank you!
Hope you guys have fun. See you there. Bye.
See you there! Bye bye! See you there, bro! Bro.
That's all we have for today's video, and I really hope you guys enjoyed it. During Bushiroad Springfest Online, we had a lot of players, both new and experienced veterans, come into some of their first online tournament experiences through Remote Fight, and we got to see some amazing narratives develop. Some people start new chapters in their competitive history, some people start playing competitively for the first time ever, and I can't wait to see how the stories and the narratives of these players will further develop throughout Bushiroad Rumble Online. In case you don't already know, I will actually be commentating all of the Vanguard stages for Bushiroad Rumble Online, so I can't wait to see you guys in the chat for the tournament.
This couch I got on sale, it was like very cheap and it's very good as well. So I recommend you guys to go and get it. Not only that, I have a lot of Bushiroad posters. I love Bushiroad games. Oh my god, I'm so happy.
Hi, I'm Kalen Fallon. I'm the BSFO Vanguard Overdress winner for Europe. And the deck I used was Bruce. Lovely Bruce. Preparing for BSFO was mostly to do in a small friend group, because the fun thing about Standard at the time was the lack thereof, not based because of the format, but lack thereof matchups to learn against. And it takes less time to really develop and understand, hey, so in this I'm going to do this, and in this I'm not going to do this, which makes it feel a lot more like free and less diverse than what the other formats hold at the moment. Prior to BSFO, I've been playing in BCSs and team leagues since 2015, and in 2019 I got an invite to a World Finals for V Premium, and the continent that I normally play in is Europe. I love BCS. I am a huge fan of BCSs. Going out to events to meet people that you've, say, either known already or haven't seen in a while or only know via online. It's just that like whole community coming together that makes the Bushiroad events really satisfying and fun to go to. And generally just seeing all the different decks and different people just makes it just a lot of fun. Despite not being as community wholesome as BCSs, it's still incredibly fun, because you can still you still meet people like you'd never meet, because despite being stuck to your desk or the floor, you can meet anyone at any country. But like, so say you meet an American, you meet, this is in my case, an American, you meet someone in Australia, you'd never play against them like ever, or it's a lot more diverse. And honestly, it like kind of helps with the lack of in-person communication that is the only letdown I think of Remote Fight at the moment. And in between rounds, it means I can just go into a call with a bunch of friends, like mostly my local friends, and then we can talk about, hey, did you win? Did you lose? How did it go? My main advice is to try to broaden your player base. Obviously, this can range. To say, if you're in a small country, you can always try to go out to different locals, because that's something I like to do, because going to different locals means you meet more people, you meet different type of decks. It leads to, like, say you'd never go against this deck unless you went here. So running into different decks means that you just get a bigger broad of like what to do when you go into a competitive. Obviously, if you're not in a small country, that just changes to like trying out different discords, because that's just the easier way to at home or just in general just meet more people and then just have more fun, I guess. Anyway, good luck to everyone else participating in Bro 2021, and I hope to see you there too.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to BRO 2021 for Premium here in the EU stage. We're once again your casters, Chris and Ben, for this next round. How are you doing, Ben, looking into this next one?
Yeah, it's, we had an exciting game last time, and hopefully we'll have an exciting game coming up this round as well.
Yes, absolutely. And man, I saw the matchups. I saw the news. I read what they're saying about us in the papers. And there's some exciting things to see in this next one when it comes to the decks and the lineups and everything. But before we get into that, for you guys, make sure you use the hashtag BRO2021, just to like give us your thoughts, on the tournament, on everything that's going on, on your own run in the event or on the stream or anything you think. And we might just read out some of your takes on the stream as well. So make sure to hit up that hashtag on Twitter. Once again, hashtag BRO2021. So it's going to be a great time. But of course, we also have the standings for you guys for the round, so you can see how everyone is doing so far. And of course, we did promise you a certain matchup for this round as well, between a particular deck, so you can look forward to that. So of course, we're going to just give production a second to give us the standings here. But yeah, man, how do you feel going into this next one? Like seeing what is actually at the top? I'm personally mad excited.
Yeah, it's really cool because, like I said at the very beginning, there's such a small gap between what's tier 1 and what's tier 2 now that it wouldn't surprise me to see any other given deck win an event, barring one or two exceptions. And that's exactly what we're seeing. Like Oracle Think Tank, something that I had said was tier 1, Genesis, something that a lot of other people say is tier 1, they're not doing so hot. Whereas some decks that people are like, oh, this deck doesn't exist anymore, like Dark Irregulars, that's doing pretty well.
Yeah, it is really, really hyped to see it. Just, these kind of like upsets, these unexpected takes, these unexpected decks to come out on top all of a sudden. And, the story is going to definitely continue into this next round, as we're going to be featuring two players that are in pretty good standing-wise. I believe they are both undefeated so far, which makes me very proud considering who one of these players is. So yeah, we're gonna have to wait just a second to see the standings for you guys in just a little bit. And of course, thank you to everyone on Twitter, making noise about BRO 2021, discussing all of the players and everything else. So it's gonna be a good time, for everyone involved here today. But man, there's still a lot of people to root for as well, right? There's quite a few like favorites. But I really hope that we can see, some people that are having their first ever tournament experience maybe come out on top as well. Because I saw some people, in the community discords talking about like, oh, this is actually my first ever premium tournament in my life. Like they haven't played in the premium locals before, in a premium like any other like online event. Just straight up start out with BRO, which is a really cool experience, right? To take that first step, it's a pretty brave first step to have your first event be BRO. But again, that just, goes to show that these events are open to everyone. And even if you don't do so hot, you make some friends, get some nice experiences, get some nice memories of the event itself. So we definitely do recommend it. And, also, don't forget, you can still sign up to V Premium too.
Yeah, seeing all I'm hopping between discords in between games and seeing the groups of communities come together like, yeah, you got this, man, or like, I've lost my round 2. It's like, no worries, you can come back. And like, people that are on opposite sides of the planet from each other are still talking about the same experience. I think that's really cool.
Yeah, exactly. And here we go. Standings are updated here. Maxime and Derek here sharing the top 2 spots of both players, representing the WCC team here. We have Christopher in 3rd, still doing super hot. And Ilya, we were talking about him earlier, is 4th. Mm-hmm. And Daniel here, Mr. Daniel, some of you might know this man. Daniel N from the UK is currently 5th undefeated with Dimension Police, which is pretty exciting. Then, of course, we have Alexandros and Cameron also undefeated, and Benjamin as well here in the top 8. But of course, there's still more undefeated players that we can take a look at between the 9th and 16th spots in the standings, so we can also see how they are doing. So we have Toby Jones. We saw him earlier in round 1, still undefeated. And Ben, who else stands out for you here from these names?
One of the big names I want to shout out is Karan Patel, NA player who's staying up to play in Europe. He's repping Luard, his favorite deck of all time, doing really well. We've got Remy Q, playing Tachikaze, still doing pretty well as well. Again, undefeated. We're starting to reach like almost. We're nearing the halfway point of the tournament. So people who are exos are starting to maybe drop a game or two. We're starting to sort of weed out maybe the really stronger competitors. So the fact that these people are all still like 3-0 going into round 3 is definitely a good sign.
Yes, absolutely. So those are your standings, guys. And of course, now it's time to slowly get into the match and see who we're going to be showing you guys for round 4. Man, I'm so excited. Just the thought of this next match has me hyped. And also the thought that, at the end of today, right, the top 8 players that make it to tomorrow, they have a whole day, like if they're not playing in NA, to just like sit and think, like study the rest of the bracket. They know the bracket, they know the matchups and who they're playing against. And they can go like, okay, so this will be my first opponent, study their deck list, prepare for who they might face in top 4. Like, man, like this, the tournament hype, like even if you're doing this from home, that like the nerves and the cold sweat and everything going into these events, it does not change whatsoever.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, like we said, it's going to be a very exciting match coming up. Daniel N playing Dimension Police versus Raphael playing Murakumo. Definitely not a pairing I would have expected to see in this tournament, but I think we've got the deck list ready, so we're just going to jump straight into it.
All right, let's get into it. Let me take this one away, boys. So, this is card for card, the same list as I'm running, I believe. So Daniel, and here he is running the Die Liner Premium. So Die Liner is known for essentially just giving shield to all of your grade 3s. And of course, there is a pretty good stride as well, Geomaglass, that gives even more shield to your grade 3s and lets them intercept. So whatever you call down, you can also trade away for shield. On top of that, the new addition of the Die Kaiser from the Clan Collection, it gives you the option to have extra pressure on your opponent, have extra pressure to force them to rethink how they're going to guard, especially the Geomaglass turn where they just kind of like PG and forget about everything else. Suddenly, it's not that easy anymore. On top of that, the die prop adds something amazing to this deck as well, being able to, like, if you ride it and put a grade 3 normal unit from your hand back to the bottom deck, you can draw 2 extra cards, which gives you so much of just that early plussing that you need to build up a hand to survive any kind of early onslaught. And the Gel Sludge here, there's the grade 2 promo that we received recently, which lets you also, again, just tell your opponent, hey, Counterblast. If you don't, I'm gonna draw cards. And if your opponent doesn't have any Counterblast, well, that's free cards that you're getting for just a Soul Blast. And if your opponent's grade 3, you also get to minus their Vanguard's power. Like, this is the deck that I've been playtesting, so spoilers, if you run into me on the NA tournament, this is the exact list that I'll be playing as well. But of course, we may be matching on the main deck, so there's still a G-Zone to take a look at. So let's take a look at Daniel's G-Zone list. And, ooh, I'm liking it. I'm liking it. There are some differences here. And let me just explain, right? Gel Sludge, Geomaglass is the kind of like optimal first strike to go into. It lets you call 2 cards from the top of your deck, which is insane advantage in Dimension Police. We have very few cards that let you do that. And on top of that, he gets extra crit, forcing your opponent to perfect guard, which is where the Die Kaiser becomes more of a pressure point. And of course, just scaling up the shield of all of your cards. The X Gallop is one of your main win cons, being able to attack with tremendous power, over 100k sometimes, with a restand, using cards like Dizoras to pump up your drive checks to potentially 6. And then be able to restand with another 2 is just super great. Runs a Progenitor that gives you the option to just, your opponent doesn't give you any damage. That's fine. Let's make strides free for the rest of the game, because then you have to discard your grade 3s that are your tankiest shields. Dark is a great finisher. Die Kaiser Leon is a great option to go into when you are sitting on the Die Kaiser on the Vanguard Circle. Just, I could gush about this deck forever, honestly, so y'all better stop me. Let's take a look at his opponent's deck list for Murakumo. And Ben, I'll let you dig into this one because I think I've been hogging the spotlight with DP. I'm just out here smiling like a clown. Like, I'm so happy we can finally show off DP on a live stream.
Yep, so here we see Raphael's Murakumo deck list. We were saying earlier how when you say Murakumo, now that the Nue Dio Hyuga deck is gone, what else do people play? And everyone's like, oh, Shiriki's probably right. No, we've got Raphael here going, I'm going to go with Yasui, go straight into it. And like you were saying before with Narukami, this is very, very similar to just a V deck with some G cards thrown in. In fact, I think the only G card in here is Dual Weapon, which is very good for consistency and extension. But talking about the Yasui line, I think the great thing is that compared to other Murakumo decks, it has great players going first and second. Going first, you've got the standard Yasui into Tenma line with a re-ride, and then going second, you have your Shadow Stitch plays and your Stride lines, all the while being able to plus really effectively because the deck can clone itself and just dig for pieces, while also filtering to be more likely to hit triggers. And as I said before the break, he's playing crit sentinels, so he's just going full send, saying like, I don't need to defend, I'm just going to draw a bunch of cards and whack you really, really hard. Some interesting choices here, like, one of the new cards that just came out for Clan Collection is a Stealth Fiend Flight Sickle, which has a lot of really cool interaction and synergy with the old Murakumo cards. But I think between him not playing that and him playing the old Grade 0 heals means that he probably didn't receive his Clan Collection in time, which is really unfortunate. But the fact that he's still EXO at this point just goes to show that, it's not about just the tools you have, it's about how you use them.
Exactly right, which is goes to show that while there have been delays as a result of the current things happening in the world, these players are still able to give it their all and show their best in these tournaments. I'm very excited. There's a lot of things to think about in this deck list, but of course we still have the G Zone to take a look at and see what is he actually running here. So Ben, dig into this one here.
Yeah, it's a super varied lineup. You've got the Shibaraku Victor, which is standard Shadow Stitch Stride. I think you kind of need that when you're playing into the Yasui line. You're trying to be less about just bash people's face in and more, do you guard this, do you not guard this, making them have that sort of quote-unquote incorrect decision, as it were. You've got the 4 Goma, that's your main source of pressure. Recycles units, calls a guy for free, maybe gives crit and 5k if he needs it. And then you have Yasui Tenma, who's the main win con, which when your opponent's on 5 damage, this basically says, each counterblast I have means you need to guard an attack. So, one of the weird things about Murakumo is that going from G to V, it completely had to paradigm shift its game plan. The way the clan was designed, the way its cards were designed. G Murakumo and V Murakumo were basically 2 completely different decks. And so, seeing them slowly coming back to resolve into one deck here is really interesting. How does the V pieces interact with your G strides? We just said Fiend Sickle versus Tenma or Goma is an interesting line. He's not playing any of the other G pieces beyond Dual Weapon, and at the same time, his G Zone doesn't care as much about Shadow Stitch on his rear guards as some of the other Legacy clan decks. So there's a lot of flexibility and versatility he has options to. It's a lot of tempo. I don't really see much ways for him to just straight up win the game outside of Tenma, which when you look at the big decks like Grand Blue, they have Bad Bounty, they have Obadiah, Shadow Paladin has Morfessa, Narukami Stunverse. There's no big haymaker in this deck here. I think what we're going to see as we go into this game is going to be a lot more, marginal advantages in plays.
Yep, that is right. So we can see here, Raphael's actually going to be going first, which is pretty good for him as well. He gets to search for the Yasuya here as well. So of course, this deck is still built on Yasuya. As you said, he plays a lot of the V era pieces. And I'm curious to see how is it going to play out? How important is it for this deck to ride up? How important is it to give up stride? What can it do during the Grade 2 turns? When we see a deck like this, just show up during, just unexpectedly, you suddenly want to see every little bit of the action. What's the game plan? What's the approach to actually winning?
Yeah, what's really interesting is we talk about going first, going second, Grade 2 gaming, stride denial, and here's one matchup where it literally doesn't matter, right? Because Yasui wants to go first so it can do its Yasui Tenma re-ride, multi-attack shenanigans early, and Dimension Police doesn't really care because if it goes first, it'll just die liner you with crit and guard pressure, and if it goes second, it'll just stride and do things at you. So at this point, it's just a case of, does Daniel's big fist of justice, is that going to be able to break through Raphael's sneaky shadow play tactics?
That is right. That is a great way to put it. Going right into the dual weapons. So here for Raphael, they have a lot to consider in terms of their board setup, right? You need to find those Yasuyas. I think they searched out a Tenma earlier, if I'm not mistaken. So they have to find the original Yasuya and manage to do it here. So that's excellent. I want to also just mention for Daniel here, not seeing the die prop early does take away a lot of that early game potential, right? Opening up die prop is huge in just getting more card draw for yourself. And of course, denying damage is good, but we don't see much in Raphael's list that you would damage the knife for in the early game, in my opinion.
No, it's just the Yasui re-ride.
Exactly. So for the time being, this was potentially a missed damage that could add pressure. One important thing to note is that next turn, if Daniel rides a Gale Sludge and there's 0 damage, that means that he gets to Soul Blast 1 for free draw.
Yeah, that could maybe have been what he was planning, just find the advantage. Like you said, the damage early on is really great because Daniel's going to be riding Force 2, he's going to be having crit pressure on pretty much every single attack he does. But the other big problem here, as we see, as Raphael pushes up the attacker, is that being a 6k body on the Laurel is going to be a lot harder for him to deal with. And I think Raphael could have really, abused his number here.
Absolutely, but does find a crit off the top. That's one of those crit sentinels we talked about. There's Diarm, a card I didn't even get to talk about too much. I'm not sure how big Diarm will be in this matchup, though. Diarm is a card that when you call it, lets you give 3 of your front row units plus 30,000 power if your opponent has 10 or more cards in their hand. But of course, this card has been very good in the current format because it's been the slower format, and a lot of decks have time to farm. But this... I'm not sure, does Yasuya farm up that much of a hand? We're going to find out. Goes
Well,
into
it's
the
the Nudo
Didumper.
combo, right? You can clone multiple Nudos, draw multiple cards every turn. So I think there's definitely room for that to happen. Yeah, as you said, he doesn't have the Gel Sludge on turn 2, so he loses a bit of plussing there, but his hand's still fairly healthy. He's not in a bad situation. And unlike Yasui, which does need Counterblast to do its big plays, the only thing that Dimension Police is really spending its Counterblast on early is that Die Liner Search, which it doesn't really need either.
Especially now going second, you're just gonna ride up and go into the Gel Sludge here. Not the Gel Sludge, the Geomaglass. And so that will basically let you just pressure them with the bonus crit. And, depending on how many grade 3s are going to be on the field, that could be a way to deny all of their damage. Just swing with that and pass, or just swinging to rear guards after that. The most important thing is for Daniel not to get rushed down, but luckily, the Die Dumper here will help with that, as he already enables the Die Liner skill early in giving all of your grade 3s 10k shield at this moment already, which is very, very huge here.
It's definitely needed against this Aryu line of play because, like I said, Yasui is really good at rushing early, between the re-ride, between the 19k twins just coming out for one counterblast is insane. He goes for a Heal Guardian. It's definitely going to help.
Right, plus 10k for this entire turn now, which will definitely fend off a lot of these attacks. And on top of that, that was a pretty tanky heal because of the bonus 10k shield. It's going to drop a stride crit here, probably revealing that he has multiples in hand, since that's usually the optimal stride fodder that you use because your grade 3s are much higher shield power. All right, we're going to see a critical trigger here. Going to be put onto the Axle Circle that is still standing for the time being. And that's going to be just 2 drive checks, as there is no striding and no multi-attacks at the time being without that Counterblast. And, unfortunately for Fele, they did not see a Heal Guardian that they could have called down to potentially push themselves some damage.
Yeah, so he did have the 10 as you see, so he's going to go for the Rewrite, which doesn't cost Counterblast. So he was just denying the clone effect from the Yasui base.
Yes.
There's still a lot of pressure coming out here. The main thing about the rewrite is that he doesn't get to rewrite back down to 2, so Daniel's definitely going to stride next turn. So I think at this point, Raphael just wants to build as much advantage as he can, and that's why not having the counterblast was really important, because it means that he wasn't able to go fetch his Nudos to draw multiple cards. Instead, he's had to call both Arrows from hand, because he didn't have counterblast to clone them, and at this point, he's just going with 19s and just hoping that by burning these cards from hand, he's burning just as many cards from Daniel's hand, which would theoretically mean that Daniel's big, first Geomaglass turn might not be as threatening, is the hope.
Yes, absolutely here. So that will not deal damage if I'm mistaken, because of course Daniel is on a 20k base. And so I think the Yasuya Tenma here will not hit.
Yeah, he was just chasing for the 1 drive. But as you saw, like I said, Daniel did guard with 2 crit strides, which is not a big deal because he's playing a huge critical mass of grade 3s, so he's definitely going to be able to stride. But it's burning that shield early is, a really going to be looking for Raphael, because I think you'll probably agree, the big problem with Dimension Police is that outside of Geomaglass calling 2 and X-Gallop getting a bunch of drives, the deck doesn't actually have that much plussing. It just relies on the fact that it's what few cards it has guards for a lot of value.
Yeah, so you're very reliant on opening die prop for that reason, and the Gel Sludge helps you to still draw cards. It's more of a cycle because it's basically call a card to draw a card. But there we go, we're gonna see it come down here. So Soul Blasting 1, as the opponent does not have any damage, you will be able to draw a card. But the opponent now has the choice to Soul Blast 1, and if they do not, their Vanguard loses 5,000 power for the whole turn, which is pretty strong. So let's pop that up for you guys so you can see what we're talking about here. So this beautiful little toxic monster over here It looks like Rafaela will be looking through their Soul and choosing to Soul Blast to not lose that debuff, because it can be pretty big, especially if you're going into like a multi-attack. Keep in mind that, of course, with the Geomaglass, you are able to go through many attacks. And I like this as well. The Grand Wisdom is able to countercharge and also go to the Soul at the end of the turn after it has attacked the Vanguard and gain some power, which is also excellent in enabling this multi-attack, because even if you overcall it from the effect of the Geomaglass, you are still able to get that countercharge off, which is really, really important in having that super explosive finishing turn.
Yeah, we can see here that Daniel only has 3 cards in hand compared to Raphael's like 7 or 8. So he's down the advantage line. So he's taking this game really slow, just applying the bare minimum amount of pressure he needs, starving Raphael of resources, and waiting till he gets to the point where, okay, I have this massive X Gallop with like 3 crits, and you're just gonna die to it because you can't guard it. Which I think is, I'm quite on board with that game plan, especially considering that Yasui is normally a deck that prides itself on its multiple smaller attacks. So, Raphael can say to Daniel, okay, yeah, your grade 3s can do like 30k shield, I don't care, I just need you to give up 10k shield 10 times, which might be hard for Daniel to do otherwise.
Exactly. That's 100% the true case here. Calling 2 grade 3s, and this is very nice because as Rafaela has not taken any damage so far, this means that this Geomaglass now has base 2 crit from the Force 2, and it gains an additional extra critical for every grade 3 rearguard you have as well. So this is a 4 crit Geomaglass that, unfortunately, no guarding means if your opponent checks 2 crits from their 3 drive checks, that is going to be game. And on top of that, as he managed to put down the Daikaiser here, that means that this, if this attack is perfect guarded, then you might get pinged 1 damage.
Yeah, arguably he might just choose to perfect guard and just take the 1 ping anyway, just to make Daniel use up some more resources. But as we've said, he's not playing perfect guards, he's playing crit sentinels.
That is true, but it's still a sentinel, and the sentinel effect will still apply. All right, so a G-guard will come through, as it's still a total of 1 sentinel. But of course, it's also a question of whether Daniel will commit to the Daikaiser effect, because it is an extra counterblast that you are sinking in. Could have been used for something else. Even though you're countercharging at the end of this turn, still be used for a Daisaurus. And keep in mind, speaking of Daisaurus, he had to ride into it for the turn, so he doesn't have that default 10k shield from Dieliner. So his hand will actually be a bit weaker than it normally would be with a usual ride pattern.
Yeah, but consequently, because Raphael's playing crit sentinels, he doesn't have that, quote unquote, easy answer to like 100k X Gallop either. So the fact that he's had to like drop, G Guard and crit sentinel for this attack, it's definitely putting a bit more pressure on him than it would have otherwise. So we'll see how this turns out. But I think at this point, he's trying to take the defensive line. I don't think Daniel is using Daikaiser. Yeah, he's choosing not to. So at this point, he's just gonna maybe wipe the rest of his board, potentially, or maybe just go for a few attacks. Yeah, there you go. Attacking the rear guard, just making sure Raphael just runs out of options. And he actually passes, doesn't even attack, doesn't want to give him any damage at all.
I agree with that, because I think that you cannot risk, especially with, in the battle of the unknown. I'm sure for a lot of the players here, this is not the kind of deck that they've playtested against. This is not the kind of deck they're used to facing. And when there's the fear of the unknown, you might as well just play it as safe as possible in order not to be taken aback by some of the plays that might come out here.
Yeah, that's totally fair. Unfortunately, though, most of the good strides for Murakumo don't actually cost Counterblast. Genma costs Soul Blast. Shibaraku Victor costs Soul Blast. So the only thing that he actually needs to counterblast for is his Tenma turns, and realistically, he wants to keep all 5 of his damage open for the big Tenma combo.
Exactly, so now using the Takehime just to keep kind of like filtering out more and more and more attackers to go through, and you also have the Shadow Stitch effect from the dual weapon that can actually extend those attacks even more. So it goes into the Yasuya Genma here. Alright, he's gonna choose, so he can choose the copy, which is kind of a standard play, let's just say, for Murakumo.
And the really brutal part here is that he's copying Tenma, which obviously has the effect that rearguard effect that when it finishes attacking, it returns to the deck to snipe one of your opponent's rearguards. So that Daikaiser that would have otherwise provided the pressure on the Sentinel.
Yep, that is right. That is right. So at this point, though, he does have the GB3 active as well, which is also great because he G-guarded last turn in order to set up for this, and now is able to, just flip the Genma copy face up, and now he basically has the bonus effect of the Shadow Stitch.
Yeah, which is going to provide him a lot of pressure on his rear guards. Like, as we said, he's playing crit sentinels, so his Vanguard already has a lot of crit pressure. And then by providing the rear guards, the extra crit pressure and power there, it's just going to make it even harder. Heat End Scroll coming down to make another Tenma. So his entire, at this point, Dan's entire board is going to go away, which is definitely not great for him.
Yep, exactly. Like, this is pretty X, especially because now you have the Intercept live as well. So you need to just, any chance you have, intercept away your grade 3s, make sure to use that extra 10k shield that you are given for this turn right now, that thanks to that Geomaglas being face up. And so we'll see how he can make use of it here.
Yeah. But again, at the same time, like I said earlier, none of Murakumo's strides are inherently wow, haymaker. Sure, he cloned a Yasui Tenma, which is cool, and he can give 2 of his rear guards 5k and a crit, but it's not quite the same scale as Morfessa. So at the same time, provided no shenanigans comes out, Dan's hand is 7 cards, it's not 6 cards. He's
That's
not
not great at all, yeah. All right, we're going to see 2 blanks and 3 blank checks here. That's going to be just 1 damage coming out for Daniel in this case. Yep. Just going to be the 1 damage. A Laurel. He just drive checked 2 Laurels earlier when you rode one. So that is the last one hitting the damage zone there. But 3 damage. One thing you have to keep in mind against the Mission Police is every single CV you give them is more scaling, is more fear that you're going to have to deal with. And you have to be careful about that. But of course, now for Daniel, he needs to be very aware of the fact that this Shadow Stitch GB3 is active. Anytime that he, is able to guard.
Well, it's only actually for attacks.
Just for the Vanguard, yeah.
Yeah, so by taking the Goma, he's denied that Shadow Stitch altogether.
Yeah.
Which is really interesting, because there was the risk of Raphael getting a few crits, but I think he was willing to take that risk because, like you said, he really wants that counterblast to scale. So even if Raphael had gotten 1 crit and he was on 4 damage, for Daniel, 4 damage is great. He can play with 4 damage.
That's right. Here we see that returning the grade 3s back to the deck really does hurt right now. Daniel, 3 damage to 0. Of course, for Dimension Police, it's no fear to take the opponent from 0 to 6. That is the power that they hold, especially with all those Laurels in hand. But he doesn't really have the hand to commit a Laurel either, right? He wants to find Dizauruses. He wants to commit those to the board, and another damage check comes through. That is going to be the turn here. Unless, of course, he's able to...
I think that Tenma's meant to go back to his hand because he cloned it with Genma, am I right?
I believe so. Although that might have been he might have called the second one in that case.
I think the second one came from Heat End Scroll.
So then I think they will be resolving that in that case here at the end of this turn. Just checking their effect as well.
Yeah, they're just checking that now, I think.
Yep, so it's not too late for these kind of checks. So they're just making sure which card goes where. So Daniel now, back to his turn. Does he have a Dialiner or a rewrite? And even if he does, is it worth to commit at this point? Because that is a -1 card from hand that you might need to be guarding with. And if he goes into X-Gallop here, you can still flip up more Geomaglases and be able to buff up all of those grade 3s in his hand. Sure, the Guardians will be smaller than they otherwise would be, but is it worth losing that 1 card from hand for it? We're going to find out.
Again, as you said before, the other important thing is that by playing Crit Sentinels rather than PGs, Raphael is going to have a much harder time guarding these massive, massive swings.
That is right. That is absolutely right. And Daniel, what is the choice here? What is he considering? I feel like it has to be in X-Gallop, but the thing is with the X-Gallop is that there is a chance that your opponent will just take that first attack if you don't commit a Laurel. But even if you do, that's just 3 damage. And he's discarding the Dialiner, knowing that he could have rerode that, but he's going to choose to forego that for this game, going into the X-Gallop here. This X-Gallop will be potentially what will close the gap in this matchup right now. Because so far, Raffaele, they have been completely controlling the pace of the game as it seems. So X-Gallop will, of course, help to push up these numbers. He's committing the Laurels. X-Gallop, of course, lets you get additional drive checks if his power is 40,000 or greater. And if it's 80,000 or greater, then he also restands but loses 4 drives. Ooh, calling down as much as the perfect guard. And looks like he will use the Soul Blast 1 from the die prop first to give the Vanguard plus 5,000 power for every force marker on the Vanguard
I
circle.
think that Perfect Guard is the one that bounces itself back anyway, though, right? So it's not as
From the drop
brutal as
zone.
it could be. Oh, from
the
drop zone.
though.
Okay, right. So that's a really risky play then.
It is indeed. So
So
he
goes
might
for Laurel.
overcall it. If he has double Dizoris in hand, he can just overcall both of them and have a 6 drive check X Gallop here and then be able to still get that PG back to hand. So that is a great trade in that sense. And committing this Laurel here as well is very important because now this Gallop is coming in with 3 critical.
Yeah, I think we're just getting confirmation here that the Goma that he put into the drop zone, he was for its effect, so he was unable to bounce it. That's what it was.
All right, so here we go. The double buffed X Gallop coming in. So, of course, he had 3 of the Geomagluses face up. Heal trigger is very huge here. He can add this power even more to the Vanguard to make this be something that has to be guarded somehow by Raffaele, because if they do not run perfect guards, which is information that Daniel has access to, he'll be able to just push through here. So we see a grade 3 check. Only 1 trigger came out through all of those checks, but a heal trigger might be the best thing you can get. We see that's 1 critical so far coming through for Raffaele. And is there one more? There's not. So just plus 10k to the Vanguard against this enormous X Gallop coming in with 3 damage. You take this, you lose. You have to guard. There are no drive checks. So if you are able to just guard up to the number that the X Gallop is at, let's actually try to count, right? So it was a 28. By default, went up to 33 and then had 2 face-up Gs at the time. So that was 53. So 106 plus the 10 from flipping up the last Geomaglas, so 116,000 power, so 126 with that heal trigger being committed here. If you're choosing to hard guard that, yeah, that overtrigger is going to have to go, buddy. That overtrigger is going to have to go. Put those G guards down. That whole hand is going to be melted through in this one turn if you do not have perfect guards.
Yeah, what's really interesting here is that he's doing this count, trying to get his effects off. The thing as you mentioned before, he didn't co-ballers his PG. In fact, calling it from hand, and so he only had 2 cards in hand before his drive checks. So, and one of which we saw was the heal. So we know, and 3 other blanks. So we know at this point now, if Daniel doesn't win here, he's in a bit of a tricky situation because sure, there's a bunch of face-up Geomaglasses, but he's probably gonna have to deal with 6, maybe 7 attacks when it comes into the not the Goma, the Goma turn. Whenever anything doesn't hit, he just keeps going. So it's gonna see can he even survive this first of all? There was also always the chance of just going, well, you're on 3, I'm on 3, I can just take this 3 damage and I've got 3 chances to heal, maybe question mark. But the fact that we saw him G-Guard from hand means that he's probably seen a lot of his heals already, 2 already in the drop zone having been used for G-Guards, so maybe he just didn't want to take that risk, which is also totally understandable.
That's right. So let's see how far can you take this right now. We have the 50k from the Overtrigger, 2 10k guards, so 70k. And then how much is this G guard at right now as we speak? I think it's the
it pulls from deck, so it's +5. It's the Shishizuki.
Oh yeah, so that's a 20k. So 50, 70, currently 90, so 112 at the moment, which is still hitting.
Defensive. Yeah, so he needs another 10, which he's
123. He needs 20k more shield. If it's 126, he needs 20k more shield to guard this X Gallop. Again, running critical sentinels gives you extra criticals, but it does put you in a pretty sticky situation. Yes, the 5k is actually enough here as well.
Yeah,
don't have to necessarily commit there as well. So managed to hold that off, which deserves praise. Of course, the hand has been melted. There's about 2 cards left there.
From 8 to 2, yeah, you always hate to see it. Which of course means that it's going to be a lot harder for him to get that 6-7 attack combo off now, because he has to stride. And of course, all the Murakumo strides do clone themselves, but they're not as effective as doing so. So you're probably looking at one of the Shibarakus here, either the Shibaraku Buster or the Shibaraku Victor.
Right, because I was looking at the Goma myself, and I was like, yeah, if you have a nice big board setup, this is very, very, just high pressure, especially with the axle markers. But as the way the hand's looking right now, this isn't Vanguard 0. We don't draw from striding, so I'm gonna have to manage to go into something that can fight on its own or be able to, I guess in the case of Goma, push out things from your G zone.
Yeah, the fact that he doesn't have any bodies on the board at all, I think we're probably going to be looking at Shibaraku Victor here. No, he goes straight for the Goma. Interesting.
Okay, so the Goma is able to push out Yasuyes from your G zone as rear guards. So quite literally summoning warriors from all kinds of dimensions of time to fight by your side. And then the Shadow Stitch effect will allow all of those units to get the effect that when one of your units finishes attacking a Vanguard, if it doesn't hit, you draw one, but then put something to the bottom of your deck so you can cycle through and find certain pieces. But of course, normally you would cycle through for PGs when you're playing as Dimension Please, but that's not really in his deck list here, so that's going to be a little bit dangerous, calling out the 2 Yasuye Genmas. Those will be fine attackers, but of course, they will not have any effects. They're just here to be 15,000 beat sticks.
Yeah, and I think it makes sense. Like I said, the Shibaraku Victor would have just made a board, but also wouldn't have had that much pressure either. The Shibaraku Buster would have cost him his hand for a few extra drive checks, which when you're throwing down 6 cards, one of which is a heal, 3 of which are 5k shields, there's potential to maybe have gone for a bit of a bigger push here, but he's instead just called down the rest of his hand. He's just going to go for it this turn.
Yep. So looks like it's a do or die for Raffaele here. Going to be swinging with the Goma. So of course there are no bonus effects outside of the one Shadow Stitch here from the dual weapon. So if it does not hit, but of course with Daniel being a 3, this could be... I'm wondering what the guard pattern is here, because when you're playing against the Shadow Stitch deck, it's specifically the guard pattern that will decide how much further their turn will go. And so is no guarding the Vanguard here the right play? There's no pressure from actually guarding this, so you might as well just guard this one and then try to take the dual weapon, but they're probably going to try to queue that up as the last attack. So
you have to remember the Benejishi though, which is that the booster, when your opponent's Sentinel is placed on guard during your Vanguard's attack, he gets to make another attacker. So if he PGs this, it's going to give him another attacker to deal with. So at the same time, if you're going to guard this, you have to hard guard it or risk having to put down another 20k shield later down the line.
That's right. So let's quickly look at Benejishi here as well. That's an excellent point, actually. Completely forgot about that. So that's... Again, do you risk taking this? Because again, open deck lists, they know that there are 8 criticals in the deck lineup of Raffaele. We have seen quite a few of them, to be fair, and it is always public information. You can always ask your opponent to go through the counts for you. But as it's, bit of a rainbow lineup, not entirely, but it's not a 12 crit lineup. Having to risk it all here might be worth it, but he's going to go for G-Guard.
Yeah, I think this is probably the safest line of play, because, like you were saying earlier, all of his attacks are really small, 15k on the Genmas on the rear, dual weapons, only 14 at the moment without any boosts. There's not really a lot that he can do, so hopefully by guarding this, he can maybe take one of the rear guard swings, maybe get defensive and just stave off the rest of the attacks. I think that's kind of what he's hoping for.
Yeah, so this is a very, very good choice, because it's not very often that you pass on a full board in Dimension Please. And keep in mind, Atlantis Dolphin can only work when you're being attacked by your opponent's Vanguard, right? And so in this instance, it does work, and it gets plus 5k shield for every single rearguard you have. And if you are over 30k shield or more, which he's at 35 right now, you get to countercharge 1 and soul charge 1. And of course, that soul can be very useful in multiple ways, whether it's the Gel Sludge, whether it's die props and things like that. And of course, Canal Blast is everything for Dimension Please right now. And this, I wonder if it's going to be enough. So this is currently 48.
So 3 to pass, yeah. We'll see if he wants to go. Nope, he's just letting it go. Oh, there's 1 crit.
All right, that's a blank and a blank.
Oh, he barely gets away off of that.
All right. So that was definitely an intense battle. Shadow Stitch will let him draw 1 and put 1 back. Okay.
And now he has to deal, like I said, Daniel has to worry about all these little pokes that only need 5k shield. But his hand has he's used this Heal Guardian, so we know that heal's gone. He's got at least 1 grade 3 in hand, which is currently 15k shield, which is going to be an overuse, maybe a waste, especially if he needs that to stride. So how is he going to guard the rest of these attacks? He probably wants to let the dual weapon hit because he doesn't want to give him the search.
That's right. But luckily here, he did drive check a grade 2 and a grade 1, so that's actually perfect for dealing with the pokes. So I think you want to take care of this Yasuye, guard it, and then take the dual weapon just to make sure you don't trigger any other effects. So let's see. But also the dual weapon, what is it even targeting right now? Because it can only target grade 1 and 3 rear guards. So that would just be the Benijishi, which I guess you can put on an Axle Circle, but that's just another small poke.
Right, but the small poke is exactly what you need, right? Daniel's already used the heal guard. He's taken the first Genma. He's guarding the second Genma probably for 5k shield. So down to 4 cards in hand. So if he lets the dual weapon hit, he doesn't have to do anything else. But if he guards the dual weapon, he goes down to 3 cards, then guards the Benijishi, go down to 2 cards. That's a much... I'm much more afraid of a 4-card DP hand than a 2-card DP hand.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So we see that was guarded. The Shadow Stitch effect of the Yasuya Stride does come into effect, and a dual weapon will swing, and Daniel knows that he can just take that. I think that might be the last die liner out.
Yeah, losing more grade 3s is definitely not great either, because, again, if he wants to go for a big Geomaglass swing, then that's less attackers you can pull out. It is, it's not a trigger, which is good for the X Gallop turn, but we'll see if he even goes for the re-ride, which I think he might need to. Nope, he's just going straight for the stride.
Okay, dropping the die arm, which does not do anything in this matchup. That's very excellent. And here we have currently 6 face-up G units. This might just be what takes it all. A Laurel on an X Gallop against an opponent doesn't run perfect guards. 6 face-up G units means he is currently from 28. He is already on 88 power, so he has already hit the threshold, and this Laurel will only make it worse. He's going to be resting the 4. So, of course, this is what, 176k power right now with 3 critical. I don't know, Rafaele, how you're going to be able to get out of this one. And he did rest the front row, which makes me want to believe that, we be committing some stuff. Oh, he's going for double Laurel! The double Laurel! He said this is even the final form. He's going all the way. Double power, try quadruple power, baby.
352,000 4 crit X Gallop.
Welcome to Premium Dimension Police, ladies and gentlemen. PGs never knew her. You don't run them, it's GG. Daniel's gonna run it through, can still flip one more G unit face up. The last Geomaglass going face up here in order to get another bit of a power up and swing in with a mighty strike of justice. Stand trigger, why not? Get the extra 5k on it. Another stand trigger. Why not? Stand the whole column while you're at it. Grade 2, grade 1. 4 damage, please. Alright, here we go. 2. That is going to be 6. Just like that, Rafael. They're going to shake on it. You love to see it. Daniel is going to take it all with a quadrupled X Gallop. What a game that was. I cannot believe, that's everything I could have asked for. That's everything I could have asked for in that matchup. It was
exactly what we wanted to see. Both Dexters got to perform their game plan. They got to execute, nothing went wrong. The only problem was, like I said, Murakumo just doesn't have that Haymaker, whereas Dimension Police is, 200% Haymaker. So it's kind of hard to win that fight if you're not tricky enough. And unfortunately, we just didn't see Raphael get to put together his pieces. And in hindsight, Daniel going for the damage deny, preventing Yasui from counterblast to get its pluses, clone all its pieces, get the Nudo combo going on. It really came back to reward him in the end.
Yep. Oh my god, I'm just so, I'm in love with what we just saw that turn. I couldn't be prouder as a Dimension Police main. I'm rooting, we're unbiased commentators here, but of course I'm rooting for all of the Dimension Police players at the tournament, simply because, this is the clan's time to shine. This is the one time that we are considered a threat because the meta slowed down, and if the meta slows down, there's more time to breathe. But of course, for Rafael, that was an amazing showing. He's still X1. They are still X1 with Yasuya, by the way. With Yasuya, and we got to see what makes that deck scary. And I think for any player that's not prepared for it, might be something a little bit frightening when you're going into the top tables. And what else do you have to say, just to round off that last match?
Yeah, I think it was a case of, like I said, when you don't know what you're playing against, it's better to be safe. And in the current premium environment, the chance of you not knowing what you're going up against is so much higher. If I was playing in this event and you told me, oh yeah, you're playing against Murakumo next round, I would have been like, wait, really?
What?
So the fact that Dan was able to keep his cool and be like, okay, I'm just gonna play it slow. I know that I have the guaranteed win in this excessively large X Gallop. I just need to keep calm and not die. And that's exactly what he did, and he just followed through on it really well.
Man, it really was from start to finish, denying the damage when you're not sure what the opponent's deck does, how much they can extend with every counterblast you give them, and then being able to them to 3, 1-star at 3. Let Mr. Laurel do his work, right? You know, we focus so much on like Dizoris and all these other tools that the deck has, but Daniel there was able to show just everything else that deck can do with just 2 solid cards there. So absolutely fantastic. I'm very, very impressed. But with that though, that's going to be it for round 4. I'll be stepping away now for the next couple of rounds. You're going to see JJ back in here as well. So it's been a pleasure casting. I'll be back for the later rounds. You guys enjoy the show and don't go anywhere. We have plenty more amazing premium games to show you. We'll see you soon.
Yo, my name is Cameron Stewart. I topped the V Premium in the AO region, and I was using my main deck, which is Night Rose. I mean, it was dope. It's super dope, super cool though. You know, I'm an online player, so I typically love playing in other regions, so it's nothing really unfamiliar to me, but super dope. So back then, you know, I've been at my card shop, which is Super Games. I also played in Visions tournaments. I think that was the really big one to me because I got to pretty much fight the meta like constantly. So I have like a server called Elemental Spectacles. It's like a team work with each other to improve our skills and everything like that. Test. So yeah, definitely those guys over there. Yeah, I participated in regionals before. It started V Premium. I'm from Atlanta, so I always go down to the Atlanta regionals they have over there. It was pretty nice. Definitely, you know, I loved getting the free promos and everything. You know, being with all those people. Definitely, you know, when you win or whatever, you lose, you always go back to your friend group that you with, and you talk about how everything went. I mean, it was pretty smooth. You know, I definitely like being in the comfort of my own home. You know, after the match, I could, you know, take a deep breath or something. You know, my opponent, you know, you don't really get to see, you know, your facial expressions or not. So, you know, if they hit the trigger or whatever, or you do like a 2 to pass, or, you know, like just to see if you're competent or not. You know, you don't really get to know that. But other than that, it was very smooth. You know, my team chat I was telling them about earlier, like I just always go in there and let them know, hey, what happened, what's up. It's kind of like, you know, how I do with my friend group, but this would be with my online group. You know, I let them know the results, how everything went, how the match went. You know, they would give me the encouragement, and you know, I would do vice versa. And it was just, that's kind of how it was. Yeah, so, you know, I like to go by 3 little tips. The first one, you know, make a winning image. You know, figure out like what the strongest thing you can do, the strongest push, finish, or whatever. That's what I say about winning image. 2, you make it as consistent as possible. Make sure that you can get it consistently and quickly. And 3, the last one, which is pretty much the toughest one, but you want to make sure you can pull it off before your opponent pulls theirs off, or if it's in the case where it's the same thing over and over again, you want to make sure that it's a balance all around. You don't want to have, for example, let's say a bashing turn. You don't want to persona ride, put everything you have into that one turn, and then your next turns be 15k, you know, 25k. You want to keep the gas on, and you know, practice. Make sure you practice a lot with your deck. You know, a lot of people like the net deck stuff before the tournament. There's nothing wrong, you know, with that, but you know, you won't know like I said, the 3 things: the win con, the consistency. You really won't know that in the build. Like, for example, like let's say someone took your list, right? DF, they didn't watch your video, they just took the list. Somebody put in the video, yo, DF dropped his Daikaiser, they took it. And then they go and force 1, riding Daikaiser, you know, like stuff like that. And then like, oh man, DP ain't it, bro. You don't even know all the stuff that went into the list. And then, so stuff like that, you know, you gotta just really, you know, make sure, you know, practice, plan for it. Make sure, you know, grind it out. The more you practice, you know, you'll run into different matchups if you try to get it last minute. Just because, you know, somebody said it was good, you know, practice with it, you might run into something. Be like, well, I didn't know this was a counter. I didn't know this or that about the deck. I didn't know if I had to keep him at 3 damage or whatnot, you know. So, you know, my best advice, you know, would help me was getting a friend group, you know, having somebody I could talk to, you know, vent to, discuss things with. You know, if you don't have that, I really would just, you know, like maybe go tell your parents or something, you know, tell somebody, hey, like, yo, I'm doing this event and I'm doing well, you know, because that encouragement from another person is just so much, you know. Being able to vent and get stuff off your chest to another person just does wonders, you know. It's not built up inside. So that's how I definitely would say, you know, getting advice, you know. Hopefully you find a group, you know, find somebody, you know. You have chords, there's a lot of YouTubers that have chords, you know. Get into the chords, be active, find somebody you can connect with, and just, you know, be like battle buddies, and you know, you can do all that stuff with. That's my advice. Yeah, get that champion mindset, man. Get that champion mindset and go do champion things.
Weiss Schwarz! Time to make your move, little sister.
Then I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad! Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster Pack, Advance of Intertwined Stars, coming soon! Bushiroad! Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Bob Sartre is with the new Arms card! Start deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Wow!
Now that Decklog is available, you can register your deck list for tournaments with ease. If you have not used Decklog before, no worries, we have a tutorial video. You can find both the links to Decklog and the tutorial in the description box. Now, due to the shenanigans from the last event, this time we will be introducing a new procedure into the tournament. We will be conducting spot checks by requesting a player in a room to show us that nobody is nearby to give them help, that there are no extra cards or suspicious items around. First, the players who will be checked are based on a highly scientific method employed by many entities and game designers all over the world. Hi Player 456, you have been chosen for a spot check through a fair and impartial system.
Oh, I've been selected? Okay. So first of all, this is my table, and as you can see, I'm playing Lyrical Monasterio. I love Lyrical Monasterio so much because the characters are so pretty and so cute. Okay, now I'll show you my room. So hi, this is the room that I usually play Vanguard in, and as you can see, there's no one else here but me.
Okay, good, thank you.
I'd like to show you Vanguard collection. I've been playing Vanguard ever since the first release, and I also have my showcase here. I have G Series, V Series, and Overdress.
Thank you
Not
for
only that, I
cooperating.
love Weiss Schwarz as well. I play Persona 5, and I have a lot of other collection over here, as you can see. Very nice, I know. Thank you.
Good to know we have such an enthusiastic fan. Anyway, there have not been any incidents where we found players cheating with external help. But we hope this extra layer of precaution will deter any attempts, as well as reassuring all participants. On a side note, please do not use your phone during the tournament. This has been a rule for physical tournaments all along, and it is not any different for online tournaments. Players caught using their phone during a match is considered an infraction. First infraction, you get a warning. Second infraction, you get disqualified.
We meet again.
Yes, but this time it will be a different fight.
Oh! Guard! Overlord! Please don't heal, please don't heal, please don't heal!
And the championship goes to Chris!
Okay, yeah, that was a good fight. Thank you for the game.
That match was so close. Thank you so much for the game as well.
So Judge, when will this game be uploaded to the official Bushiroad YouTube channel? I want to show my friends like the epic fight I just had with Chris.
Oh yeah, I want to show my friends too.
Because one of you used a playmat with a yellow red and a blue turtle.
Actually, it's closer to a tortoise than a turtle.
As we can't show merchandise that isn't from Bushiroad, we can't upload the match. During our last tournament, there were a number of exciting matches that we think players would love to watch. However, because unofficial merchandise were used, we couldn't upload the videos. Non-official Bushiroad merchandise are not allowed in tournaments. This includes card sleeves, playmats, and any other objects appearing in your video. Dragon Shield and Ultra Pro generic sleeves with no art are allowed. If you do not have an official Bushiroad playmat, You can buy one at our Bushiroad online store. You can find the link in the description box below. We have a lot of beautiful card sleeves and deck boxes, all of which are allowed in the tournament. And from now till December 10th, if you use my code, you'll get 5% discount, 5, for all TCG related products. Use the code BROTHER2021. That's brother, not brother. BROTER 2021. While stocks last. Okay, fine. You can also flip over your playmat and play on it.
Hi everyone! So in order to distinguish between offline and online tournaments, we have rebranded it to Bushiroad Rumble Online, BRO or Bro for short.
That's right. If this is your first time participating, we've created a video with some rules and do's and don'ts to take note of.
We've also included some links to useful videos such as how to shuffle and how to prepare for a remote fight. And the links to all these videos will be available in the description box below.
That's right. Please do take a look at the tournament page where there will be more detailed rules and information.
Alright, thank you!
Hope you guys have fun. See you there. Bye.
See you there! Bye bye! See you there, bro!
Bro.
Bro.
That's all we have for today's video, and I really hope you guys enjoyed it. During Bushiroad Springfest Online, we had a lot of players, both new and experienced veterans, come into some of their first online tournament experiences through Remote Fight, and we got to see some amazing narratives develop. Some people start new chapters in their competitive history, some people start playing competitively for the first time ever, and I can't wait to see how the stories and the narratives of these players will further develop throughout Bushiroad Rumble Online. In case you don't already know, I will actually be commentating all of the Vanguard stages for Bushiroad Rumble Online, so I can't wait to see you guys in the chat for the tournament.
This couch I got on sale, it was like very cheap and it's very good as well. So I recommend you guys to go and get it. Not only that, I have a lot of Bushiroad posters. I love Bushiroad games. Oh my god, I'm so happy.
Hi, I'm Kalen Fallon. I'm the BSFO Vanguard Overdress winner for Europe. And the deck I used was Bruce. Lovely Bruce. Preparing for BSFO was mostly to do in a small friend group, because the fun thing about Standard at the time was the lack thereof, not based because of the format, but lack thereof matchups to learn against. And it takes less time to really develop and understand, hey, so in this I'm going to do this, and in this I'm not going to do this, which makes it feel a lot more like free and less diverse than what the other formats hold at the moment. Prior to BSFO, I've been playing in BCSs and Team Leagues since 2015, and in 2019 I got an invite to a World Finals for V Premium, and the continent that I normally play in is Europe. I love BCS. I am a huge fan of BCSs. Going out to events to meet people that you've, say, either known already or haven't seen in a while or only know via online. It's just that like whole community coming together that makes the Bushiroad events really satisfying and fun to go to. And generally just seeing all the different decks and different people just makes it just a lot of fun. Despite not being as community wholesome as BCSs, it's still incredibly fun, because you can still you still meet people like you'd never meet, because despite being stuck to your desk or the floor, you can meet anyone at any country. But like, so say you meet an American, you meet this is in my case an American, you meet someone in Australia, you'd never play against them like ever, or it's a lot more diverse. And honestly, it like kind of helps with the lack of in-person communication that is the only letdown I think of Remote Fight at the moment. And in between rounds, it means I can just go into a call with a bunch of friends, like mostly my local friends, and then we can talk about, hey, did you win? Did you lose? How did it go? My main advice is to try to broaden your player base. Obviously, this can range. To say, if you're in a small country, you can always try to go out to different locals, because that's something I like to do, because going to different locals means you meet more people, you meet different type of decks. It leads to, like, say you'd never go against this deck unless you went here. So running into different decks means that you just get a bigger broad of like what to do when you go into a competitive. Obviously, if you're not in a small country, that just changes to like trying out different discords, because that's just the easier way to at home or
Welcome back, everyone, to the Bushiroad Rumble Online. My name is Ben, also known as Zisrel, and I'm joined here by JJ. How you doing, JJ?
How are we doing, everybody? Welcome back again. Good to see you again.
So we just had a really exciting round 4. We just got up. Any thoughts from you?
Can we get a glowing aura around the last one? DP just going further and further beyond, pushing their power to the breaking point.
It's super hype. Yeah.
370 something K power is nothing to sneeze at with multiple extra crits. Yeah, good luck guarding.
Yeah, and don't worry, the excitement's not there yet. We're getting our next round ready for you now. We're going to be looking at Hamish versus Kai. Everyone knows Kai, Mr. WCC. He's always on YouTube, always on stream, over around chill guy. And on the side of the table, we've got Hamish, well-known player from the UK, well-known for being a great nature main. Again, part of my group, so I'm going to try to be unbiased there. But let's have a quick look at their deck lists.
Alrighty.
So here we've got Kai's playing Tachikaze. I'm told that he's literally picked this deck up literally hours ago. He's only played with like a few handful of games with it, and he's already, doing pretty well on an X1 record, I think.
That is a very Kai thing to do. He oftentimes goes with just weird, interesting, quirky decks. He's like, I'll play this for a bit. It seems fun. And then he immediately starts like clobbering people with it. It's funny.
Yeah, so Tachikaze is a really fun deck. I played it back at 2019 Worlds as a joke, back when the deck was still not as quote-unquote polished. But with Clan Collection, we've definitely seen the deck evolve a bit more. Also with VBT 12, new bits and pieces. And so, especially with the ban lists, people are looking for other like hidden contenders, like what else could have been rogue, what else could have been good. And I think Tachikaze is something that a lot of people have discovered on. It's like, this has potential. Let's see what we can do with this. And so loads of different people have optimized the deck in their own ways. And Kai's list is very different to the other ones I've seen. So let's have a quick look. He's not playing Gaia. He's not playing Anger Blader. He's playing Spino Driver.
Exactly. It came out from the new Clan Collection, and I'm really happy to see a lot of people already trying to make this deck work. And Kai is already on it. So he's playing 4 copies of those, and he's also playing 1 copies of Terrazino. So it's only a 5... No, and also 2 more copies of a Ravage Mercenary.
Mercenary is a very well-known card amongst Tachikaze mains for being a very big guy, but if any deck can make it work, it's definitely this one. The rest of his deck is pretty standard. You've got the Blue Spirits, you've got the Dilopha Pyros, Legiodons, Mega Rexes, just your generic gauge multi-attack sort of lineup. But let's take a look at his G-Zone, where this deck really shines. So of course, anyone who knows Tachikaze will know Gluttony Neberos is the big card of the deck. 6 drive checks, easy Vanguard restand, massive power. There's not a lot to say, it just gets the job done.
Oh, it does. And it also has an additional effect in the G-Zone, which allows you to take a card from your deck and equip it to one of your units and make it engorged. You have very few units in a deck that actually ever gets engorged anymore, but still, that's really, really good. At least being able to give more targets to your Regiodon to be able to Superior Call or to your Blue Spirit. So I welcome the addition.
Yeah, the rest of his G-Zone is pretty straightforward. The pair of Dynast, pair of Devastate, we see that everywhere. Good G-Guard lineup. I think the deck's a very one that tries to end games fast. Because the thing you have to remember is that with gauging, with 6 drives, honestly, Tachikaze's biggest weakness is decking out. So I think the question is, can he end the game before that happens?
Because in 3 or 4 turns, it'll have issues of being able to not have any cards left over, because it has the same issues as Gavriel, for example, the old rescue check variation of Gavriel. In 2 or 3 stride turns, it was almost on 7-6 cards left in the deck, and this probably might happen as well. So it's a race against yourself and also against your opponent too.
Yep, and speaking of his opponent, let's take a look at Hamish. So like I said, Hamish Norton is quite a notorious name in the UK community for being a very good optimizer of Great Nature. And we see here he's playing Big Belly.
The Big Belly variant focuses around talented rhinos. There is also the Isabel variant that also focuses around it too. But the Big Belly makes sure that it has a whole lot of tools to make talented rhino a very, very dangerous threat.
Yeah, we were saying about how in the previous game with Murakumo versus Dimension Police, one of the things you really need in this premium environment is a big haymaker. And fortunately for Great Nature, they've got 2 big haymakers in the deck in the form of Talented Rhino and Crayon Tiger.
Yep, of course, because with Crayon Tiger being also reprinted in the last premium collection, so hopefully you guys have picked them up too as well. You also have access to being able to restand one of your rear guards, give it 4k, you draw a card, and he retires himself. You could say that's kind of a detriment, but if you're playing cards like Mikisaburo, that allows you to search for your other copies of Grade 3s out of your deck, your extra Beat Bellies if you want to go into a Progenitor or a Zoa to close out the game, or to search for another talented Rhinos, you have a lot of tools to access your deck.
Yeah, one interesting thing I want to highlight here is that in most of the lists I've seen him testing, he's been running an old G card called Label Pangolin, which gives you countercharge and soul charges when your unit with power threshold attacks. And he seems to cut that from his deck here, which is quite weird because if there's one thing I know about Great Nature, it's a very resource-hungry deck.
Oh, that it is. But I think it's due to the fact that he's also running the revision scientist Deli Belly as well to give him a little bit of counter charge. And I think the nature of the format, he's not too scared of being damaged down by a whole lot of decks because he also has access to Bottle Wall in his G zone. So you're not too worried about like, oh, my opponent's gonna damage him by me, because you still have way more ways to power up your units.
Yeah, and speaking of his G zone, let's take a look at that. So, like we said, Great Nature has a lot of really strong strides, a lot of them probably underrated. We've got Ballarol, as we were talking about, this is the big, gives all your rear guards power, gives them on-hit draws, retires them so you can get your effects off. It's just the generic all-round good card. And as you were saying, it costs Soul Blast, so it's impossible to damage deny Great Nature. And then if they don't get damage denied, on the other end, we've got Managama Aurum, which is, just the sheer amount of words printed on this card. Every time I read it, I have to stop and be like, okay, hang on, what does it do?
So there's like a bunch of multiple text on top of it. So you can CB1 and you excavate or you mill off the top 4 of your deck. And then for each trigger or non-trigger, you get additional effects on it. For every trigger you mill, you get an extra drive check. For every non-trigger you mill, you get a extra 10k power, which is whew. And it also has a G-Zone effect as well with once per turn. When your Vanguard attacks, you can Soul Blast once a Superior Call. So if you notice a trend, the deck uses a lot of Soul. So which is one of the reasons why they ran Pangolin back then as compared to now.
Yeah, and we see between Crayon Tiger, between Managama Aurum, this deck is all about getting that Rhino onto the board, getting it powered up, and just swinging with it multiple times and really telling your opponent, yeah, you're gonna this is gonna be 2 crit, it's gonna hit you 4 or 5 times, you're hopefully gonna die to this. And then of course we have the last major big card for Great Nature, which is Zoa. Of course, Great Nature has one very particular combo, which is Talented Rhino plus Monoculous Tiger. If Monoculous Tiger mills the right type of card, that column becomes unguardable, which makes the Zoa attack definitely threatening lethal.
Oh, that it is. And then he also techs in one Omniscience Dragon Alphanac to play against retirement decks like Kagaro and Narukami, or other archetypes that can also make you retire one of your rear guards while it attacks. Protect some of your most threatening units, which is interesting.
He's got a lot of flexibility here, which I think has always been one of the strengths of Great Nature. People don't realize is that it gets a lot of power, but it can also get a lot of its pieces really easily. Between Mikisaburo, between Duckbill, between the huge amounts of draws that Big Belly gets you. I think this is definitely a deck to be afraid of. But I think we're pretty much ready to get into the game. So let's have a look at the players. We are joining them in the middle of their game. They took a few turns early on, but not much has happened. We see a Mega Rex for Kai. He's ridden. I think we're joining just on Hamish's turn. He's ridden that 13k Compass Lion, that big defensive body, which really helps him stave off early aggro. And see how he gets on.
And in comparison to the old Compass line, which used to be 11K, there's very little difference between it. You just pick up this one. This one is just infinitely better.
Yeah, the quote-unquote drawback of having to retire one of your rear guards, Great Nature wants to be doing that already, so it's not even really a drawback.
No, not at all. Not at all.
So he rides to the Big Belly, gives Kai the first ride, knowing he has to deal with the upcoming Gluttony Neberos.
Mm-hmm.
But the plus side is that Big Belly does get to draw a bunch of cards, so that might hopefully help him survive that Neberos.
That it would. And right now he is in a situation of, if he can find a way to get his units above 20k power, he can get a little bit of a middle multi-attack turn going on if he wants to use... but it looks like he's not going for that. I guess he just wants to take the damage right now.
Just the vanilla swing and just get his drive checks and wait for next time.
Mm-hmm.
So the main thing about Kai's deck, which we didn't really touch upon, is that because he's not playing Anger Blader, he doesn't need his quote-unquote Exodia combo anymore. He doesn't have Sweeper Acrocanto to make huge. He just wants to get a few bodies onto the board, put a few gauge on them, and go from there. He doesn't need specific pieces as badly. So that's why we see that his aggro isn't as intense. He's not putting forward mega turns early on.
No. Because since he just wants to attack as much as he possibly can, and is focusing on the Deberos anyway. So it's a one-man show, and everybody else is part of maybe just part of the scene. It's kind of what he's focused on at the moment. So he's going to stride here. Looks like he's contemplating what he wants to commit. What do you think he could possibly try to go for this turn?
I think he has to go into the Neberos because none of the other first strides for Tachikaze are that good. The only problem is, without Anger Blader, without Sonic Noah, without all these old gauge pieces, you see here you putting cards on the table. He's doing sort of mental plan of how do I get enough gauge to turn on the Neberos? How do I get the gauge to enable my multi attacks?
Because he didn't start with any of the other early ones as well. He didn't start off with Savage Shooter. He didn't start off with Blue Spirit, none of the other early game tools that he could have used here. So let's see if he's going to be able to cobble a board together.
Yeah, and by playing this sort of more mid-rangey style of Tachikaze, he doesn't have access to cards like Savage Raider or Sonic Noah or Xylopho something. It's the grade 1 that rests itself to give a gauge. He doesn't have burst gauge anymore. He has to be more careful with how he manages his gauge going forward. And I think that's going to really... it's making him have to reconsider his plays a lot more.
Yeah, of course. And then all Great Nature just kind of needs to do is just chill out and just kind of wait.
just find his Crayon Cycles, exactly. So you see the Delefo Pyro coming in? Down comes the Savage Mercenary. That's exactly what he wants to see.
And he has a gauge. Now it can attack.
Excellent. So can he get to 5 more gauge so that he can effectively Neberos is the main question. You see, he's really carefully planning out his turn. We've seen no Regulodon, no Blue Sprint yet, so not much multi-attack coming in for now. He had to ride one of his Mega X's. Oh, there's a Regulodon.
Okay. It's good. Let's see what he does here.
Gets looks like a Prism Bird behind the Delefo Pyro. So he's got some attacks. So Regulodon's going to attack, give itself a gauge. He can then sack the Regulodon itself to pull out something from underneath itself. And then sack the gauge on Mercenary, sack the Mercenary itself, and then sack his other column to get the 5 he needs for the restand. Yeah, I think this is not a bad turn. No. It's not an amazing turn, but again, Hamish hasn't really done much either, so I think Kai can definitely afford to take it slow, as it were. Even though we just said that he's afraid of decking out, Hamish hasn't thrown anything yet, so it's Kai just wants to put on a bit of pressure here.
Yeah, it's 1 damage apiece. And I was there thinking to myself, oh, isn't he going to resolve Prison Bird? But I think he's just doing the math on everything, what's going to be happening this turn. He's like, okay, if my opponent hits a defensive trigger, what other rear guards could hit? Because that's one of the biggest issues playing both Axel variants, both Axel decks, is worrying about defensive triggers, where they're going to hit, on what attacks, and trying to figure out how to optimize your line of play as much as possibly can to weave some extra damage in.
Especially because he's not playing Sweep Acrocanto, which would normally say, you can hit as many defensive triggers as you want.
Exactly. Now he's deliberating here, so I think he's looked like he's ready to go. Unless he wants to commit one more card here. it's a very it's an engaging process here because he's trying to think of what can he do. Looks like he's going for it.
Yep. So while he's planning his out, we'll just quickly show you Gluttony Neberos. As you can see, when it attacks, it engorges, which is a very old legacy Tachikaze keyword. And when it becomes engorged, you can put up to 5 gauges from all your rear guards from your field into the drop zone to resound this unit, and it keeps all of its drives, which is really great. But we see here, he's just going to start attacking, get his gauge off of Regiodon. Yep.
That's going to be for 14. I think... So what do you think? Like, taking the damage here, is that an okay play? Like, taking the first initial, 1 or 2 damage to see if you get a defensive? Is that an okay?
Absolutely, yeah, because the regular attacks don't really matter that much, because what's going to be scary is that massive Neberos coming at you twice. And we don't know what Hamish's hand is, but if he has a few heal guardians in hand, he could maybe even G-Guard into a first stride Zoa for game. So, and he obviously needs damage for that. He would just have extra damage for, say, Crayon Tigers, but it's not the end of the world. But at this point, I think he just wants to save his hand, and maybe knowing that Great Nature has all this plussing strength behind it, he can maybe just slow the game right down, say, okay, I'll take the early damage where it's not worth guarding, and I'll guard the later ones, which will then give me the chance to just say take you to deck out without needing to necessarily win the game.
Okay.
Savage Mercenary comes in, gets a defensive.
Okay.
Very much appreciated. So the Neberos coming in, so it's going to attack. It's going to boost. He's not going to use the effect of the crit. So retires the Regiodon, goes on standby. Is he going to call the Regiodon target?
I think he's going to need to... Okay, it looks like he will.
Yep. Okay, so now he needs to drop 5 gauge or rear guards to restand the Neberos. Yeah, the crit was not a great gauge because it's not an amazing attacker, so arguably there was maybe a reason to just use it as a sack target instead for Neberos, potentially. So you just kind of make sure you can get there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with a gauge. Yep, that's enough. And this is totally fine because most Tachikaze lists will run Seal Magnum, the stand fish, but Kai's not running that, so he doesn't need to worry about his attack patterns. He just needs to worry about getting numbers.
So also, this does eat up a whole lot of resources here, but I think he'll be able to make them up by the first 2 drive checks. The first couple of drive checks, because he gets 6 drives from this in total.
Exactly. And he's also using the crit to go into Soul to plus 10k and draw. Interesting to note that these Premium Collection 1 crits are only for the battle. So that means that his Neberos right now is swinging for 37, but when it restands without any triggers, it'll only be 27.
Yep. But, if he does happen to hit any crits, he will be giving it to the Bombardment Dragon, the critical trigger.
Yeah.
So, hey.
We see no blanks, all blanks there, so not great from Kai. He's going to go in for the second 27. Hamish has taken a lot of damage so far. He's hit 2 defensives, which is really great. So now this is already just 5k pass. So yeah, Hamish is definitely champ chilling, just keeping his hand. Besides the PG anyway, he's afraid of double crit over trigger.
Yeah, he doesn't look like he wants to risk it.
Yep, he just gets the draw, power to rear. And a few more blanks from Kai. That's not really unfortunate, but as we said, 6 drives is a lot. Kai's hand is now mega chunky. Doesn't have to worry about very much. The crit still doesn't hit, even with the trigger bonus. So now let's see what Hamish pulls out. I'm hoping to see a really big battle roll.
Could be a battle... Well, battle roll unfortunately needs a bit more in a G-Zone face-up, so I think it's going to have to be a Monogarmer turn this turn.
Yeah, probably. It's a shame that he didn't have any G-Guardians in hand to use, but we saw that he damaged one of his heal Guardians already, which was nice for the defensive. Ooh, goes for the re-ride.
Oh, it looks like he doesn't really care about having another one in hand. I guess he'll just only need 1 if he wants to try to close his game out. It's a 3-1 damage turn, but it looks like he'll try to make up the difference here. Gonna pitch for Stride. It looks like the old Professor Big Belly. He's gonna go into Monogarmer.
That's a bit worrying because he's only playing 2 copies of Amazing Professor Big Belly, and those are basically his 5th and 6th copies of Crayon Tiger. So losing those means he loses a lot of reach. Oh, but there's the Aurum. So we see trigger, non-trigger, non-trigger, so just powering up that Rhino. Trigger. So 5 drives on the Managama Aurum, and already that Rhino is successful because of the plus 10k. So that's going to be a real big threat here. So we'll see how many Crayon Tigers he can put down on the table. Noir coming out to just refill his deck of important pieces. This is a tech card that Hamish has been playing for a long time, and I'm a big fan of it. Give me a second, let me just put it on the screen real quick. It's a card that doesn't really see that much play, and there's not much hype around it, but it definitely goes through your... Great Nature is a deck that goes through its deck just as fast as Tachikaze. So having the Per Noir coming in to recycle important pieces, especially when your rear guards kill themselves, it's just that one-off that comes in really clutch a lot of the time.
Of course, like you can just buy it from your drop zone, and you could choose up to 2 normal units from your drop zone, put them at the bottom of your deck, and especially if you have Mikasaburo and you do probably need like an extra grade 3 back into your hand again, you can be rest assured that you can just relax and be like, well, I'll just add it back later. It's fine. It's gonna be okay.
Yep, and we see here that Hamish has built a full field. He's got his 2nd copy of Amazing Professor and a Crayon Tiger. So he's swinging with Vanguard first. What he's trying to do here is fish for crits, put those crits on the Rhino, and then restand that crit Rhino multiple times. And there it is! So that is now 46k with a crit. He's still got more drives to go, or there's another one that's now a very lethal Rhino. And the last drive is a blank, but that's a Crown Tiger that he can definitely use next turn. You see here, now that the Rhino is massive, all of his rearguards have hit that success requirement, so that Rhino is going to be swinging 3 times. And it's only going to get bigger and bigger each time. And Kai cannot PG this, unfortunately, because of the GB1 skill.
So it looks like he's going to be threatening lethal here. Or at least, like, aiming for it. He's aiming for it, at least.
It's 3 damage 3 times, and I don't know what Kai's hand is, but if I were him, I would guard this one, because as I said, both Crayon Tiger and Big Belly give it 4k when it restands, so it's only going to get bigger.
Exactly. It's going to get, like, a complete 8k power exchange from them alone.
So right now, it's sitting at 60,000 power with 3 damage. Kai's only on 1 damage, so he can afford to no-guard this. But again, like I said, this Rhino's coming in 2 more times, and you're probably going to have to want to take the later ones.
Exactly, and he still has to guard the other attacks as well, too. Because those are still hitting for 16 and 16 both, respectively.
Yeah, they're not nothing, which is just adds to the pressure here. He takes the first one, and... Ooh, 1 trigger. It's helpful, but it's not enough. Like, the heal is great, but unfortunately, this Rhino is still very lethal.
Let's see here.
Another important booster is Hamish has the Duckbill. It's going to really help when the Rhino eventually retires itself because of Crayon Tiger's effect. He gets to refuel his hand, and he has... Between that and the multiple drive checks he's done this turn, he basically hasn't lost any cards in hand, which I think is going to be really great for when he's trying to survive Kai's next turn.
Yeah, because a lot of people tend to not know this, is that you send your stride back to stride zone first, and then you resolve your end of turn effects. So
exactly,
then,
so he's going to get all the extra draws from his Big Belly Heart on top of that. So we see here, coming in with another 4k, so this one's now 64. Like I said, they only get bigger and bigger.
Yeah, and he cannot use any triggers to guard with. He has to use normal units.
And I think one thing that fellow Tachikaze players will agree with me on this is that Tachikaze's G-Guards are not great.
And very, very few of them are ever acceptable.
Like, his probably best bet here is Bullish Primer, which will gain a bunch of shield value. Yep, that's what he's going into. But again, I don't think that gets enough, because it's 5k for each open circle. So that's plus 30, so 45. It's barely enough because he got the defensive.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is not looking good for Kai, though. He's going to need to have another one of those to stop this Crayon Tiger. So he's probably going to take... I would assume he takes this Crayon Tiger damage, and then just tries his best to not die to the Rhino.
The Crayon Tiger doesn't hit anymore because it's 16. He
got the defensive, right, yeah. So now he just has to deal with this 68k. Oh, he's praying for the heal. Nope.
Yeah. Or over.
Oh, the trigger!
Hey. Easy.
I can already hear Kai's laugh, his trademark laugh going on right now.
The chuckle, the gargling chuckle. I love it.
Yep. Feels bad for Hamish, but he's still going to get to draw 1, 2, 3 cards, I think.
More, even.
One from the Crown Tiger, one from the Duckbill, and one from the Big Belly. Yeah, so 3.
Okay,
I mean,
only 3.
And remember, he got 2 crits. I think he saw a PG as well. So like his hand is Hamish's hand is totally fine. Like there's not a lot that Kai can do here. Like another Neberos is not bad. He's got the hand for it. That he can just drop pieces, find gauge, and go for it. Rewrite a Spino for an Axel. That would be interesting. At this point here, it could even be worth going for the Dynast. Because he has a few of the Engorge pieces, like the Forerunner, which he's playing at 2 of. And he's got Neberos in the G zone to easily turn on Engorge if he needs to. So it might be worth him just going for a multi-attack turn rather than a big Vanguard restand. Of course, we saw him going through his deck just now, so he's also worried about decking out. Another experience feeling that Tachikaze players are used to is having a hand bigger than your deck. That's something that I definitely recall experiencing a lot of times. He's just trying to figure out now how to get the most out of his pieces in hand.
I think one of the only other options he also has too is maybe going Devastate as well for the reset. But I'm not sure how strong that could be in a hand of millions of cards.
Yeah, the problem as well is that Devastate doesn't actually bring anything back, whereas the Dynast at least enables a few extra attacks. Because he has all those resources now. He's got tons of Soul, tons of Counterblast. He can easily, if he wants to, reset his board. But instead, we're just going to see the Neberos coming back in. Hopefully he's going to be able to pump it up and just say, big Vanguard swing twice, get the job done. So Blue Sprint and Regidon comes down. Very important, getting Gauge. If he can get lucky enough and gauge Dalofo Pyro into the Regidon, then that could give him that extra reach he needs. But as I mentioned before, not playing Super Acrocanto, not playing Shield Magnum, it's really tough for you to get any other threat beyond your Vanguard. Let's see what he's planning here. Just double checking his triggers, seeing how hard he wants to fish. The one really interesting thing is that he can entirely just fill his board with gauge pieces, and they can still be used as the cost for Neberos, so he's not actually losing any value there, which is great. And the question is whether or not those gauge will be good enough to do anything with.
Counting his hands here, he's putting them on the board. I like that method, actually, because you're just trying to show to your opponent you're not fully committed to the play yet, you're just thinking about it. I like this.
Yeah. So that rested thing behind the Vanguard is probably a Savage Shooter, which he's obviously going to need to get to the 5 gauge. Again, the question is, will that gauge be anything relevant? And he can retire his Regidon and his Blue Sprint for Neberos here to extend his attacks, but whether or not he can find, say, the Terrazino to extend even further is going to be another story altogether. And as we saw, we see his Savage Mercenary there in the drop zone. He's only playing 2 of them. So in terms of getting big number, he's just relying on that or the Dalofo Pyro.
To get any form of multi-attack play. Or...
There it is. There's his little Tyranno. It's the Forerunner that when he retires it, he can look at the top 4 cards of his deck and call 2 cards from them. So when he retires that for Neberos, it's going to be all the attack extension he needs.
And especially if he gets like very good targets as well, then he could possibly get more attacks off of those, because then he could possibly get Petra, plus paired with a Blue Spirit, maybe. Or even another Regiodon. So if he has one way of being able to get rid of anything that can get a gauge and also superior call, he can make some more extending attacks happen.
Yeah, so we see here he's using Savage Shooter to put the Mercenary under the Blue Sprint.
Mm-hmm.
So he's probably going to retire the Little Tyranno for the Engorge cost, and then retire Blue Sprint for the Neberos cost, which will then allow Savage Mercenary to come out with the gauge from its own effect. It'd be interesting to see here that when he called the Dolopho Pyro from hand just now, he didn't Counterblast 1, so he actually could have had an extra gauge on the Mega Rex, which would have given him a card draw, and B, an extra 10k power, which, for all we know, might be what he needs. As at the moment, all of his regular attacks are very small. Dolopho Pyro hasn't come out of gate, so it's only 14k attacking. So all of his power here is focused on the Vanguard. All of his ray guards just don't hit numbers. And that might be what bites him later on this turn.
So he is...
Blue Sprint attacks, gets a gauge. Onto the Pyro, interesting, not the Regiodon.
I think the Regiodon already has a gauge on it, no?
It does not. I mean, he can have it gauge itself, but I feel like you want to put all your gauge on one piece, that way you have choice of selection as to what the Regiodon can call out when you retire it. Because he knows that a Mercenary is under his Blue Sprint, but he has no idea what's going to be under his Regiodon, so at the moment he's just hoping, right? And Dolopho Pyro doesn't benefit from having gauge on it, compared to, say, Mega Rex, which he can Counterblast 1 to give extra power based on how much gauge it has. So see how he plays this out. Oh, he's leaving the Mega Rex as an attacker to give triggers to. That's interesting.
So the Dolopho Pyro is attacking with 24. Or actually, no, when it needs to be placed from equip gauge, never mind.
Yeah, so at the moment it's blank. So we got the Mercenary coming in off of the Blue Sprint's gauge. And now he's resolving Neberos, and he's going to lose 5 rear guards or gauge to restand. So, the moment of suspense. What was under the Regiodon? He's losing the gauge from the Dolopho Pyro, yep. And the starter and the Savage Shooter. That's 5, exactly what he needs. Restand the Vanguard. And then Regiodon will call... Yeah, see, this is exactly what I was saying. If he had just put the gauge on the Regiodon instead, what he could have done was, before he retires gauge for the cost of Neberos, he can look at the 2 gauges under Regiodon and see, like, okay, one's a heal trigger, one's a Dolopho Pyro. I'm going to discard the heal gauge for Neberos cost, and then pull out the Dolopho Pyro for the Neberos cost. But I didn't see what the gauge was on the Dolopho Pyro, unfortunately, but it doesn't matter, because instead he's just going to go for the Little Tyranno to remake 2 rearguards that don't share a name. We'll see if these do anything important.
You can look at top 4 here. Let's take a look at his deck. So this is what we were talking about. He has only like 6 or 7 cards still left over.
It's also up to, so you can only just call 1 if he's afraid of decking out, which I think exactly what we're going to see. He's also probably putting 3 triggers back. He doesn't have many cards left in deck, so if he hits like any more of his draw PGs, he might just deck himself out.
He's considering it.
So he just calls down a Prison Bird here, which is a 13k body, which does hit because there is a gauge on the board. But again, his other attacks, the Heal Guardian is only 15, the Bird is only 13, Savage Mercenary is 32, which is cool, but the Mega Rex is, 17? Unless he uses its effect to become 22. There's just not that much. There's not much else going on, right?
No, they're not. So he's going to retire 2 of those.
Which procs Big Belly, so Hamish gets an extra 2 cards to guard with, which is always nice. It does mean that Hamish no longer has any Big Bellies to pull out, so if Hamish does survive this turn, he's lost a Rhino, he's used up his Purr Noir, he's lost both amazing Big Bellies, and he's lost a Crayon Tiger. So I think we're reaching the point where Hamish is also going to be going through his deck a lot, sure, but he's going to be running out of multi-attacks. So I think at this point, Hamish is going to look to take 2 damage and probably look to Zoa Kai for game next turn. I think is what I'd be planning for at this point.
And Kai would probably need to hope to have a. I don't think he plays any Sentinel Grade 1 PG, so that'd be rough to try guard.
Unfortunately, not. Yeah, as Kai just double checking his triggers again.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you're in Hamish's position, what would you think is going through your mind here?
I think right now is just triggering out who I want to take the 2 damage from. I think PGing the Vanguard here is probably the best option to go for, because then you just deny any form of like getting double crit out to the deck. You did probably ask him how much triggers are still left over, but there's still a chance like, oh, he probably only saw 7 or 6 or something. You can still get double crit. So that's something you need to look out for. So PG Van, eat the rears and then guard one of the last ones that's too big to guard for. Or like guard the smaller ones and then guard then eat the bigger one. It's probably the best option.
Yeah, totally reasonable. And plus, Hamish hasn't used any of his G guards yet. We did see him damage a heal, but he's used 1 PG last turn, but he still has loads of adventures options open to him. Oh, there it is.
Gonna hard guard here.
Yep.
Draw trigger.
That's bad for Kai. He's gonna be very close to decking out.
He's thinking about it. I think that's like a 45k shield.
Yes. So that makes him at 57 to Kai's 27. So 3 pass, it seems. He's deciding with power onto the prison bird. So he's going to split Hedge's bets. The crit coming in, as you said, could have changed it all here.
Mm-hmm. It's like hard guarding.
Split. Yeah, he can't go through anymore because he split his power instead of going auto ban. So he's going to go. It looks like the Mega Rex. Nope, all onto the Savage Mercenary instead. Okay.
Because that makes it harder for him to guard with.
Yeah.
Because that's 28 on its own. It's 38.
Oh, crit to the Mercenary and then power to the Mega Rex. That makes a lot more sense. And then a blank. Okay. So it wasn't going to break through anyway. But now, Kai's only got 5 cards left in his deck, it seems. And I think he's gone through all his PG, so he's safe from not decking out this turn, but he probably isn't going to have a next turn, I think.
Okay. So I guess what he's trying to do now is maybe attack with his smaller rear guards first. And so then his Nibberers can try to finish out the game with the crit.
Yeah, I think that's a smart play.
Guard here. So now he has to guard all the...
Yeah. Hamish does have a lot of cards in hand, though, so I think it's going to be really tough for Kai to really get anywhere further. Because at this point, he can take, he can even guard this, because it's only 23k, and then he can just take the 2 damage Savage Mercenary, be on 5 damage, and have Zoa access.
But he only does have 5 cards left in hand, though, so this is him having to really, really have everything here. Because he could still get crit out of the game, he just needs to guard all of these.
We'll see if Kai wants to use Mega X to get an extra 5k for the reach or not.
Mm-hmm.
The draw does make him a little bit closer to decking out.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. It's a risk that he might need to take anyway. The benefit is that by playing the Big Belly variant instead of the Isabel variant, Kai doesn't have to worry about Hamish having, say, the quote-unquote Griffin play, which is using the Grade 3 Fox that can retire rear guards. So at least this is a little bit of a safe line here. Oh. 2 to pass.
First check, second check.
Crit. So blanks other than a crit. But it now means that these last 2 attacks are lethal, unfortunately, for Hamish.
Mm-hmm. So this is 38?
He didn't have enough. That's unfortunate. Wow.
Yeah.
A little bit of extra power really got there. Just by the knife's edge. Kai on the verge of decking out. Neberos gets there. When you have enough attacks, it doesn't matter how many cards are in your opponent's hand. We see that Hamish had the 1 last PG, but he didn't have enough to guard the final column. Oof. Yeah. There we go, folks. Kai of WCC fame pulls it out of the bag yet again with Tachikaze.
Playing a a well-rounded deck, very criminally unrepresented, doing really, really well currently underrepresented currently doing well in the tournament right now. And I'm excited to see like an XL deck doing really well at the moment. That's so good. Seeing
Yeah,
the deck.
especially one like Tachikaze that has gone from throughout the entirety of back when I played at Worlds was considered a laughing stock. Nikki, when he asked me what are you playing, I told him Tachikaze. He said you're a clown, and I was just there to have fun and make a big sweep at Acrocanto. Whereas now, over the last few months, with Clan Collection, with the ban list, we see that people have really put effort into Tachikaze and really optimized it, and it's now become this real legitimate threat in the meta that we see taking this game.
I think the MVP of that match though was Little Tyranno. To be honest, I think him getting out the extra attacks, no matter how small they were, forced out the last 2 extra cards, and put him in a situation of do or die or do or lose, because he needed to guard against the ones that were 15 and 13. And then he also still had to get fight against the Savage and also still against the Tyranno. So those were like only due to the Little Tyranno forced out somewhat pressure out of his hand, which was good.
Yeah, exactly. It means that by having that extra pressure, he can just focus all his drive checks on his rear guards, which are already threatening enough as they are, and then that puts Hamish in a bad position of do I use this 10k shield Monoculus Tiger that I need for the Zoa combo, or do I just have to take it and pray?
And he couldn't take the Vanguard attack because from most of the match film we saw before is like he did get a couple of like defensive triggers and of course the over trigger 6 damage heal, which was really important then. We didn't see much triggers being drived by by Kai at the time. So it was very, very obvious that the last couple of triggers he had left were a couple of crits, so he could not take the Vanguard there.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that's it for the end of the round. So bear with us. We're just going to sort out the next round and we'll be back with you very shortly. Don't go anywhere, folks.
Hello everyone, so I actually won the Springfest Online Championship, the first place, and I was using Murakumo in premium format. At the time, I didn't had a lot of practice because we didn't had local events, but I was just thinking which deck I was afraid most of, and that was Genesis Loop. And then I just thought a lot of other strategies, how should I play against it, and I decided that I need to use a Fire Element Hoenn, and Murakuma was the best deck for that. And also, if I went first with Murakuma, I had a huge advantage. So that was my choices. I most likely prepared just thinking theories, strategies, and watching some YouTube channels. Yes, actually, I was in Japan for 1 year when I was studying, and I had a chance to participate like in Bangasai. It was more like on casual side, but it still was a huge and fantastic event. And actually I participated in it twice because I also visited Japan a little bit later on my vacation. So twice in Bangasai. I didn't had any experience participating in team leagues or other big Bushiroad events that were happening in Europe. This event was the first event for me, and I was pretty lucky with it. They had like a lot of events, but I also liked that they had like exclusive products that you can only get at that time, at that event. You had to stand in a line for it for a pretty long time, but it was something special. And I also attended the a little bit bigger tournament, but not the main event, and managed to end with 5-2. So maybe there was one thing that I didn't like, but it was the prizes were a little bit low, but just everything else was fantastic. Just a lot of people, a lot of nice people. They had like corner for only girls to play in it, so it was very unique experience. Actually, the first time I played on web camera event, but that was a different tournament, I was super uncomfortable. I had to adjust playing on webcam it is totally different experience than playing in the real life. But because it was not my first event at Spring Festival Online, that helped me a lot because I already had some experience playing on web camera before, and I had some kind of advantage not doing a lot of misplays, not being that nervous on web camera and other things. Yes, it's kind of hard because you have to watch out for your own field, and at the same time you have to watch your opponent's field. It's just doing two things at the same time. And I like it because I have a lot of time and it saves up a lot of time. It saves up a lot of traveling money. So I actually definitely like the webcam online, and I hope it actually will be alive in the future as well. I didn't eat at all. And between rounds I was panicking. I definitely was concentrated only at that time when I was playing. I believe you should just have fun and concentrate as much as you can, because concentration is all that matters in those kinds of tournament. And maybe the next time you will be the one who will be sitting in my place and someone will be taking an interview from you. So guys, have fun, and for those who know me on YouTube channel, don't be afraid, I will be back. I just currently having some issues with my physical shop opening of the card games, so, and yeah.
Hey, hello Julius.
Hi Fiona. Okay, first of all, good morning, and
morning.
thank you so much for. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I can see you're very excited to start, eating the pastries and stuff.
They look very delicious.
Yeah,
So-
but that will have to wait because
Okay, yeah.
first of all, I want to thank you for joining me here on this Coffee with Bushiroad series. Yeah, so as I think you understand, this series is just to highlight some of the insights into what Bushiroad staff actually do, to bring the game to the players. Yeah, and you do events, and I'm sure a lot of our audience and our players have seen you around events as well. Not just in Singapore, but in maybe Cardiff, France, or wherever you have been to, because you go around the world to organize events and plan tournaments for everyone. So thank you so much.
Howdy, everybody. Welcome back to the Bushiroad Rumble Online. We're getting into it. We got some good news for you. What we got for him, Ben?
Well, round 5 has just ended, so we can take a quick look at the standings. There's like I said, the tournament is well underway. We're halfway through at this point, and we're really starting to get the trickle down that we expect to see. So, number 1, currently everyone's golden boy, Derek Dow, piloting Nightmare Dolls in first place. Not far behind him is Ben C, playing Nova Grappler, doing really well. I'm sure a lot of people will be happy to hear that. Third place, Karan Patel, playing Luard. Fourth place, Mohammed with Dark Irregulars. Another deck that people were like, oh, I expected this deck to die with the ban list, but here he is, Mohammed proving everyone wrong. Maxime, Mr. Grand Blue, WCC, repping it out there. We're starting to get some losses trickle into the top cut to the standings here, but that's to be expected of a tournament of this length. Joining him is Ilya, who's also playing Narukami. We've seen that deck do quite well today so far. Not far behind is Cameron playing Grand Blue. Daniel, DP, we just saw him not too long ago. Some really interesting decks in the top cut here. What's your take on this distribution, JJ?
I personally think that we will have to see how everybody else does, because like Maxime currently has his 1 loss right now, and Daniel as well. And I do think that they're pretty high caliber players, and I expect them to pull through. So we're actually going to be watching one of their matches soon in a moment. We're going to get that prepared for you. And there's also on the other page as well, going into the 16, we have Aya, Jonathan, E as well. And we have Marco, okay. 4-1. We have Alexander P. We have Lim. Then we have Fabian, Drake, and Rami. I don't,
None of these names stand out to you as much?
None of these really stand out to me too much. I mean, maybe Marco, but we'll have to see how the rest of the tournament turns out.
Yeah, I'll just quickly run through what these people are playing. So you've got Aya playing Bermuda Triangle, which we can expect to be Highlander. Jonathan is playing Gold Paladin, so we can expect to be Ezel. I think Marco is on Gold Paladin as well, another Ezel. Alexandros is on Shadow Paladin, so Luard. Lim is on Grand Blue. Fabian also on Grand Blue. Drake also on Grand Blue. So as we said at the beginning of the day, Grand Blue is one of those decks that are expecting to do well, and after maybe a slight rocky start, they're starting to come into their stride. But like I said, we're gonna jump into the next game, which is we have Dave Vecht versus Maxime de Kock.
Yes,
so
sir.
Everyone knows Solemn Vanguard, repping his Grand Blue. He loves that clan, loves that deck. So yeah, we've got the players ready. So let's have a quick look at their deck lists. And
so then what we feel here is that with these matchups entirely, like a lot of times we think of Shadow Paladin and think of Luard, we think of Dragfall, but this version of it, I feel, and I think maybe some others feel, is probably one of the best represented versions since it did come from the V era and now is being played a lot more into premium. And I'm hoping to see that it does well today as well, because I feel that this version is also one of the better ones going into it.
So, as we were looking at Adam's Luard deck earlier today, we saw that he was playing 4V G Dragfall. But here we see that Dave is choosing to play V Luards. So he's got 4 copies of V Dragheart and 2 copies of V Drag Driver. So now he's much more open to going first because he has plays to do. He can do Superior Ride, things like that. And he's still got the grade 2 package of Damp Hood, Morian Spear, and Blast the Dark. But he's also playing a lot more defensive pieces. So he's playing the Fallen Dive Eagle, which can be searched up in the main. He's playing more crits rather than, say, the Ritual stand. So he's not as one-trick reliant on Dagda, and I think that's going to give him an edge in this matchup here.
I feel so too as well, because one of the biggest things that a lot of people has felt whenever they play against Luard, or if you do play Dragfall variants of Luard, is that your grade 3 turns are not impossible to do, but it's sort of like you need to hope that your opponent is willing to give you the possibility to stride later, or whether or not you can survive their first grade 3 burst turn to be able to respawn with your Mofessa turn or whatever turn that they probably didn't end up damage denying you on, because that can also happen. Whereas if you play the V-Luard variant, you get force markers, which allows your rear guard stuff like Dagda that possibly couldn't hit on its own without any form of Morfessa influence or integration, can now hit on its own for 19, and that is very impressive.
Yeah, for sure. There is a tiny bit of anti-synergy here. For example, he has no ways of recycling the Eagle without not striding to use Dragheart to put it back, because he's not playing Cool Bow. Again, if he rides Dragheart and then strides, he's not getting any bonuses as if he would with a G Luard, for example. But I think overall, it's these sort of decisions that I think different players make with their decks that we really apparent in a tournament like this. I'm really glad we get to see that.
Yeah, I can't wait either. Hopefully we can take a look at Maxime's list here, because he's also been rocking also a different variation of Grand Blue than what we usually see. Let's see here.
Oh, just quickly talking about Dave's G-Zone. One benefit to playing the V-Luards that you don't get otherwise is the 1 copy of Chain Ranker Dragon. So when you go into Driver and you have the Luards in Soul, if you can't get to Ritual 10 for Morfessa for whatever reason, Chain Ranker gets you there. It gives all your rear guards the crit. It gives them a bunch of 5Ks across the board to your Vanguard. It's everything you need. Another interesting tech that Dave has that I'm a huge fan of is the Spectral Diablo. It's a restanding Vanguard. It gives you an extra more drive checks, which when you're playing stands is super valuable to have. And it's not as great without things like Slaptail or the Hoel Caden engine, but I think it's as a very low resource cost stride, it can definitely help you give a bit of reach in this deck that you wouldn't have otherwise.
Of course, since you do have access to force markers now, so everything is still threatening for damage amounts. It doesn't matter. It's 15k with an extra booster with it. You're still hitting for 31k columns or 24k columns. You're still doing a whole lot of pressure that turn.
Yep. So moving on, we have Maxime's list. I can already tell, from the sheer number of one-offs, that this is an amazing deck list. and B, because it's Maxime himself with the rest of WCC behind him, a lot of thought has gone into this deck. So we're not going to cover every single one of, because we'll probably be here all day if we do.
Yeah.
But two big ones I want to highlight are the Night Mist, the Break Ride, which card is insane, and the second is the Grade 1 from Stoicheia from the D series. I can't double check her name.
Do you mean Slave Struggle Bell, or do you mean...
No, the Urgula, the one that stops your units from being chosen.
Oh, Ijuria. So she's basically just like the Kree Elemental, but now for Stoicheia.
Exactly. And so I just want to talk about these two pieces real quick because they're super important. The incredible thing about Night Mist is that nowadays, people aren't really playing around Limit Break or Break Ride as much. So when you have Bad Bounty, you can go from Night Mist, Bad Bounty, Night Rose. If you have the resource for it, that's a 15 attack turn. I don't know about you, JJ, but I don't know many decks that can survive 15 attacks in one turn.
No, very, very few. And those decks would often have to be called also Grand Blue.
Yeah, exactly.
Possibly survive a turn like this. And this is also a almost pure ghosty variant as well, playing Beatrice as a 4-of, since you actually really, really want to see her, since you do play a higher quantity of ghosties, be it your critical triggers or some of your grade 1s and 2s. And I think, wow, he actually doesn't play any ghosty grade 2s. That is wild.
Yeah, I think he's more focused on using Beatrice as an extender for his Night Storm combos. You can see he's also playing... One last thing I want to highlight is he's playing the Countercharge PG as opposed to the Ghosty PG. So that's an interesting tech decision. It'll be interesting to see how that comes up if it does come up this game.
Of course, because you could have situations you to get damage starved. So we'll see.
Yep.
Now let's take a look at the G-Zone.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. You've got your big Obadiahs, amazing card. You've got your bad bounties, amazing card. You have a huge range of G-Guards because Grand Blue can easily find its heals, and all of your G-Guards provide massive utility, especially in the form of Negrobolt. There's the classic Cannoneer play that people are used to at this point now.
Of course, because by getting rid of getting one of your ghosties, you get to call back something out, and you get to retire something because of Cannoneer. Everybody kind of knows it already.
Yep, and we finally see his Megiddo and his Balanera as his win cons, because if there's one thing Grand Blue can do, it's selectively plus. So I'd be surprised if... I think the only way that Maxime doesn't go into Balanero or Megiddo this game is if he loses before then, basically, is the only real way that can happen, right?
Yep, of course. Because the Luar deck can grade 2 game, and I believe that's possibly can happen too as well. But I hope that Maxime doesn't grade 2 game, because I don't know if he's sure about... But yeah, of course, it's open deck list, so he'll probably know how Dave's list is going to be like, and he'll probably made a conscious decision of not doing it. But don't do it. Don't do it, peeps. Don't do it. Because this version Luar can actually hit you hard and punish you for doing it.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I don't get to stride? Here's a drag driver instead,
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
just a turning. And on the mean side, Maxime's only playing one Night Rose. He's all in on the Beatrice, he's playing multiple Skull Dragons, he's got the Night Mist for the tech, which means that if he ends up having to go first and having to give up the first grade 3 ride, we're probably going to see a world where he rides Beatrice and just doesn't have that multi-attack pressure that he would have otherwise. But we're getting into the game, and I think they're ready, so let's get into it. So,
let's see here.
Flame Zero, no information. Who are you favoring right now?
As a impartial party to a system here, I would have to say that both of them are competent and strong players, so I wish both of them the best of luck.
Perfect answer. So we're in the way. Maxime goes first, rides a Tommy. We'll see if he can find a Night Rose or Beatrice. Finds the one-of Night Rose. Incredible. That's going to really help, especially going first, because now he can ride that Night Rose and get a lot of pressure going forward.
But what if he discards it, though?
That'll be interesting as well.
Let's see here. So they're going to choose how they want to pile this.
I think it'll make a lot more hope. We'll see that what he discards, because again, Grand Blue's discard pile is basically its hand. So he's discarding the Skull Dragon, so you can just pull it out later for a big number. So far, this is a very good turn one for Maxime.
All right. Ooh, also a pretty decent turn one play as well from Dave. Looks like he's going to be resolving the blue Espada here. He's going to resolve that first before he goes for his draw.
Those are some amazing mills. Wow, that's completely different to what we saw going on with Adam. But those are some. Yeah, if you want, walk everyone through why those are some good mills there. If you want, JJ.
Oh yeah, because in this version of it, in comparison to something like the Dragfall version, the Dragfall version doesn't really like the Dragfall version cares a little bit about hitting the correct targets and hitting the correct rights, but this version of it doesn't really care too much about it because they want to hit all the grade zeros in their drop. It doesn't matter what exactly because you're toe burrowing into Morfessa. And it looks like Maxime ends up whiffing
he's
here.
missing a G assist. That's really unfortunate for him.
That wow. Okay. I mean, something could pull through here. There is a possibility because he does have the Cray Elemental grade 1 because I think it does work on grade 2 or less, right?
Yes, so you can still PG any attacks coming in, so it's not the end of the world.
No,
What's
no.
a real shame is that he has damaged his Elenia,
Uh-huh.
which is not a great ride because it's a rearguard effect, but
Yeah,
it would have been a grade 2 that he could have ridden otherwise.
Mhm.
But the plus side is that by going first, he's not losing any tempo from not riding. If anything, he's now giving himself the first stride tempo should Dave want to give him the ride. So
Exactly.
he just swings in, gets a crit, which is nice to see. Dave damages his eagle. That's always a nice thing to see because if there's one thing Skull Dragon hates, it's Fallen Dive Eagle.
Oh, you're attacking me with 70k rearguard. It's so weird. I kind of want to intercept with this thing. Oh,
Yep,
looks
so
like
Damp Hood comes down. Dave finds his Blaster Dark.
okay. So it looks like he didn't have a new main first turn, so he's going to be able to pull out a grade 2 here.
Yeah. And
I
it means
think-
that if by having the Blast Dark in hand, if Maxime finds a grade 2 and potentially claws his way back into the game with some pressure, he can rewrite the Blaster Dark, pop the rearguard, and still gain the Twin Drive while still grade 2 gaming.
Exactly. Well, I personally, since he has 2 damage, I probably would just go into Lord and just start attacking, to be honest.
Yeah, that's also not a bad plan either.
Yeah, because like all he needs to do now is just he's gonna use a CB here. Yeah, he's fine. He only needs 1 CB anyway.
Yep. And that's one of the great things that I think people don't understand when we say that Luard has a good grade 2 game is that it's not just about denying stride, it's also about actually like drawing cards and applying pressure.
Yeah,
He's got this Owl, which is a 5k boost. It's not huge, but he can make something in front of it, attack. He's drawing 2 cards, he's Namained, he's Searched with Damp Hood. He hasn't even used Morion Spear yet, so he can do that as well. There's just so much potential for him to make a board out of nowhere, and that board then becomes really difficult for Maxime to answer unless he commits a board himself, which is exactly what you want. As a Luard player, you want the Grand Blue player to be playing into you instead of the other way around.
Exactly. So now he has, I think he does have all 3 grade 1s on his drop, or eventually he'll be able to like call over any of his grade 1s on the back row and still be able to do what he needs to do. Or like writing Vita Ward also allows him to retire both of the grade 1s in the back row. And
yeah, I think he does have 3 though, because he's discarded the Karen for Morion Spear, he Soul Blasted his grade 1 ride, and he milled a grade 1 with his Blue Espada. So there's the trigger. Coming through with a crit, Maxime gets 1 defensive, 2 defensives, neither of which do anything, unfortunately. So this is that sort of tempo swing I was talking about, where Dave now has a board, Maxime has to G-assist again. Does he miss this time? I hope not. He misses again! Oh no, this is not what you want to be seeing. Not at this stage in the tournament.
No, it's not.
And now this is where it's disastrous, because now that Dave's already on grade 2, next turn, Dave is just going to abuse the fact that Maxime's on an 8k body, ride Luard, which already hits magic numbers, 13 versus 8, and just go to town.
Absolutely. He does still have the Kree element in his hand to sentinel against some of the stuff that he has here. But I guess he's just thinking of how he wants to handle the situation. Does he call a booster to pressure him? Or does he like attack a rear? Yeah, he just wants to attack it.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate.
Yeah, he's gonna go, he's gonna go into Luard here. He can rest in the man, search for another man, retire the rest of the man and the the Abyssal Owl here, possibly, and then right into Drag Driver.
Yep. He's deciding where to put his force markers. At this point, it might be a bit of a weird play, but yeah, like he put the force marker on the rear guard. I could have seen him just putting force marker on Vanguard and saying, I'm playing a bunch of crits, you're super far behind, deal with it.
Yeah, exactly. Or you could probably be thinking, well, I still do have like maybe a couple of stand triggers still left in my deck. I'll try and see if I can go for one of those as well too. Because Drag Driver still is getting a boost of a lot of power from your grade ones that you control. So.
Yep. So we'll see if he uses the retire 2. He does, just to get the draw, even though there's nothing to retire on Maxime's board. Like you said earlier, he already has more than enough grade 1s in the drop zone. So we'll see what he puts back. Probably the Karen. The resources are always important for a Luar deck. That way you can just search it out again with the driver. Nope, he puts back a Dampen and the Blaster Dark. Interesting. So he wants to he's just separating his grade 1s and his non-grade 1s. So those are his 3 grade 1s, some triggers, and some other cards. So we'll see what he wants to put back. Yeah, he puts back the Blaster Dark and the Damp Hood. Interesting. Low shield value, grade 2s, but maybe he's...
Because next turn he can like rest his Nemaean and then also search for Blaster Dark again to trim down any rear guards his opponent could possibly have.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. That's a really good point. Good spot. So the second force marker coming down from the Nemaeans. It's now a 15k body, which is hitting numbers against this Tommy. Count Blast 1 for Blue Espada, which is going to be a 28k body on that force marker.
And also a Charon maybe under the Nemaean, which can also hit. Oh, he's just going in.
He's just going full, yeah.
Okay, I thought he would Charon here, because then you could counter charge and do it again next turn. Okay.
I think especially because when you consider that you're making a board, Maxime's going to be riding grade 2s, he's going to be on a 9k body, assuming he doesn't whiff G-Assist again. He's swinging into your 13k base Vanguard. He's not going to hit, so he's probably going to be swinging at your rear guards instead. So I think Dave might have some counterblast issues next turn, depending on how he plays this out.
Or he just is like, hey, I just want to mill as much as I possibly can. So if I go into a Morfessa turn, I just get a Espada.
Yep. So he mills 3, finds a Marion Spear, which is a nice plus. You always take those. Fills up his drop zone. The second one mills a Dagda, which is not great. Mills his second driver, so it means he's running out of gas. But at this point, he's so far ahead, I don't think it matters.
So he will be able. So Maxime will be able to maybe survive this turn, possibly, but he have to worry about his other turn going into grade 2 and facing Nana Morfessa. That's going to be hitting with 15k in a crit.
Yeah, activates the Marion Spear, discards his second Karen. That's probably why he didn't search for one with the Drag Driver, because he's playing both, and they're both already out of the deck.
Okay, and I guess he didn't have a chance to send them back in anyway, so it didn't matter anymore.
He could have sent it back in over the Blaster Dark and the Damp Hood, but...
yeah, possibly, yeah.
I think this is fine, like I said, he's so far ahead that I don't think it makes a huge difference here. He's rearranging his columns, getting 15k on the Drag Driver because of its effect. He's got 3 grade 1s in play, and now all of these columns are hitting super threatening numbers. So this first column is going to be 28 plus 5 is 33, which is magic numbers. Maxime takes that. The second column is going to be 28, which is also magic numbers. So there's the PG we see coming in. Crit on the drive is not good for Maxime. That's now a lethal Marion Spear. Does he have another Rollock, or is he just going to die to this big Marion Spear?
He might have a PG here, possibly. Yep.
He has a regular PG. There we go. He doesn't have to worry about, what is this, 58k rearguard with a crit.
He will have to worry about it next turn, though.
Especially because he's still not striding yet. Dave gets another force marker because Luard is balanced. We'll see. Does he get... There we go! Top next to grade 2 at long last.
Hell yeah.
Is it too little too late, though? We'll see.
I think if he gets like a ghost ship here, I think he can still make it work.
Possibly. He's got the Green Shade's not the worst ride. At least has a Vanguard skill he can discard to search. He's just choosing not to. He's instead going to go for a Honolly, which will hopefully keep himself alive if Dave goes into the Morfessa next time.
I don't.
And I don't think
it really does much, to be honest.
It stops the Dagda, at least. He finds another Rollock. That's incredible. That's exactly what he needs to stay alive. That's his third copy, though, so it is his last. It means that he does now have to play the turn a little bit more carefully.
Yeah,
so if
that
Dave
could.
goes into the Morfessa, he
Mhm.
does at least have the Rollock for the Morfessa, but then he still has to deal with a rear guard, a Dagda swing, the other rear guard, a stand trigger maybe. So yeah, the outlook still isn't very bright.
Oh my gosh. He has another force marker here.
Dave rewrites.
Mm-hmm. I think he should have enough for Mufasa now.
If he has the stride fodder, that is. Because remember, we did see him mill A, another drag heart, and B, another drag driver. So he has the crit, fortunately, so he can still stride. So I'd be surprised if, yeah, there's the Morfessa. We won't see anything else. He probably has 10, even with triggers alone. I'm just doing a quick count here. So for those of you who aren't too familiar with the premium format, Morfessa is one of the cards that, when it was released, definitely caused quite an impact. So you guys can see it up here, we're putting it up on the screen. Its effect is continuous, ritual 10. As long as there are 10 or more grade 1 or less cards in your drop zone, because Morfessa turns grade 0s into grade 1s for that turn, all of your front row units gain 15,000 power and a crit, including herself, and for the entire turn, whenever your opponent tries to guard from hand, they have to guard with 2 cards. So it's really, not only is everything threatening lethal here, but Maxime doesn't just discard the Rollock, he has to discard the Rollock and another card to be able to guard these attacks.
Mm-hmm. And he does still need to consider maybe stand triggers might be coming his way too as well.
Sly Raven finding the Mariah Spear and an Ezras. Ezras is a really good target because he can retire it or call over it just to get it back again with its effect from drop zone. Mariah Spear is just a non-trigger that he can pull out of the deck, which increases his chances of hitting stand triggers and standing his Dagda.
If he ends up finding one, so we'll see.
Yep. Of course, he hasn't used Morfessa yet. He can counterblast 1, retire 2 to draw 2. And so he can retire the Vicro, which will refund his resources, and again, hopefully draw him into his Dagda. Quite a few things going on. Maxime probably just sweating and thinking about how he's going to survive this turn, if at all. Down comes the Damp Hood.
So Damp Hood is going to probably retire its stuff, get a Blast of Dark, so then he has an extra rear guard out of his deck and filtering triggers he potentially still might have left over, because it's from an earlier turn. So this is
as they say, deck thinning is deck winning.
True that. Asking him how he wants to cut here. He's going to go back to front. Add that to his hand.
Again, still hasn't used Morfessa. He doesn't have Counterblast, right, like I said, because Maxime attacked rear last turn and didn't hit.
Yep.
So yeah, So he can't even use Dagda either, actually. So yeah, okay, it's not as threatening as it could have been.
But he will be able to now, since he did have...
He used Ezras to retire the Vicro, right, which gives him all the damage he needs. So now the fateful question, where's the Dagda?
We'll see. He's going to Soul Blast this and discard, and then draw. He's already been Ritual 10, I think, for a couple of... couple of placements so far.
I think he probably still hasn't seen it. That's why he hasn't been slammed onto the table yet. There's Branwen. It's a big body. Holding over the Blue Espada, which is interesting.
Yeah, I think that's interesting too.
Finds a Luard. Again, deck thinning. Nothing wrong with that.
I guess he's just constantly just trying to deck thin, maybe, at the moment. He just really wants to filter out.
Yeah, he's put 2 Curse Light Ravens back into the deck, so he's favored to hit a stand at some point now anyway. So I'm feeling pretty good about his chances. The question is, can he find that Dagda to seal the deal, or is he going to have to go swing with 3 rear guards and blindly pray to find the stand trigger that he needs?
So the thing that Maxim is going to need here right now, since both of them, I think, are 3-2, so it's not like
4-2.
4-2. It's not over. Maxim's going to need to see, I think, a heal here on one of the first attacks, and also there's a Dagda here. Gonna call the Heal Guardian down. Oh, is that? Oh, that's Owl.
Dave's just quickly checking his ritual count. Definitely
Mhm.
enough.
Yep.
But yeah, I think it's now that the dagger's in play, it's
Mhm.
going to be a lot harder for Maxine to survive this turn. He's looking probably defensive over trigger is would be pretty good right about now.
Mm-hmm.
Morpheus online. There's the Blaster Dark.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, he can't use Blast Arc to pop the Honolly, as great as it would be, which means that the Dagda's effect is limited, even if he gets the stand, because he needs to save the counterblast for the Dagda instead of the Blaster Dark.
That's right. And he doesn't have any more Sharons left in the deck. And
Yep.
all of these attacks are going to be for 2 damage. So this one is going to be 24, 34, 40, 49.
Maxine just takes it, no defensives, and that is unfortunately game. That is, yeah, you hate to see it happen. One player has to whiff G-Assist twice. It is never a pleasant experience.
But I felt like he held his own despite that being happening. Because like if he was able to scrounge around maybe a heal trigger for Heal Guardian, and then still have the Rollock in his hand, plus the PG, I think he could have still survived the Morfessa, not Morfessa turn, but maybe the previous Luar turn before. And
We
maybe
say on
Captain
3 damage that the Morfessa isn't as lethal.
Exactly, and then he gets
Yeah.
like 1 or 2 damage that he could still like weasel out into his own pressure turn with his Beatrice play or with Night Rose, for example. And I think he could have still made something happen. But it happens, man. It happens. But
Yeah,
I still
if there's
felt
one thing we can say for sure is that knowing Maxime, he's no stranger
Mm-hmm.
to tournaments, right? He's been playing at the competitive level for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the most important factors about a situation like that is keeping your cool. Most people would probably be like, "Oh my god, I whiffed G-Assist grade 2 twice. Like, this game is over."
Yep, he played to his outs.
There's giving up, and then there's just fighting on. Even though it's bleak, there was still a chance, and he did his best, which I think is definitely admirable in some way.
Mm-hmm.
It's a real shame that we didn't get to see Grand Blue like perform to its strength though, because we keep hyping up this deck as like this is one of the best clans in the format right now, and we just watched it brick on stream. Like, where's this 15 attack combo that you promised?
Well, sometimes bad beats come for all of us sometimes, and it can happen on stream, it can happen to you, it can happen to you at your locals, right? And one thing is just learning how to learn to just play to your outs. If those situations happen, Max still had like multiple different outs to that situation, and just so happens, hey, sometimes it doesn't. I'm really happy that he was able to at least take it in stride and be okay afterwards, because of course that can make anybody a little bit cranky, but it was nice.
Yeah. Of course, his record is still X2. He's not out of the down and out yet. There's still a chance for him to get into it. So, again, it happens, when you're playing this many rounds of Vanguard, you can't expect everything to go right all the time.
No.
And, like I said, his deck is not just his deck. He has all of WCC backing him. He has hours upon hours of playtest backing him. He knows exactly why he's playing each individual card. And the fact that he's only playing 9 grade 2s is like, well, that's whatever. Some decks play 8. It's not exactly a number that you expect to have go wrong. So if it happens, it just happens.
Yep. But one thing to note though is if this had happened against Dragfall Award, like the regular one, I don't think it would have been this. No, I wouldn't say one side. It wasn't as one sided as one would think. It's more. It wouldn't have been as as urgent as what he needed to get a grade 2, right? It shortened the chances of him finding a grade 2 by like 2 turns because of it. Because we already saw the list. He knows the list already. And you guys at home know the list. And it's just it's the power of having your V cards, being able to access one of your strongest functions in your deck, getting your grade 1s, getting you force markers, and being able to give you a lot of power and pressure on your first initial turns in comparison to something like Dragfall. Whereas Dragfall is better for like the later stages, later game, could probably play to something like an Ultima End or Ultima Stride finish. The Velo Ward gives you an angle of playing early into the games, into the turns.
You see here, we're getting a new table coming up. We've got Ben versus Karan. So Nova Grappler, we finally get to see Nova Grappler on stream. It's EXO against Karan, a very well-known Shadow Paladin main in the North America scene. He's
Ooh.
got up extra early to play in the European event.
Mhm,
Just
mhm.
having a few slight camera issues. Oh, there we go. We got it all fixed. So yeah, Nova Grappler is doing Nova Grappler things. Interesting. Is that Asdabalic? Wow, that's not busted on his Vanguard circle.
I guess he probably was in a situation. Oh, is that's
Overtrigger.
Overtrigger? Well, that might get a little dicey. That might get a little dicey. So I think the damage count is like 4 to 5. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, I mean, even though it's Asdabalic rather than busted, Nova Grappler is still known for just attacking many, many, many times in a turn. And as you can see, the Overtrigger came down, and his turn is still nowhere near over.
Oh no, it's not, because he still has access to Gosachi there. 3 Gosachis, and I think he has like still 2 damage face up. So oh, it's not done yet.
Yeah. Well, there we go. And camera's back. All good. So yeah, there's the Gambarigan on one axle and the Golshachi on the other axle.
Uh-huh.
So the Golshachi will stand. Yep. And oh boy, this is not looking good. And not to mention, we have the Overtrigger, so these attacks are all 2 damage.
Yeah, especially like it depends on who has the Overtrigger power.
And it's a shame that we saw one game being lost due to luck, and now we're moving into another game which is just as almost an open and shut book.
Mm-hmm. But like who knows? They could still have a situation where a heal could possibly happen, or a Overtrigger nonetheless from the opponent's end as well too. So like we can possibly, or if he does happen to have enough, like perfect guards or extra guards, he possibly could guard one of them, because it only gets like double the power. So one of those rear guards are now hitting for like 28, or 28, then plus 7, 14, 30.
Oh, I think Karan's just packed up his stuff. I think he didn't.
Oh, okay.
He did not get the defensive heal.
Oh, okay. Defensive heal or PG, which is probably what he needed there.
Yeah. All right. Well, we are more than halfway through the event today. We've had some really exciting moments, and so we're just waiting now to move on. I think if I'm right, we're getting a graphic from the production team.
Oh, what it got for us? Because it's close to Christmas time, and I like me some presents.
Let's have a look. What have they got for us? Give me those stats, baby. Here we go. EXO after round 5. So, yep, Nova Grappler, we just saw winning. There's still one Shadow Paladin in contention. We've still got a Pale Moon, which I assume is Derek.
Possibly.
And we have Dark Irregulars. So yeah, again, Mohammed Nguyen still rocking it out there. People say that Gastile is dead. He's saying, nope, Dark Irregulars is still around.
Alive and kicking.
And in the X1 slots, we have 7 Grand Blues. Again, we're seeing that that clan is always going to be a very strong contender, and it's despite that rough start, despite Maxim's unfortunate misfortune, it's still there. It's still putting up numbers. Shadow Paladin not far behind. Pale Moon and Tachikaze and Gold Paladin, again, very high up in the representation lists, really starting to come through. We have one Link Joker squeezing through on X1. Oh boy, that gets my juices flowing.
What version do you think it is? Could it be Chaos? Do you think it's Messiah?
Ooh, I really hope it's Messiah. I would be surprised if it's Chaos. I think that deck is lost. Losing Zinc really hurt, but I do think that Chaos with Freeze Ray is very, very well positioned into the meta right now. Like, Freeze Ray is super good against Grand Blue, super good against Luard, super good against Genesis. So, who knows? Maybe he's just putting Freeze Ray into Messiah. I could talk about that for minutes at a time, but let's move on real quick. So we've got Genesis again. Like I was saying earlier, only one Genesis doing very well is quite a shock, because a lot of people expected that deck to be the next best deck in the format, as it were, and it's just not coming through.
I think it's just come to the issue of you still need to hit the good grade 3s on the right turns, and then it's also still down to also having the divine gauge not be wasted on a turn where you can't finish off your opponent on. Like if you don't get the right pieces at the right time, just like any other combo deck, because it's closer to a combo deck than to an aggro one, it can put you in a very bad spot. So you could probably get in situations like, oh crap, I actually have to use like this 15k shield I need for my combo, like a Norn and a PG or like a 15k guard, like your crit triggers and stuff like that. It's really rough.
Yep. We see DP, Dan still going really strong. I'm sure Chris is happy about that.
Mm-hmm.
Murakami still being strong. A few of them have fallen by the wayside, unfortunately, but we still got one left. Another Dark Irregulars. That's 2 Dark Irregulars still in the top tables after all this time. That's interesting to see. What sort of build do you think they're playing, both Mohammed and this mystery X1 person?
I do think it's possibly the Baron Magnus NLK variant. I think that's probably one of the best ones that has a damp on hood, hope on damp. Where did I go? Hope on damp finishers as one of its extending combos, and it's really nice to see another overdressed card making a big splash into premium as well, having a nice home in NLK.
Yeah, for sure. And it just goes to show that even though Gasteel caused some problems in the metagame, we're still seeing that Dark Irregulars is evolving past that. People are like, okay, well, even though I don't have Gasteel anymore, I still have X, I still have Y, all the things that make Dark Irregulars good, like, for example, Monochrome, that still exists, Killer Tail still exists, Emblem Master still exists. So the core of the deck is still there. They just need to find that new X factor, as it were. And it's nice to see that, they are indeed finding that.
Oh, yeah. And especially since, as you were saying, like, Killer Tail's just so good.
It's an amazing card, yeah.
Just everything for you.
And then rounding out the X1s, rounding out the X1s, we've got Bermuda, so Highlander. And again, I think, as opposed to, say, Genesis, which is, we expected more of that, I'm surprised that the Bermuda is still standing this long, because, I'll admit that Highlander is an incredible deck in terms of quality, like, having tested against it many times. In the perfect world, I honestly think Highlander will never ever lose a game. But I think the big problem that it's encountered so far with this tournament is time, especially on remote. We have to shuffle all the time. Be like, okay, look at these 10 cards, make sure they're all different. It's a big shame because that deck requires so much skill and like brain power. You have to think, okay, I need Q tier to find this exact piece at this moment. I know that I've already seen my one copy of this, my one copy of that. What do I have left in the deck? Like, if you could visualize a Highlander player's brain as they're like making decisions, it would be an incredible thing to see. And it's just a shame that we don't get to see the deck operating at its full capacity.
Yeah, especially when it rides reindeer and neuron activation.
Yeah, exactly.
Just instantly goes off. That's crazy. And then we also still happen to have 2 more still left. Who are they?
We've got Nubatama and Nova Grappler. Now, Nova Grappler is one that I want to talk about first because we have one who's XO and then another one who's X1. And having played a lot of Nova Grappler myself, it's one of those decks that I feel like when you're having a good game, you're unbeatable because you're getting 8, 9 drive checks a turn. So of any deck, you're the one who's most likely to find that overtrigger. And so especially the Bradgate overtrigger is one of the best in the game right now. So you just go, okay, I'm going to swing with Busted. 8 drives, here's overtrigger, good night. But when the game doesn't go as bad, like you shout, miss, don't find Victor, don't find Dosledge, it can feel just like, why am I playing this game in a way? So the fact that luck has smiled on these 2 Nova Grappler players and they're still going X1, XO after all this time, I really hope it continues.
Yep. And the thing is, it's also not only luck, it's also equals player skill, because then they also need to make sure that they're resolving their skills in the correct order, they're not missing any multi-attack turns, they're not like doing anything incorrectly. And also same for the Nubatama. Like, even though you can say, well, they probably had some easier matchups, I don't know. Sometimes you can have people who can play around it. Like, say, for example, if you're running the V starter, you can keep quick shields in your hand and you can play around the Nubatama skill and not commit anything to the board, right? Or whatever have you. So it also is really up to the player skill level as well. And that mean XN1 and XNO can proves to me at least. Hopefully they'll prove to you, prove to you that I think they're deserving of their position they're at.
Yeah, for sure. And I think as we step into the final leg of Swiss, it's all to play for, and like I said, player skill is going to make all the difference now. Like these 2-3 percentage points difference is going to be the difference between going X1 at the top cut and X2 bubble. And of course, nobody wants to be in that position.
No, nobody likes to be the bubble boy. No one.
Yeah.
None. Being ninth place is not fun for anyone.
Exactly. So I think we're just waiting on just 1 or 2 more tables left. We're wrapping up, but I think we're just going to take to an bit of an extended break while we sort of take a bit of a rest, get our voices back, bring ourselves down from the high so far, all these excitements, and yeah, I'll be swapping out, and Chris will be replacing me very soon. So like I said, don't go anywhere. We'll see you very shortly.
Take care, peeps.
Yo, my name is Cameron Stewart. I topped the V Premium in the AO region, and I was using my main deck, which is Night Rose. I mean, it was dope. It's super dope, super cool though. I'm an online player, so I typically love playing in other regions, so it's nothing really unfamiliar to me, but super dope. So back then, I've been at my card shop, which is Super Games. I also played in Visions tournaments. I think that was the really big one to me because I got to pretty much fight the meta like constantly. So I have like a server called Elemental Spectacles. It's like a team work with each other to improve our skills and everything like that. Test. So yeah, definitely those guys over there. Yeah, I participated in regionals before. It started V Premium. I'm from Atlanta, so I always go down to the Atlanta regionals they have over there. It was pretty nice. Definitely, I loved getting the free promos and everything. Being with all those people. Definitely, when you win or whatever, you lose, you always go back to your friend group that you with, and you talk about how everything went. I mean, it was pretty smooth. I definitely like being in the comfort of my own home. After the match, I could, take a deep breath or something. My opponent, you don't really get to see, your facial expressions or not. So, if they hit the trigger or whatever, or you do like a 2 to pass, or like just to see if you're confident or not. You don't really get to know that. But other than that, it was very smooth. My team chat I was telling them about earlier, like I just always go in there and let them know, hey, what happened, what's up. It's kind of like, how I do with my friend group, but this would be with my online group. I let them know the results, how everything went, how the match went. They would give me the encouragement, and I would do vice versa. And it was that's kind of how it was. Yeah, so I like to go by 3 little tips. The first one, make a winning image. Figure out like what the strongest thing you can do, the strongest push, finish, or whatever. That's what I say about winning image. 2, you make it as consistent as possible. Make sure that you can get it consistently and quickly. And 3, the last one, which is pretty much the toughest one, but you want to make sure you can pull it off before your opponent pulls theirs off, or if it's in the case where it's the same thing over and over again, you want to make sure that it's a balance all around. You don't want to have, for example, let's say a Bastion turn. You don't want to Persona Ride, put everything you have into that one turn, and then your next turns be 15k, 25k. You want to keep the gas on, and practice. Make sure you practice a lot with your deck. A lot of people like to net deck stuff before the tournament. There's nothing wrong, with that, but you won't know like I said, the 3 things: the win con, the consistency. You really won't know that in the build. Like for example, like let's say someone took your list, right? DF, they didn't watch your video, they just took the list. Somebody put in a video, yo, DF dropped this Daikaiser, they took it. And then they go and force 1, riding Daikaiser, like stuff like that. And then like, oh man, DP ain't it, bro. You don't even know all the stuff that went into the list. And then, so stuff like that, you gotta just really, make sure, practice playing for it. Make sure, grind it out. The more you practice, you'll run into different matchups if you try to get it last minute. Just because somebody said it was good, you practice with it, you might run into something. Be like, well, I didn't know this was a counter. I didn't know this or that about the deck. I didn't know if I had to keep them at 3 damage or whatnot. So my best advice, would help me was getting a friend group. Having somebody I could talk to, vent to, discuss things with. If you don't have that, I really would just like maybe go tell your parents or something. Tell somebody, hey, like, yo, I'm doing this event and I'm doing well. Because that encouragement from another person, which is just so much, being able to vent and get stuff off your chest to another person just does wonders. You know, it's not built up inside. So that's how I definitely would say, you know, getting advice. You know, hopefully you find a group. You know, find somebody. You know, you have chords. There's a lot of YouTubers that have chords. You know, get into the chords, be active, find somebody you can connect with, and just, you know, be like battle buddies and you know, you can do all that stuff with. That's my advice. Yeah, get that champion mindset, man. Get that champion mindset and go do champion things.
Hello everyone, so I actually won the Springfest Online Championship, the first place, and I was using Murakumo in premium format. At the time, I didn't had a lot of practice because we didn't had local events, but I was just thinking which deck I was afraid most of, and that was Genesis Loop. And then I just thought a lot of other strategies, how should I play against it, and I decided that I need to use a fire element Hoenn, and Murakuma was the best deck for that. And also, if I went first with Murakuma, I had a huge advantage. So that was my choices. I most likely prepared just thinking theories, strategies, and watching some YouTube channels. Yes, actually, I was in Japan for 1 year when I was studying, and I had a chance to participate like in Vangasai. It was more like on casual side, but it still was a huge and fantastic event. And actually, I participated in it twice because I also visited Japan a little bit later on my vacation, so twice in Vangasai. I didn't had any experience participating in team leagues or other big Bushiroad events that were happening in Europe. This event was the first event for me, and I was pretty lucky with it. They had like a lot of events, but I also liked that they had like exclusive products that you can only get at that time, at that event. You had to stand in a line for it for a pretty long time, but it was something special. And I also attended the a little bit bigger tournament, but not the main event, and managed to end with 5-2. So maybe there was one thing that I didn't like, but it was the prizes were a little bit low, but just everything else was fantastic. Just a lot of people, a lot of nice people. They had like corner for only girls to play in it, so it was very unique experience. Actually, the first time I played on web camera event, but that was a different tournament, I was super uncomfortable. I had to adjust playing on webcam. It is totally different experience than playing in the real life. But because it was not my first event at Spring Festival Online, that helped me a lot, because I already had some experience playing on web camera before, and I had some kind of advantage not doing a lot of misplays, not being that nervous on web camera and other things. Yes, it's kind of hard because you have to watch out for your own field, and at the same time you have to watch your opponent's field. It's just doing two things at the same time. And I like it because I have a lot of time, and it saves up a lot of time. It saves up a lot of traveling money. So I actually definitely like the webcam online, and I hope it actually will be alive in the future as well. I didn't eat at all. And between rounds I was panicking. I definitely was concentrated only at that time when I was playing. I believe you should just have fun and concentrate as much as you can, because concentration is all that matters in those kinds of tournament. And maybe the next time you will be the one who will be sitting in my place and someone will be taking an interview from you. So guys, have fun, and for those who know me on YouTube channel, don't be afraid, I will be back. I just currently having some issues with my physical shop opening of the card games. So, and yeah.
Hey, hello Julius.
Hi Fiona. Okay, first of all, good morning and
morning.
thank you so much for. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I can see you're very excited to start, eating the pastries and stuff.
They look very delicious.
Yeah,
So-
but that will have to wait because
Okay, yeah.
first of all, I want to thank you for joining me here on this Coffee with Bushiroad series. Yeah, so as I think you understand, this series is just to highlight some of the insights into what Bushiroad staff actually do, to bring the game to the players. Yeah, and you do events, and I'm sure a lot of our audience and our players have seen you around events as well. Not just in Singapore, but in maybe Cardiff, France, or wherever you have been to, because you go around the world to organize events and plan tournaments for everyone. Yeah. So thank you so much for that. And you have been with us since August last year.
Yeah.
So I think you are.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're here with you once again for Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021 for the premium stage of the EU region. I'm back. I got to see you guys. Managed to cast Kai. I'm kind of jealous. I wanted to do the roasting, the bad boys, one on the side of the playmat, one on the side of the cast. But how were the games, JJ? How did you enjoy them?
I think they were all pretty insane. I think like every player tried to play their hearts out. Some were on the rougher side of games in terms of gameplay and what happened, but I think they still handled it with a whole lot of grace, and that's always good to see.
Yeah, I saw Maxime's game. That was really, really rough. Honestly, at one point, I thought he might be able to barely survive. I was like, maybe if he had like another Greed Shade and could somehow get anything back to help survive, or like manage to fish out like a heal guard or something. I was thinking, oh, maybe.
Exactly. So many outs, but hey, part of the game sometimes.
Yeah, but X2, honestly, since we're playing 8 rounds and looking at the current standings, we only have 2 undefeated players left. There might be only 1 undefeated player going into the top cut for day 2, and so that means that X2 has a pretty solid chance of making it to the top cut. So I definitely wouldn't give up if I was him. There's still 2 more rounds to play out, and as long as your opponent keeps your tiebreaker strong, I think it'll be good to go as well. But of course, we do have the standings to show you guys as well for the current round and how things are wrapping up here, going to round 7. So you see here, we have only 2 undefeated players, Benjamin C and Mohammed SN. So they're both playing pretty interesting decks. Benjamin's actually playing Nova Grappler, so we're going to be watching this table. And then as you can see here, from the next 16, well, up to the 16th spot, this is where the X2 starts. So we saw Maxime, he's at the top of the X2, so that's even more motivating, is that as long as you're at the top of the X2 record, you have a pretty solid chance. But of course, we also see quite a few other big names. Kelvin, I believe that's Kelvin Yap in 10th. So he has a solid chance of making it through. And I believe he's also playing Grand Blue, so that'll be very nice to see if he can continue to run it down the gauntlet here. But yeah, with just 2 rounds left, man, Ilya's still in here. Derek Dow dropped the game, actually. And so did Karen Patel. So some of the favorites of the tournament are now X1. But of course, if they can hold on to that record, they will still make it into top cut, which is going to be pretty exciting. Pretty exciting.
They're not completely out of it for sure. As long as they these, as we said before the start of the tournament, these are around the rounds you can kind of take a knee at them, right? You're basically at the 39-minute mark. You already made enough field goals to get over. All you gotta make sure is just hold the ball. Hold the ball till the end of the game, and then you're good to go.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think, generally speaking, they should be good. Most of these X1s will continue, to stride through and make it to the top tables. But of course, got to keep playing to your outs, keep playing to your best, and see how things go. But I'm pretty excited because we're going to be watching our 2 undefeated players now, so between Benjamin and Mohammed. And that's going to be pretty exciting, just because both players are bringing interesting things. So I think we've talked about before, Benjamin is playing a very interesting Victor list. So Nova Grappler is something that people were set should be rated pretty well going into this event. But I think in particular, Victor is a deck that, again, format slows down. Decks like that suddenly are good and viable again. And whereas on Mohammed's, it's going to be Dark Irregulars, which is a deck that, a clan that got hit very heavily by the restriction list, but we can see is definitely not out for the count. on this event.
No, it's not, because now Dark Irregulars actually have to use the rest of its G Zone now, so that's good.
Exactly. We like that.
Creativity and ingenuity. We'll see it in stock here today.
That's right. So very curious to see how it's going to go. You know, a lot of people have been talking about the evolution of Dark Irregulars and how you basically have to focus on, you know, the No Life King together with things like Barrow Magnus, because it can let you change so many attacks. And just the way that the Enigmatic Assassin works allows you to also keep those multi-attacks going over and over again. And so I'm curious to see how it's going to play out and, you know, see what made this play in particular be able to make it all the way to being undefeated so far. 6-0 record. Like, that is pretty insane to think about, that someone can make it, you know, that far already, going undefeated throughout all of these rounds.
I mean, let's take a look at Benjamin's list, though, because you're right in saying that, but we'll take a look at Benjamin's list first, as I think all three of us are enthusiasts of the Nova Grappler variety. Let's take a quick look. So he's playing 1 Victor, Zubat Victor, 4 copies of Excessive Battler Victor for your grade 3 lineup. I think this is a correct ratio if you want to have the one of to be able to stride to get the extra card draw, or if you want to play the other one that also allows you to draw a card and also call a card from your deck, because sometimes you don't see the extra battlers, and searching them out of your deck is really good. One thing that does stand out to me is the 2 copies of Jarahawk. That is, what could you think to be a reason that they might just be playing 2 here?
Yeah, like Jarahawk has definitely been a key component overall, like in ever since it was introduced for Nova Grappler, and just being able to, you know, extend those attacks, be able to make use of whatever board you're building even more so than already. So putting that to 2 is pretty interesting. I'm also looking at the Malyaki. This is a pretty nostalgic card for me, because I remember when this first came out, it was, I think, when the first Victor Stride had just come out during GBTO 6, and, you know, people were thinking about all these like combos and the fact that, you know, you can actually like keep powering up that specific column and, you know, then like distributing power all over the field. So it's a card that will require the player to know exactly how they are, you know, playing out their turn to make sure to build the power and those, like, you know, the times 4Ks to hit the magic number specifically well. So I'm sure that for Benjamin, there must be an incredible amount of practice that went into this deck. The only thing that's a little bit concerning for me here, JJ, is the sheer amount of 5K shields. Like,
yeah,
Victor has a big hand. Victor has a big hand, don't get me wrong. But when it's just full of 5K shields, I don't know, man. DI drops a lot of attacks in one turn.
But I guess the only thing that is a positive to it is that with the effect of Hope on Damp, I guess you can get to the 20k shield amount kind of consistently.
That's true. That is true.
I guess it kind of helps out, but you're right. And the other thing that also stands out to me as well here too, there is no stand triggers in here in this list.
That's right. That's right. Just going with the Heal Guardians, the 2 Premium Collection crits, one that lets you use it as Strive Fodder, the other one goes to Soul, and just draw PGs. So I agree. It's interesting that there's none of the like commonly teched stand triggers that we see in these Victor lists. But again, this might be something they want to take home and make use of as well. But of course, we also have the G-Zone, and we've seen some interesting things in Benjamin's G-Zone here as well. So I think that the Ajda Bulk has been the one point of notice. We saw a little bit of it earlier in the last round, but that is like the most recent stride that Nova has, being able to just restand your entire front row and himself getting extra power on top of that for everything that restands. But definitely the key card, I think, for a lot of people is the Bustard. You know, this is the card everyone focuses on when talking about premium Novas. JJ, what do you think about Bustard?
I think it literally put us on the map, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like back when we got premium again, and we had issues of being able to clamor for tops and stuff like that, because we did have winning champ before, and that basically used to be our bygone Bustard. Bustard was just like the messiah to our clan. It's really, really good. He does allow you to restand equal to the amount of hopefully 5 or more drive checks that he gains. So for every time you do restand, so that's why like stand triggers is more of the common trend in most of the Nova Grappler lists. This is opting for more just a crit oriented build, because they're probably thinking, I just need to hit the 5. You got to focus on Garden. I don't know. Countings for blockers. Good luck.
Yep. Absolutely, but of course, he's not the only person playing in this matchup. Let's take a look at Mohammed's Dark Irregulars list here, and we were right about it. It is actually No Life King Barrow Magnus. So we've seen some people talk about decks like this, just being able to go through the deck quickly and have access to things like the Hope on Damp, which is a great win con. Running a pretty high amount of criticals, running the crit sentinels even as well, which of course we've seen in some matchups can be a little bit tricky. And of course, the Barrow Magnus here is just a nice way to, continue off of the No Life King as well, being able to extend even more attacks and finish off your opponent. So this is kind of what the evolution of Dark Regulars looks like after the restriction list.
Yeah, because a lot of people, even to most of us, were kind of wondering, like, a lot of people are not really running the namesake stand triggers on most of their archetypes, like Nova and Dark Irregulars respectively. And that's kind of interesting to see, because I guess it's due to the fact that it is a best-of-1 format. So that could be also it as well. Best of ones do make you play a bit more crits, because, hey, getting the extra crit on your opponent leverages damage and allows you to close up the game faster.
Exactly. And, we see a lot of the typical cards that we're used to seeing in DI lists, the Killer Tails. I like the Grade 3 Searcher being played here as well. Again, we've talked about how that is quite important in the current format in being able to just fetch your heal guards and, on top of like the right Grade 3s that you want. This deck in general runs of like 11 Grade 3s, not counting the heal guardians. But in particular with that, you're happy to ditch something that you don't need in your hand in order to just prioritize surviving against certain matchups like Tachikaze or anything else that just starts off with a really fast aggression. Let's take a look at Mohammed's G-Zone here as well to see what he is bringing here.
He is running a Fumido. That's actually pretty cool. He's running a Dust and Fumido at the same time. I do like Fumido a whole lot because a lot of people would not expect a a Dark Zone deck to kind of get rid of your opponent's threats. But Dark Irregulars, a lot of people did tend to forget, did have some retirement packages back in G era. So I'm really happy to see that they do play Wad Staptons in Shadow Out as well as a other toolbox mechanic to get more ways to retire your opponent's threats.
Yep, so here you go. This is the deck list feature as well. The G-Guard lineup for Dark Regular is also something that really needs to be talked about. Cards like the Saint Germain definitely give you an out in certain matchups that I'm personally not too happy talking about. But just in general, like Dark Regular has a great G-Guard lineup, being able to soul charge, use that soul for power, and of course, just in general, not... you can't just rely on the Gastile anymore. Like, you have to go into your Blader Mouses at times. You have to go through your Balams at times. And so I really can't wait to see how Mohammed is going to be playing through with this deck in this 6th round of Swiss, where he's currently undefeated. So I think it'll be good to go into the matchup pretty soon. So I can't wait to see how it's all going to pace out. Both players are just on standby here, waiting for us to let them get started. But we're also going to see who is going first. Both players are ready, set, and it's going to be a match. So I really can't wait to see, especially for Nova's, like, what is the game plan here? How has this list evolved in the premium format, and how is it going to be delivering the wins, right? Because being undefeated at this point, like, if the one undefeated deck at, going into top 8 is Nova Grappler, I think people will be very excited.
So I guess one of the biggest ways that this deck does accumulate a little bit more power is due to the fact that Brutal Jack on your turn, be it on Vanguard or Rear Guard Circle, is a 19k attacker, and in combination with Mariaki. What a lot of people did not know at the time is that you can actually... The start of your turn, it doesn't need to be rested to use the restand skill, but you can like rest him and a Mariaki in the same column and restand and activate the ability of Mariaki like instantly on your first G-Strike turn.
Yep, that's absolutely right. And also, one interesting thing is that both players are actually from Singapore. So again, showing that, as BRO is open to every region, you can play in any, even if you're in Europe, you can play in AO or you can play in NA. And so it's pretty cool that our 2 undefeated players so far are both from Singapore, basically showing off the invaders, for our region here. Unfortunately, the Grade 3 search is whiffed by Mohammed here, but he is going first, and we see the Assassin starter. Of course, a lot of Dark Regular lists are just running it, giving up the extra card draw you get, the quick shield you get, just for that consistency to make sure you always have Assassin ready for when you need to push for game.
Exactly. Since it is only limited to 1 right now currently, it's restricted to 1 of that you can play. it going into your damage or accidentally going into your drop zone by an effect or mechanic is not something you want. It's not a
That
fun
is right.
experience.
That is right. So here's the Maliaki, and this actually will potentially allow Benjamin to swing under if necessary, because it is only 7k power. Again, he runs a lot of old grade ones. In fact, he runs 10 in total, if I'm not mistaken, which is pretty huge amount when you think about it, right? In terms of just the 5k shield and the ability to swing under your opponent too.
And depends if he okay, it looks like he is gonna call a rear guard down, so he wants to deny something like an Emblem Master next turn, which is possible that he could top deck into. Drive check.
It's gonna be nothing, so no hit. It's gonna be Mohammed's turn again here with no damage. Right, so for Mohammed here, this does shut down certain options in terms of what you can do on turn 2. We're gonna see what he's gonna go for, right? Emblem Master is like the go-to ride most of the time, and you just want to go with it. Oh, he's staying on grade 1? That is interesting.
Okay, so he's gonna call the Killer Tail because it also does stop Killer Tail from resolving for the turn. So it's gonna be a 7/7 plus a 6k boost, 13k to Van. He
That's
does not
very
go.
interesting. Hits the critical trigger though, so that's going to be 2 damage for Benjamin unless we see a heal trigger. Draw comes out, that's an extra card picked up, and no heals, so we're on 2 damage for Benjamin here. But that was a very interesting move. Like, it goes to show how important the Emblem Master still is for Dark Irregulars right now. You know, it's still a key component. The only grade 2s that the deck plays is that plus Tragic Claw and the Selfish Engraver that, you know, is just your on-demand countercharge. But Emblem Master in particular is so important for the setup, especially for the Killer Tail to do her work here.
I guess they were counting like how much cards it was like thinking he drew twice for the turn, but now he drew for the draw trigger and now he's drawing for his own turn.
Right, Brutal Jack coming down here. So of course this does have restraint, but you can rest your rear guards in order to release it. Unleash the beast.
It is currently he's thinking about which one he wants to do because it is a 19k attacker. A heal guardian could stop it, I guess, or slow it down a little bit, but that is only like a 10k block, so it's in exchange.
Apologies. It is the restraint is only on rear guard circles, so of course at the time being it's just 19 on Vanguard. And it's been I used to like when Bustard first came out, I was going crazy with this deck. I was playing it nonstop. But then ever since, I don't know, man, I've just become a Dimension Police one trick.
No, because it's a deck that doesn't. It's a deck that is very unforgiving if you're not used to be playing with, playing behind. Because every time you play in a matchup, sometimes you play from behind because you're a lot more piece reliant in comparison to other archetypes.
That's
And
right.
that's one of the biggest drawbacks, and that's kind of like the high octane gameplay, right? You're playing it for the show of it.
Yep, exactly. So, you know, that's what Victor's all about, and Benjamin here is the one who's been undefeated with it so far. All right, so let's see. He's going to actually go for a really aggressive start, you know, making use of the fact that Mohammed is still on grade 1. He's like, all right, well, I'm going to take this opportunity and push. I have a 19k Vanguard, and my rear guards can still swing aplenty. So let's see. He's going to take the second damage here as well. Mohammed already on 2. And don't forget that next turn he's going to get to ride his Emblem Master and get the searches off. But you never know. Maybe the grade 3 turn for Benjamin will be what it takes. And he's already on 3. This is a very strong start for Benjamin. I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Because, okay, so right now, which does help a lot for Mohammed, is that he is currently... His Hope on Damp is currently in a damage zone, so he could use Killer Tail to put it into Soul, but he will opt to use Dimensional Creeper instead. I mean, eventually he could get it later, so it doesn't necessarily matter.
Yep. He's playing very clean here as well, just using... Look at this Dimension Creeper. You know, he's Soul Blasting out, Soul Charging, using Killer Tail to Soul Charge it back in again, Soul Blasting, Soul Charging 2, and just building up his Soul very quickly, even without the Emblem Master. Very clean play so far. All right, it's going to be just a 10k swing. Let's see what Benjamin will do about this.
Okay. That is a overtrigger pass. Nothing.
All right. That will not, and that's going to be the turn for Mohammed. So all of that aggression from Benjamin, but Mohammed, while he set up a lot, the hand is a little thin, and while the soul is looking aplenty, right now we're going into the V Series Victor. So this is, of course, the way that he might be able to push a fair bit on this turn already.
Yep, because right now with the skill of Victor, it allows him to take a look at the top 7 cards from your deck, call a grade 2 or less from among it with a Extreme Battler name tag, and it'll call it to the rearguard circle and you shuffle your deck. And you also create an axle marker. So first, you resolve the mechanic of the grade 3. So if it had a force, you resolve force first. So this is XL. So resolve XL first, so you can now call it to the axle marker if you happen to want to, which is really nice. And a cool thing.
Axel 1, by the way. That's something that I didn't quite expect.
Because it's going to make it harder to guard with. It's very good against this kind of matchup.
Yeah, especially when you're really up ahead, right? You might as well keep going with this momentum. And of course, while you are committing quite a few of your pieces, even though they are pieces from your Bustard turn, that doesn't mean that you can't, make use of everything you have on the board with something else in your G zone later on as well, such as what we saw in the earlier round with the Ajdabalk.
That's right. And now what he'll be able to do here is take a look at top 3. If he does end up adding another Victor here, he could possibly call it down as a rear guard to attack with, and that can hit for 22. It is going to require 15k shield every single time. And a Ninjard, which is the grade 2 rear guard, can put a little bit of pressure on him too as well.
That's right, but fortunately misses the grade 3 search. But I want to see what this Victor is going to be doing, right? Because, this is the card that you go into to get those axle markers, to get that free plus. You run a lot of extreme battlers in this list. Majority of the grade 1s are all extreme battlers. And, your grade 2s, you still have the Olshachi as well. So there's a lot of targets that you can have. And the Brutal Jack coming down the rearguard circle. So that's still going to be attacking for 29. That can now be restood as well, which is quite scary.
It's going to be for 29 here. And he does, oh my god, he actually has Gambara Gun and Ninjard as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a scary turn for Mohammed. Benjamin trying to make a stance here. Doesn't even need to stride. Victor has the tools, just using Brutal Jack here. And all the restand power to persevere. I love what I'm seeing.
I do too as well. And as I said before, I am not a fan of people taking a grade lower or skipping a grade or giving your opponent the first grade 3 turn. I'm not a fan. I've never been a fan from since a couple months now, and it's still people still do it because there are some advantages to it because of course you do take the first stride turn, but some grade 3s are just better than strides. Just ride your grade 3, get your free plus.
Absolutely, and we're seeing that from Benjamin here as well, being able to make use of this Victor. One really strong thing about the Victor list here is also that a lot of the older extreme battlers from G aren't actually GB locked. So like Olshachi is just, if it hits, you stand something, right? So it's like it doesn't need GB1, things like that. So it's actually quite flexible. And so we also have the Gambara Gun that he has in the front, as you said earlier. That's one of the newer extreme battlers, and that can also, again, restand that Brutal Jack. It's going to be getting even more power, and then the Victor on the Vanguard circle can restand it again, and so it's going to be pretty scary, I want to say.
Exactly, because the Vanguard skill will allow him to Gun Blast 1, Soul Blast 1, and restand one of his rear guards. If that particular rear guard that he ended up restanding has been restored already once more this turn before, he gets an extra drive check for it. And plus, his Arishid in the back row will be a 13k booster, allowing him to hit for 25.
That is right. So, Brutal Jack here is such a great card. The only downside is that next turn, he won't be able to stand it normally. Is that little restraint. It's not actually restraint, but, we like to call it restraint. A little, hint of nostalgia there. But in order to get it back up, you got to rest 2 of your rears. But some people just overcall it. It's fine. I don't need to rest anything. I just got another one in hand.
Exactly.
All right, looks like that will be guarded here. Was that the heal guard that came out there? I believe so. All right. Yeah, heal guards in particular in this matchup are pretty huge. We see Mohammed going to 4 damage. He's just eating that one, trying to see if he can hit a defensive trigger to help him survive these attacks. He's going to go to 5. His hand is actually not that healthy here, and he still has so many more attacks to deal with. Victor here swinging in, restanding the Brutal Jack. Victor coming in The critical sentinel will come through. Over trigger comes out for the victor. This will be able to double the power and critical of the entire front row. And just like that, Benjamin is going to take it over Mohammed in a very quick fashion.
And I was saying about Benjamin's attack pattern here, I was like, I like it what I was saying. Because he's already getting the three attacks already, right? The 3 drive checks already. And I was like, yo, if he gets a trigger here, it's a crit trigger or whatever have you, he already is like good to go. But the over trigger was hit different.
That quite literally hit quite different. I will have to put it that way as well. Ooh, that was heavy. Like, I personally feel like there was, like, even without the overtrigger, I feel like that probably was Benjamin's game. Just because it looked like the hand was really, really empty on Mohammed's side. Like, it was small. He had a few crit sentinels that shirk and hold off some attacks, and he would have been able to survive that Vanguard attack, but then he still had to, like, deal with that Brutal Jack on top of everything else, which was already gaining power.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's a little yikes. It's a little yikes, that's for sure. But Benjamin, undefeated with victor so far. Looking pretty strong. Looking pretty strong so far.
Just, flip yellows, man. No. But like in all honesty, his attack pattern actually made me gush a little bit about it because I was very happy. Because a lot of people tend to attack fully rears first and then restand after your opponent's probably gotten a couple of defensives. You make your opponent doubt themselves because they still need to attack. They still need to guard the Gosachi attack and still the Brutal Jack attack still. So if you get 2 triggers or even 1 trigger, you can give crit to van, power to rear, or all effects to the Brutal Jack, and then use Gosachi to push more pressure again and force your opponent to eat the Gosachi and still guard and put them at lower hand size. So it was still really, really well played by Ben, despite whatever happened.
Yeah, Benjamin still really played well. And I also quite liked, from Mohammed's side, like he was able to just play through like soul charging as quickly as possible to set up, for that turn. I wonder if for Dark Regulars right now in the current format, it's just a little bit difficult to put up with this type of early aggression. So that was also like a bit of a matchup issue. And I'm still wondering, like, the reason for rewriting the grade 1 was that just to get the Dimension Creeper into the soul there, because obviously he abused it, as much as possible on the next turn. Was that worth skipping a grade 4? He basically stayed on grade 1 for 2 turns, and that was honestly part of what decided the matchup, is that he essentially gave his opponent the tempo. Like it wasn't that they fought for the tempo, he just kind of handed it to him, right?
Yeah, that's true. And I think if he just rode into grade 2, be it like, because he rode into Selfish Engraver, I think that was fine. He could have rode Selfish Engraver, attack for 16 and passed. His opponent deals him the damage. He calls Dimension Creeper. He calls down Emblem Master because he had one in hand. Then he puts 2 creepers into soul, and then he just does the kill to combo. So I don't feel that was the play either. Or he might have gotten it the turn after. Maybe it might have been a drive check. I might have not noticed, but I felt that might have been the better line of play there.
Right. Okay. So we're going to be getting into another table here, as that one ended quite quickly, between Ilya and Karan Patel. So this is, of course, the other form of Eradicator. So we've been talking about the Vowing Sword and how it is a threat in the current meta, but this is the Draconic Descendant variant of Eradicators that are also pretty exciting.
Like right now, he is currently playing against Luard. It does look like the skill of Mufasa is now currently active. So this is going to be hitting for a pretty large column here. Wonder if he does have a pretty chunky hand, and next turn he's going to be able to get rid of a lot of cards from his opponent. He did resolve a couple of strides already, so we're pretty deep into the game right now. It is going to be a 5 damage to 5 to 3, but I think we can pull it back. I possibly think, like, some of the angles we have here is possibly stun first. If he rides Vowing Sword, stun verse, he possibly can get something going. Or like rewrite Descendant, maybe.
We shall see. So runs both Vowing as well as the Descendant.
So like Rewrite Descendant could possibly push him. If he has like Cho here, it gives him extra layer of attack as well, and also can get more power.
Yeah.
So let's see what he chooses now. He's thinking. He's a thinking. So asking how many cards are bound right now. I think there's like 10 cards bound at the moment. Feel Stun feels too good not to use, though. You get rid of the rest of their hand, possibly.
Yeah, this is... Looks like he's going to be discarding for Stride. What will he be going into?
Yeah.
Okay, Stunverse it is. All right, well, that's a valid choice. Of course, being able to remove cards from your opponent's field, drop zone, as well as hand is always going to be huge.
So board is gone. He's just going to choose all of his like grade 2s and higher. So like any other extra drag falls and stuff that he has, or grade 2s that he has, and he's just going to bind those and drop. He's going to get rid of triggers as well. Just needs grade 1s anyway, so he's fine.
That's right. Okay,
That's
well,
good.
time to draw 4. That's how we go about it.
Yeah.
All right, and also it's nice to see, you know, Ilya, he's sporting a Bang Dream playmat, and that's actually, Bang Dream has quite a few officially licensed playmats, so it's definitely a nice thing to see. When we're starting to see some text here for Eradicators as well, that I think we were talking about it all the way back, like 5-6 rounds ago. And here we are again, man. Here we are again.
Back in my day, man's swinging. That's the
Over
over.
trigger comes through. All right, well, if Karan needed a prayer, there it is. He's going to be able to survive here.
Oof.
All
Does
right,
not
well,
hit with Van.
I mean, we're going to still attack with the Vanguard and see if we can maybe find one of our own here. All right, first check blank, second check over trigger. He manages to get it. The Vanguard restand will come through. He'll be able to draw the additional card here and still hit the opponent's Vanguard. No defensive here. Now finally pushing Karan to 4 damage. What a doozy. We've been talking about this whole time. The potential of the over to over, and it finally happened.
I mean, he did draw like 12 cards. So even and no over trigger yet, so he eventually might have seen it. So you're right, man. It's wild though still. So he's gonna G-guard here. But he's thinking about Descendant. Yeah, he's thinking about Descendant. He's like, you know what? You got it. No guard.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh,
He's still gonna G-guard. He's still gonna
G-guard. Oh no. Does he know? Do you think he knows?
Apologies. So here we go. Mr. Dragonic Descendant. So powerful. He will even be here twice. So if his deck does not hit, you can discard 1 and stand him, but he loses a drive check. Which is very, very powerful. He also gets to inherit the abilities. Just super, super strong. And so, all right, is that going to be just a regular heal guard? No, he's going to be, going to be able to survive, I think. Looks to be the case. Going to be just 1 drive check, and that's all she wrote for Ilya. As well, the only things on the board that can hit was the Vanguard with that overtrigger. Both players really low on cards in deck. Shadow Paladin does have the ability to recycle some, but is it enough to survive?
I mean, we'll see. Because like he can try to go into Morfessa here, right?
Looks like that is the case. Looks like that is indeed the case. The Morfessa will be potentially what closes it out. It depends on also the hand from Ilya, right? The Dragon Empire Overtrigger is always just so great at letting the player catch up on the hand power, you know, at all times. But of course, the Morfessa requires quite a bit of cards when it comes to guarding any attacks. Karan just going through the cards in his deck. There's like 3 left. This is gonna be a close one. Can anything be returned? Can anything be sustained at this point?
Okay. So it looks like the brown one he called is the one he'll send back. You'll need to call some more cards here if he wants to try to push.
Let's see it. Put down the Esras. And overcalling it. Calling the critical trigger. And
Interesting.
is this a way to put back more cards to the deck here? Ron just trying to go through the motions. He's this close to victory. He needs anything, any kind of way to push that he can. Attacking with the critical trigger that has plus 15k and an extra crit on it. So that is, of course, not just a 4k swing, but still fairly easily guardable. Fairly easily guardable. Ilya, gonna just discard the heal trigger. Go for a G-guard.
Oh no, he's going into.
Uh-oh.
I think I know what he's gonna go into, actually.
I think I know as well. It's gonna be the that's the bulwark, right?
Yeah, that is Bulwark. It retires for everyone that's rested. And now he'll be able to like PG the Vanguard, throw away like one more card, and then that should be enough.
Yup, there is the Eradicator Perfect Guard coming down. I never thought I would see the day where the Eradicator Perfect Guard would be played once more. Critical stand and critical 3 triggers back to back, but that's not enough. Ilya will be going back to his turn. Karan does not have a way out of this. That deck count is simply out. And that's going to be the game for Ilya, as there's 1 card left in deck for Karan. And of course, the deck out rules in Vanguard are that the moment you draw and there are 0 cards left, it is game. Ilya with the Vowing and the Draconic Descendant Eradicators going to come out on top here. And that's just a huge victory. That's a huge victory. Like, being able to take a game off of someone like Karan is also just a huge moral boost, I think, as well. Like, you got 1 more round of Swiss left. You need that kind of moral boost to, like, take it all the way to the end, right? Every single win matters. They are currently X1 or they were X1 if I'm not mistaken. And so, sure, one of them is X2. They'll have a great chance to still make it in, but it's gonna be tight. It's gonna be close. So, man, this is where things get intense. This is where things get intense. This is where things get very, very emotional.
Because your nerves are on edge. You're thinking about, okay, now is if you care about seeding is when it makes the difference now. Because if you happen to get paired against somebody who's a favorable matchup for you, especially since you know their deck list already, you've probably seen them in the tournament. You have information on what they're playing. You can kind of have a mental jousting match with them already to know, okay, if he does this, I do X. If he does A, I do B. And having a favorable pairing against them is something you'll try to vie for if you at least know what you're going to be going for next on day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. So, oh man, like we really got to see some very exciting games so far. Like this round in particular, man. I almost want to, like, you know, we jumped into that last game later, but I'm looking at this Eradicator list. He was running a Gauntlet Buster in there. Like, wow, there's so many things going on here that it's like, this is the innovation of Premium, man. This is the innovation of Premium. This is what the format is all about. Like, just being surprised by the decks that the players bring left and right and center. And that's what makes the format so fun. That's what makes it so exciting.
Well, especially since they give you an idea as to like, hey, that actually looks like a pretty cool idea. Let me do it as well. Hey, why aren't they playing this particular card that also works with our card too? It gives you an idea what kind of decks you probably want to end up labbing on, right? Yeah. And labbing decks is really good of trying to figure out what decks probably could make it into today's meta. And right now it's the Wild West, and finding something that's solved and solidified might not take this tournament, but hopefully more tournaments to come. So play, guys. Enjoy yourself. Have fun.
Absolutely. And there's still NA coming up as well, so that's going to be really, really exciting. I think their check-in starts in just about 2 hours from now. And so, we've had a really cool show from the AO side. We've had insane games all over the place for EU. There's still another round left after this as well, before we announce the top 8 cut. And then, of course, you got NA afterwards. And then after that, you this weekend basically have almost like 48 hours nonstop of just premium, like, competitive, amazing action. It's basically Christmas, but just a few weeks early. Like, this is literally just early Christmas for you guys. And, you know, as a viewer, I would be stoked, right? You can literally be watching competitive premium for 48 hours, and that is just incredible.
So, Chris, could you call it an action-based game in 3D?
Oh my god, I can't believe you've done this. I think it is. I think it is truly exciting in the super kind. Super being replaced for the Japanese equivalent of the word. Man, this has truly been quite the journey. Quite the journey. Really, really exciting. For the time being, though, as the round 7 is wrapping up, we're going to go for a short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back for round 8 for the standings and for the true, like, the last bit. You know, this is going to be the full stress of the tournament where we see who makes it in and who doesn't. Stay tuned, guys.
See y'all in a bit.
Hi, I'm Kalen Fallon. I'm the BSFO Vanguard Overdress winner for Europe. And the deck I used was Bruce. Lovely Bruce. Preparing for BSFO was mostly to do in a small friend group because the fun thing about Standard at the time was the lack thereof, not based because of the format, but lack thereof matchups to learn against. And it takes less time to really develop and understand, hey, so in this I'm going to do this, and in this I'm not going to do this, which makes it feel a lot more like free and less diverse than what the other formats hold at the moment. Prior to BSFO, I've been playing in BCSs and team leagues since 2015, and in 2019 I got an invite to a World Finals for V Premium, and the continent that I normally play in is Europe. I love BCS. I am a huge fan of BCSs. Going out to events to meet people that you've, say, either known already or haven't seen in a while or only know via online. It's just that like whole community coming together that makes the Bushiroad events really, really satisfying and fun to go to. And generally just seeing all the different decks and different people just makes it just a lot of fun. Despite not being as community wholesome as BCS it's still incredibly fun because you can still you still meet people like you'd never meet because despite being stuck to your desk or the floor, you can meet anyone at any country. But like, so say you meet an American, you meet this is in my case an American, you meet someone in Australia, you'd never play against them like ever, or it's a lot more diverse. And honestly, it like kind of helps with the lack of in-person communication that is the only letdown I think of remote fight at the moment. And in between rounds, it means I can just go into a call with a bunch of friends, like mostly my local friends, and then we can talk about, hey, did you win? Did you lose? How did it go? My main advice is to try to broaden your player base. Obviously, this can range. To say, if you're in a small country, you can always try to go out to different locals, because that's something I like to do, because going to different locals means you meet more people, you meet different type of decks. It leads to, like, say you'd never go against this deck unless you went here. So running into different decks means that you just get a bigger broad of like what to do when you go into a competitive. Obviously, if you're not in a small country, that just changes to like trying out different discords, because that's just the easier way to at home or just in general just meet more people and then just have more fun, I guess. Anyway, good luck to everyone else participating in Bro 2021, and I hope to see you there too.
Weiss Schwarz! Time to make your move, little sister.
Then I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad! Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster Pack, Advance of Intertwined Stars, coming soon! Bushiroad! Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Bob Sartre is with the new arms card! Start deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Yo, my name is Cameron Stewart. I top the V Premium in the AO region, and I was using my main deck, which is Night Rose. I mean, it was dope. It's super dope, super cool. Though, you know, I'm an online player, so I typically love playing in other regions. So it's nothing really unfamiliar to me, but super dope. So back then, you know, I've been at my card shop, which is Super Games. I also played in Visions tournaments. I think that was the really big one to me because I got to pretty much fight the meta like constantly. So I have like a server called Elemental Spectacles. It's like a team work with each other to improve our skills and everything like that. Test. So yeah, definitely those guys over there. Yeah, I participated in regionals before. It started V Premium. I'm from Atlanta, so I always go down to the Atlanta regionals they have over there. It was pretty nice. Definitely, you know, I loved getting the free promos and everything. You know, being with all those people. Definitely, you know, when you win or whatever, you lose, you always go back to your friend group that you with, and you talk about how everything went. I mean, it was pretty smooth. You know, I definitely like being in the comfort of my own home. You know, after the match, I could, you know, take a deep breath or something. You know, my opponent, you know, you don't really get to see, you know, your facial expressions or not. So, you know, if they hit the trigger or whatever, or you do like a 2 to pass, or, you know, like just to see if you're confident or not. You know, you don't really get to know that. But other than that, it was very smooth. Oh, you know, my team chat I was telling you about earlier, like I just always go in there and let them know, hey, what happened, what's up. It's kind of like, you know, how I do with my friend group, but this would be with my online group. You know, I let them know the results, how everything went, how the match went. You know, they would give me the encouragement, and you know, I would do vice versa. And it was just, that's kind of how it was. Yeah, so, you know, I like to go by 3 little tips. The first one, you know, make a winning image. You know, figure out like what the strongest thing you can do, the strongest push, finish, or whatever. That's what I say about winning image. 2, you make it as consistent as possible. Make sure that you can get it consistently and quickly. And 3, the last one, which is pretty much the toughest one, but you want to make sure you can pull it off before your opponent pulls theirs off, or if it's in the case where it's the same thing over and over again, you want to make sure that it's a balance all around. You don't want to have, for example, let's say a bashing turn. You don't want to persona ride, put everything you have into that one turn, and then your next turns be 15k, you know, 25k. You want to keep the gas on, and you know, practice. Make sure you practice a lot with your deck. You know, a lot of people like to net deck stuff before the tournament. There's nothing wrong, you know, with that, but you know, you won't know like I said, the 3 things: the win con, the consistency. You really won't know that in the build. Like, for example, like let's say someone took your list, right? DF, they didn't watch your video, they just took the list. Somebody put in a video, yo, DF dropped this Daikaiser, they took it. And then they go and force 1, riding Daikaiser, you know, like stuff like that. And they're like, oh man, DP ain't it, bro. You don't even know all the stuff that went into the list. And then, so stuff like that, you know, you got to just really, you know, make sure, you know, practice playing for it. Make sure, you know, grind it out. The more you practice, you know, you'll run into different matchups if you try to get it last minute. Just because, you know, somebody said it was good, you know, practice with it, you might run into something. Be like, well, I didn't know this was a counter. I didn't know this or that about the deck. I didn't know if I had to keep him at 3 damage or whatnot, you know. So, you know, my best advice, you know, would help me was getting a friend group, you know, having somebody I could talk to, you know, vent to, discuss things with. You know, if you don't have that, I really would just, you know, like maybe go tell your parents or something, you know, tell somebody, hey, like, yo, I'm doing this event and I'm doing well, you know, because that encouragement from another person, which is just so much, you know, being able to vent and get stuff off your chest to another person just does wonders, you know. It's not built up inside. So that's how I definitely would say, you know, getting advice, you know. Hopefully you find a group, you know, find somebody, you know, you have chords, there's a lot of YouTubers that have chords, you know, get into the chords, be active, find somebody you can connect with, and just, you know, be like battle buddies, and you know, you can do all that stuff with. That's my advice. Yeah, get that champion mindset, man. Get that champion mindset and go do champion things.
Hello everyone, so I actually won the Springfest Online Championship, the first place, and I was using Murakumo in premium format. At the time, I didn't have a lot of practice because we didn't have local events, but I was just thinking which deck I was afraid most of, and that was Genesis Loop. And then I just thought a lot of other strategies, how should I play against it, and I decided that I need to use Fire Element Hoenn, and Murakuma was the best deck for that. And also, if I went first with Murakuma, I had a huge advantage. So that was my choices. I most likely prepared just thinking theories, strategies, and watching some YouTube channels. Yes, actually, I was in Japan for 1 year when I was studying, and I had a chance to participate like in Bangasai. It was more like on casual side, but still was a huge and fantastic event. And actually, I participated in it twice because I also visited Japan a little bit later on my vacation. So twice in Bangasai. I didn't had any experience participating in team leagues or other big Bushiroad events that were happening in Europe. This event was the first event for me, and I was pretty lucky with it. They had like a lot of events, but I also liked that they had like exclusive products that you can only get at that time at that event. You had to stand in a line for it for a pretty long time, but it was something special. And I also attended the a little bit bigger tournament, but not the main event, and managed to end with 5-2. So maybe there was one thing that I didn't like, but it was the prizes were a little bit low, but just everything else was fantastic. Just a lot of people, a lot of nice people. They had like corner for only girls to play in it, so it was very unique experience. Actually, the first time I played on web camera event, but that was a different tournament, I was super uncomfortable. I had to adjust playing on webcam. It is totally different experience than playing in the real life. But because it was not my first event at Spring Festival Online, that helped me a lot because I already had some experience playing on web camera before, and I had some kind of advantage not doing a lot of misplays, not being that nervous on web camera and other things. Yes, it's kind of hard because you have to watch out for your own field, and at the same time you have to watch your opponent's field. It's just doing two things at the same time. And I like it because I have a lot of time and it saves up a lot of time. It saves up a lot of traveling money. So I actually definitely like the webcam online, and I hope it actually will be alive in the future as well. I didn't eat at all. And between rounds I was panicking. I definitely was concentrated only at that time when I was playing. I believe you should just have fun and concentrate as much as you can, because concentration is all that matters in those kinds of tournament. And maybe the next time you will be the one who will be sitting in my place and someone will be taking an interview from you. So guys, have fun, and for those who know me on YouTube channel, don't be afraid, I will be back. I just currently having some issues with my physical shop opening of the card games, so, and yeah.
Welcome back, guys, for the last round of Swiss for the Bushiroad Rumble Online EU stage of Premium. We've had some insane games. We've had some insane games, some really hype rounds, some true like tear-jerker, emotional moments as well. But it all comes down to this. This is the last round, the 8th round of the tournament before we see who's going to make it to day 2 for the top 8 cut. JJ, how are we feeling so far after having seen everything?
Emotionals are high right now, man. It is. I can feel it, man. It is the last time you'll have a chance, at least for now, to get into for the European top 8. There is going to be a chance for NA if you didn't make it here, so you still have another chance again. But these are going to be the last 2 chances you'll get. There is going to be another for a very long time.
Yeah,
so you got to make it count.
That's right. This is the premium weekend. After this, we'll go to V Premium next week. It's going to be very hype. Lots of new decks, lots of new archetypes to check out. And of course, then we'll be back in early January for Standard and then Vice the weekend after that. Of course, you guys have also been really heating it up on Twitter with the BRO 2021 hashtag. Again, if you don't already, hashtag BRO 2021. Express your thoughts, what you think of the tournament, what you think of the stream, all those little things, your impressions of the games. If you play in the tournament, share your deck list at the end. Why not? But I love this tweet from Woodland. He said, "My whole timeline is hashtag BRO 2021 right now, and I couldn't be happier or more hyped for my turn in V next weekend." And you love to see that, You love to see that. You got the hype of premium, but even the people that, maybe plenty of people are like working on weekends or, they have other things that they have to attend to, but they freed up that time, it's gonna be close to Christmas break and they're freeing up that time for V Premium next week. So it's great to have that kind of sentiment. It's definitely great to have that.
It's very heartwarming because you know how much people are connected by the game of Vanguard and how much people are willing to stake a lot of their time and effort into practicing, getting the cards, and then showing up to the events and playing at them, even though it's not a live event. I love the fact that there's more than half thousand people here watching today, and more than 200 to 300 people who've been taking part to these events over EU and Oceanica. It has been insane.
Yeah, it really is. I also saw a tweet from one of the Japanese players that go by Infinite Life 23 that basically translated things like, I'm getting sleepy, but BRO 2021 is so fun that I can't fall asleep, which is like, even people over in Japan are staying up to watch the action, but don't worry. I think even when they wake up, they can still continue watching the NA stream and also watch the top 8 for AO. But of course, thank you guys again. Hashtag BRO 2021. There'll be plenty of time for your tweets to get introduced throughout the NA stream as well. But with that though, let's take a look at the standings going into this last round. This is very important. The only undefeated player so far is Benjamin, that we watched take it very dominantly in that last round. Ilya, we also got to see him earlier, is still X1. Derek Dow still running it down with just X1 record. If he wins this next one, he should be safe for top 8. Mohammed, we saw him, not do so great last round, but he's now in 4th spot. Daniel is the Dimension Police player who is currently in the 5th spot and still has a chance to make it to top 8 if he wins this next one. And Kelvin Yap, that's another well-known name. Dave, of course, we saw him around earlier as well. And Karan Patel, he lost that game, but even with 5-2, still in the 8th spot. Let's take a look at the 9th through 16th spots right now. Who can win this next game from these 9th to 16th and potentially make it to the top 8? Christopher C, Mohammed A, Drake, Aya, Russell, Roman, Andre, and Xenon Storm here. A lot of players still stand a chance to make it in. If you're X2, you win this next one, you still have a fighting chance. Fortunately, we don't see Mr. Maxime anymore, who was X2 earlier, so I wonder how his record is going. But we shall have to see. There's still the NA tournament coming up after this. So it's going to be exciting to see how things will develop, man. It's so emotional. And of course, for a lot of players, like now, if you're maybe X3, it might be time to gather some energy and get ready for the NA run as well if you registered for that. Because I myself actually signed up as well. We'll see if we can get something going there. But it's going to be
DP action, possibly.
Man, I've been playing so much Dimension Police. I was like, man, like I want to, I want to like at least play a few rounds before I go to bed. At least play a few rounds and have a bit of fun with everyone, and then head off. So, still a good time, But first things first, let's take a look at the deck list of our next round. So this is, of course, last round of Swiss. These are the final 2 decks. The final match will be showing, unless it, of course, happens to end very quickly. And the first one is Mohammed, who is very well known for OTT himself, is running Tsukuyomi here. JJ, how do you feel about Tsukuyomi right now after Clan Collection?
I actually feel very happy about Mohammed's choice here for this tournament. And as you can tell, he is also currently, 6-1. So the man's been slogging people with it. And I do love the fact that he's not playing the Calico engine. He's not playing it exclusively for Momo. He does have some threatening cards still here on the board within the Brilliant Witch Popo, but he is playing his own take on a very old legacy archetype, and I'm very happy to see him be piloting it today.
Yeah, the Popo is really interesting. Once
Mhm.
you've decreased your deck down to 10 or less, suddenly your opponent can only guard with grade zeros from hand. So they can still G-guard, but as we said before, right, a lot of decks are starting to bring back grade 1 Sentinels, and that's
Mhm.
definitely a good way to counteract that as well. So I'm liking what I'm seeing. Of course, we're going to take a look at the G zone here as well, because Popo is not the only guard restrict. We have, of course, Ichikishima. Everyone knows her well. Shuts down guarding with G Guardians and grade zeros from hand, which I'm sure you guys have connected the context clues there on what's going to be happening there. He runs the Tsukuyomi Stride. Now this is pretty interesting, because this is a card that essentially lets you just look at top 5, add a couple to hand, put the rest at the bottom. So if you are, a really good Tsukuyomi player and you know how to memorize your stack and keep track of it, this will basically allow you to hit your stack very quickly, because you go through, your right chain, and then once you hit the Tsukuyomi Stride, you can get that last little bit of it as well. But of course, there's plenty of other strong strides in here. We have the Wakahirume. We have, of course, the Momo, very strong restander for this clan as well. What else do you see in here, JJ?
I do see Kamususanoo, which is also not all too common, because of course it is a way to pressure your opponent with an extra 5k and a crit if you need it. It is basically the Tsukuyomi and the Kamususanoo are ways that if your opponent is damage starving you, that you can still apply pressure and not feel too bad about it.
Yep, that is right. And of course, this is a deck that I want to see how it's going to be performing, because this one is, this is someone that's the master of their craft. They know what they're doing when it comes to Oracle Think Tank. But of course, on the opposing side is another clan that he's very familiar with, which is Genesis. So let's take a look at Murat's deck list, which is gonna be Genesis Regalia. So I think back when we were talking about earlier, at the very start of the tournament, we were saying like, yeah, there's just one player undefeated remaining in the, at like what, round 3 or something with Genesis. Chances are it was Murat. So this is, Regalia Genesis, being able to use Norn to restand your Vanguard, get all those attacks with the Minerva Stride, and just in general, being able to, filter through your deck and also use the Angelica skill to protect your board from all the disruption that is in the current meta. What else can we see here, JJ?
He is using a whole lot of the new, a couple of the new grade 1s. He is also using actually the old heals here, so that he can kind of charge with them. And they're also Regalia as well, so if he does have some add and search effects, he can make use of those, which I do think is pretty insane. And he is playing some older triggers too, outside of the standard ratio. So I think this is a very interesting list. He is playing way more aggressive in terms of the other lines, playing like 11 crits and 1 over trigger, so he's not playing anything with Ultima focused on it. So I think that's really, really nifty.
Yeah, and of course, let's take a look at the G-Zone. You can see everything here is already filled up with Regalias, but the G-Zone will have a little bit less of that. Of course, one of the key focuses is the ultimate Regalia of Almighty Minerva. Being able to restand with the, not just her own effect, but also with Norn's effect is very, very vital. But of course, that's not the only stride that we want to focus on, because of course, the Marduk is so huge in being able to stride on your opponent even while they're grade 2, which is just so strong,
because it ends up allowing you to access your stride, your crits and maybe some GB reliant grade 1s and 2s that you might end up being playing in the list. It doesn't seem that he is playing that right now at the moment, except for maybe like one tech grade 2 that he ends up playing, but like you'll have to actually see it to be able to even use it. But Marduk does allow you to at least get an additional card from it, but just paying 6 soul, not trading any cards from your hand, just a soul. I think that's kind of worth it, don't you?
Yep, absolutely. I also want to bring some attention to the Earth here. So Earth is another Regalia stride. It's not just Minerva here, that lets you just Soul Blast 6 and get, more 10k power and a crit, which, is not once per turn. And when you factor in Norn being able to restand that could be a pretty scary OTK all at once, and slightly emulating X Gallop, which I'm not sure, what to make of that there. But this is modern Genesis, right? We were talking about how 2 of the main decks that we saw in BSFO not really around anymore, but Regalia is here to shine and take the center stage. So I really can't wait to see how these decks will play out. So I think once the players are ready, will be good to get into it and see what they are bringing to the tables, and also how Mohammed will keep track of his stack for the Tsukuyomi effect. That's going to be very exciting. We might see some anime moments here as he like reaches the hit where it's like, multiple triggers all at once for the kill turn. Gonna be very exciting. But of course for Murat too, if he can, start first, if he can build up with the Norns early enough and be able to make use of the restanding strides or the Marduk, that's gonna be pretty heavy.
And the cool thing I do like about Muhammad's list as well, he does play like one silver bullet in Beacon, the Shadow Elemental, which does protect you from restanding Vanguard. So he could possibly PG the first one, and then a Beacon the second one, which can keep him from getting OTK there.
Yeah, and it's really interesting how we're seeing in the current premium meta the role of the Grey Elementals just being so important. We've seen the Rock Elemental that works as a PG when you're a Grade 2 Vanguard. We've seen like the Bikun, for example, and just so many different Grey Elementals that have come out to be so key over this event. All right, but it's time to get into it. Mohammed versus Murat. Let's get into this match.
This is going to be for all the Greyballs, for every last one of them.
I'm just wondering because in terms of data, I feel like Mohammed might have a pretty great advantage simply because, it's just this feeling of, Mohammed, he is known for Oracle Think Tank, but he also knows Genesis really, really well. And so, man, this is going to be very, very exciting to see how things are going to pace out in there. Little update there on Murat's clan use as well. We see Mohammed is going to go into the grade 1 Tsukuyomi right off the bat. Nice and safe setup here.
Exactly. So he ended up writing the clan collection grade 1 that we recently just got, and which allowed him to get it straight out of the deck and ready to stand. So that actually allows you to kind of set up for the rest of the game, which is just one of the most awesome additions to it, since the previous versions of the list always had issue of writing her on time, and it just hurt a lot, just not having the correct write.
Yep, exactly. So just bringing that up there for the people to see. This is one of the biggest key cards right now in OTT, because you don't get to search the stack as much, let's just say, on grade 0 as you are running. The Ichibiyoshi does not have its original effect to look at top 5, so you need a way to make sure you have those grade 1 Tsukuyomis at all times, and this is basically just adding 4 more copies of her into your deck, which is excellent.
Since the only other card you'd probably want to run is Tetramegas, which would allow you to put a crit on top, but you have so many ways of being able to manipulate your top deck anyway, and drawing cards and adding cards from it. I don't think you'll really need it often anymore. So running this now feels like the better strategy.
Oh, he calls down the grade 2 Ichikishima, so this lets him to reveal the top card, and all right, if it's a normal unit, it does get plus 10k on it as well. So Kishima comes in many different forms, but she can also be in the main deck for those that have not been as in touch with the V Premium support as of late.
So he's going to end up calling down a Diviner Kurakazuchi. See if he's going to use the skill here.
Yep. That'd be interesting because it gets him to reveal more from the top, and if it's a trigger, the revealed card will activate its trigger effect, and if it's a normal unit, he gets plus 6.
Well, it happened to be a trigger, so.
All right. Excellent. All right, that's going to be a quick shield being burned. That will take it out just like that, and Murat staying on 0 damage for the time being. I'm swinging with the Tsukuyomi here. All right, looks like a perfect guard coming down from Murat. He is not taking any early damage. Perhaps he also knows, what is waiting for him against OTT. We see the grade 3 Tsukuyomi is found in the hand here as well. Now it's a choice for Mohammed if he wants to still push this first damage or not, or simply pass.
He's thinking of what potential first turn plays that he can expect from his opponent. So he could have a unappeasable Biter Gleipnir. That could be an option. He could also have a Norn as well. It's also an option as his first grade 2 rights.
That's right. Now both players are at 1. Gleipnir is going to come down here. Of course, it's a card that has been very key to Genesis and Premium for a very long time, ever since it came out a year ago. So we'll see how the Regalia deck makes use of this card as well.
That's right. So he'll be calling down the grade 1 VAR.
Yeah, that's right. So be able to swing boosted by it at the same time. And of course, that allows him to put a card from the soul face down as a Divine Gauge for it, which is of course very good because then once Angelica hits the board, this will also give it the protection. Not as relevant in this matchup, but always nice to have. Alternatively, of course, it can also use its own skill to just discard that Divine Gauge and Turbo Soul Charge 3. And then, of course, you can also countercharge. So she's kind of like a jack of all trades for the Regalia deck. And now Mohammed will be able to use the grade 2 Tsukuyomi skill to look at the top cards of the deck. But as we know that he drive checked the grade 3 Tsukuyomi, once that is discarded, he will be able to simply commit to it right off the bat. That is the strength of this deck, is that it does not need to find the grade 3 Tsukuyomi or the Tsukuyomi forms from the top. As long as you discard the next form, you are able to ride it up.
So you can end up adding a Perfect Guard, or you can end up adding quite literally anything. You could even add the Shadow Elemental Beacon to his hand too as well to help him set up for the next coming turns.
Okay, he's thinking about it. Don't forget as well, for Oracle Think Tank players, it's very important to decide on the stack of these cards and how the sequencing will pan out for the rest of the game, right? This isn't just a deck where you can get away with launching a multitude of attacks and hoping that your opponent loses. You really have to plan ahead, multiple turns ahead, in order to reach victory.
Exactly. Because like it's one of those kind of decks that just rewards a whole lot of honed practice with it.
Okay, he's going through what is in the top cards of the deck here. Luckily, with the way that the shadow is dropping, he's able to hide the information from his opponent. So that also works out for him. That's going to go to the bottom. And now he needs to make sure to memorize what did he send to the bottom here and know. And it's interesting, like, people have analyzed various different ways to remember the Tsukuyomi stacks, whether it's like patterns or, thinking of it in terms of letters. And so I wonder what kind of methods Mohammed uses for the memorization of the stack here. And he's going to go into the grade 3 Tsukuyomi, that is the SVR. So you guys can see what the effect of it is right here as well. So of course, once 2 or more triggers have been revealed by drive checks, your 3 of your front rows get plus 10k power, which lets you kind of like break through a 2 to pass at times, which is a nice way. It kind of feels like Hexa Orbi in standard, let's say. And of course, on top of that, it's the usual Tsukuyomi effect of just being able to, trade cards in your hand for more card draw and being able to stack the bottom cards of your deck, as this archetype is known to do.
Looks like he did not reveal a trigger here for the top.
Yep, that was the grade 3, the guard restricting, coming through there. Right, just swing with the Tsukuyomi here. We're going to see that's going to be the grade 1 followed by another Goddess of the Full Moon Tsukuyomi. But we are going to be going to 2 damage here on Murat's side. So we have to see more rear attacks coming through. He is going to be taking this one as well. Going to 3, slowly pushing, but he does need some damage in order to get his first strike turn to be efficient. So I think it definitely makes sense to take the 2 face up. You can, of course, countercharge this turn with the VAR as well. Riding the Yggdrasil isn't too bad either. It's not the same as getting into the Angelica, but at the same time, it will give him the Regalia name and it'll get him the ability to still restand the Vanguard if he does find the Norn.
Yep, he ended up discarding the Flap Angel, the Stride Fodder for Regalia, to be able to go into the G-Zone now. Let's see what he's going to stride into. Contemplating.
Again, we've seen a lot of the interesting choices that he runs, and he's going to go for the Amaruda Stride here. That is, again, a card that we've seen many different Genesis archetypes choose within their Stride lineup. So definitely not something that's too surprising. I can pop it up for you guys here as well. Of course, the Revelation effect lets you check the top card, and whether it gets soul charged or not, that's a different question. And then on top of that, you can also use it for just a quick soul charge, depending on how big your soul is.
Oh, that it does. So he's going to soul charge something. I think that's the Angelica. And he adds it back to hand here. So you can use the Amaruta skill by paying another CB. He actually ate through all of his CB right now. Gonna flip
In
something
mind,
up.
he still has the counter charge potentially if he wants to go
Mhm.
for it. Oh, flipping face up the earth there as well. All right, so this will now give the extra power and the critical all to that Gleipnir. So now is able to just go through and get that soul charge in there. So that's the nice effect of this card is that, you get to power up a rear, make it be a threat, and at the same time, just beef up your soul and be able to strike at your opponent at the same time. And again, for both of these players, like this is a very important match for them to win, right? Winner has a great chance to get into the top 8. For the loser, I'm afraid it's going to be a little bit tough, as right now both players are at X2. So I'm afraid that with X3, it's going to be a little bit too close. Even if you win, there is a chance that maybe the tiebreakers weren't looking that good and it doesn't push them all the way up to the top. But we shall see. We shall see. First things first, they do have to play out this match before any conclusion is drawn.
So right now, he does have a Gleipnir in that Divine Gauge now that he ended up putting.
Right, that is good information to have for both players here. Mohammed as well, like, again, I want to really stress the fact that Mohammed, he has the matchup knowledge here, because I'm sure that, for the players that really take a lot of time to prepare for this event, they've been preparing for months, ever since the event was announced and ever since the format was known. And for them, they have plenty of decks in their arsenals that they consider, especially when they have multiple main decks. And so I'm sure for Mohammed, this was the deck that he also considered bringing. But, knowing the deck inside out, you also know when to shut down their aggression, when to stop them from pushing, when you should be taking their attacks. And so how Mohammed will respond to the plays will be very important in this. But of course, Murat as well knows what he's doing. He didn't make it to the top tables by doing nothing, and he definitely deserves to stand here just as much.
So look like Mohammed is currently fatting over like 3 or 4 cards here, or is he gonna go for a PG?
Yeah, you can see he's spoiled for options right now. Of course, the protect marker is up for grabs. He is going to discard the other Tsukiyomi here to commit the protect marker. All right, the Great to Regalia, bit of blur. Oh, I think Murad realized that there was a little bit of loss of focus there. All right, so it looks like that is a critical trigger being found from Murat that will push that the Great Tooth Root up as well to push even more aggression.
That's just 20, I think, right? Or
yes, so he's able to push a little bit more. It's a pretty easy guard, but at the same time, this also lets him just set up more soul. Lets him to actually, convert the Divine Gauge over into another unit and then cycle into a card draw. So it's actually a pretty nice card to finish off on, and hopefully sets him up for a potential kill turn next turn. So here, the Amaterasu G guard will be coming down, lets him soul charge and check the top card. Let's see, where is it going to be going for Mohammed here? Leaving it on top. A little bit hesitant there.
I guess he's thinking about it.
All right, but that'll be the end of that battle. Choosing not to use the third effect, so she will remain on the board. I guess there's no ideal targets here to necessarily move the gauge to. So here the Gleipnir will be attacking, and this will let him just Soul Blast 1 and get it 10k more power. And of course, with the critical trigger that's on it, this will be confirming some damage. See if there's any heal triggers. Looks like that is not the case. So that is now pushing Mohammed to 4 damage.
Okay, so right now Mohammed does have 1 GB face up, so he can go for Ichikishima turn this turn, and his opponent is currently on 3 damage now.
That is right.
So
that is right.
Look kind of scary.
Yeah, absolutely. So he rewrote to get another protect marker. Oh, he's already going through his deck count. You know he's approaching that stack. He hasn't even strode once yet. Let's see, what kind of tricks does Mohammed have to show us here today? And of course, yeah, unfortunately, I'm just saying that, again, Murad is not on the Angelica, sitting on the Yggdrasil still, but you're saying?
Oh no, I guess he's trying to think of how many cards he can try to draw this turn. So he could go for a... Yeah, I think he's probably going to go for Ichi turn now.
Yep, looks like it's going to be the Ichikishima. But having pushed the opponent to 3, I wonder what is going to be the plan here. All right, so still Water Festival DD Ichikishima coming down on the board. And this will, of course, be able to draw additional cards, and at the same time, with the Oracle ability, you can also shut down your opponent's G guards, as well as grade 0 guards. And that's basically why he also G guarded with the Amaterasu the last turn, in order just to access this GB3. And so with this, you'll be able to apply that guard restrict. And Murad's hand looks fairly decent, but I wouldn't say, it's not like where we see Tachikaze players where, their hand is like a book with different chapters to them, and it's bigger than their deck. So I don't know how this is going to go, depending on what kind of stack Mohammed has seen by now.
Okay, so now he's going to flip up the Tsukiyami. So it's normal. That's going to be for flip fodder now. So if he rides into another Ichikishima, it's just going to be flip fodder again.
Yep, exactly. So, all right, gonna be checking the top cards here once again. Mohammed, what does he see? What does he see? What is it that he wants to? So he's gonna put these to the bottom. Very well, very well. I wonder how much further are we from the stack here?
So he ended up using the skill of Seiya. Is going to put the Great Tour Lesson to the soul. Look at top 2 from the deck. Choose up to 2 cards from among them. Put them on top of the deck in any order, and put the rest of the bottom in any order. So he chose to resolve that skill.
Yep, so the side that it was behind the Grade 2 Ichikishima there. Ooh, Goddess of the Sun Amaterasu comes down onto the board here. So we oftentimes see her being revealed for card effects in order to power up the Vanguard. But looks like this was the reveal of a draw trigger, and I think Mohammed might be thinking, what does this draw find me here? So he has to activate it from the Grade 2's effect here. So that was the Kuroi Kazuchi. Right, so now he's going to be attacking with the Ichikishima. Again, let's just pop up the Kuroi Kazuchi here so everyone can keep it in mind. So again, he can guard with a grade 1 perfect guard, even though Mohammed's list is teched out for that with the Popo, but this will be able to guard the Ichikishima and so kind of stave off the aggression. We see blank into a critical trigger here for Mohammed. If he has another one lined up, which he might, by this time he might have already hit his stack. This might just be what he needs to win. All right. And the third check is going to be a Goddess of the Sun, Amaterasu. All right, but of course it was revealed by a drive check, not by a card effect, so you cannot activate its effect there. So it's not quite lethal yet, so I guess he wanted the Ichikishima to kind of like dig through the deck while kind of applying that pressure of just the Ichikishima being on the board, and also seeing what the Kuroi Kazuchi would have found him from the top. If it was a crit, that might have been a different story, right?
So it's going to intercept here for 23, so I guess the rear was attacking for 19. So that was fine to guard with. Is he going to pass a turn to deny damage? It might be.
We'll find out soon. We'll find out very, very soon.
So I guess he's thinking about it. Yeah, I guess he's going to go for it.
Let's see. Attacking now. Again, from Murad, he's still at 3 damage, so he's in a pretty comfortable spot, so he's not exactly in danger just yet. But he also needs to. I'm kind of thinking like Mohammed's hand has been farmed up so much that I feel like at this point he'll be able to survive whatever kind of onslaught Murad will be able to push here on his own turn, even if he does have a Norn in hand. But for the time being, it really feels like he's been kind of lacking, right?
Yeah, it does. Like, well, this is also what we talked about earlier too, as well. Is like you get put in these situations where you kind of have to choose to guard with almost everything by giving up pieces that you're going to need for the future turns, or you might need to use, like, or you might end up just not seeing any of them. You know what I mean?
Exactly. All right, still in the same battle. Still for Murat to decide how he wants to guard this one. All right, the Amaterasu skill will be used, so she does have another effect where when she attacks, you can discard 1, look at top 3, and then add 1 normal unit to your hand, and the rest goes actually on top of your deck. So you can actually, you see like heal triggers, you're like, oh, sweet, that's a 6 damage heal I can queue up. Perfect. So let's see what he's choosing to take. He's gonna take the... Oh, have to be careful that it has to reveal 1 normal unit from among them. The heal trigger, if that is the heal trigger, is not a normal unit. If I'm not mistaken, Amaterasu does have... We can actually pop it up for you guys as well. Has to add a normal unit, so the heal trigger is technically not a spell target. Unless that was the Kuroi Kazuchi, which does have the same illustrator, as well as a very similar pose as the Heal Guardian, so never bad to double check. Never bad to double check.
No, of course not. And it's not too late yet. He hasn't really shuffled his hand, and we were like quick enough to catch it, so it's fine.
Yeah, it's just a question of, was it the Kuroi Kazuchi or was it the Heal Guardian? Because, of course, same artist, very similar pose. I've already seen some people on Twitter kind of pointing out, like, oh, these look really, really similar. All right, but Murad's going to rewrite into the Angelica, which is a great sight to see. That's going to be another force marker hitting the board as well, which is very, very important. All right, you see Mohammed going through his hand like a book. There's definitely a lot of defense available to him here. All right, and of course, this is, as the Goddess of the Sun Amaterasu effect stacks on the top as well, it is technically changeable. So, right, this does look to be the Heal Guardian, I believe.
And if that's the case, then he can't add that.
So yes, that's going to be one little revision that we have to take. So I think he also realized that it is a Heal Guardian he took, but just have to quickly check that the Amaterasu effect. Yeah, it is repairable. The top stack has not changed yet, and therefore, as long as it is replaced, it should be repairable.
Yeah, if it was shuffled into the deck, woo, Nelly.
All right, so let's see if we can... All right, so the Minerva Stride is going to hit Murat's board here. This is, of course, the one that we've all been talking about. We've all been talking about it so far. The ability to restand this with a Norn is tremendous.
Yeah.
All right, so once again, he's showing the world that it was the Heal Guardian. Now he is reading Goddess of the Sun Amaterasu's effect that it can only add a normal unit.
Yep.
So that is indeed the case.
It can be pretty misleading with the type of artwork or the type of art style that it is. Then it's fine. Then he just can't add anything. He just puts it back. Then he just chooses the order he puts it back into, and it should be fine.
Yes, it also says reveal up to 1 normal unit from among them. So if all 3 cards on the top were triggers,
then
he can just return it to the top. It will become public knowledge, but it does not necessarily damage the game state.
Yeah.
So we'll see how the judges, we're not judges, we are commentators. We're here to give you the play-by-play and the situation, and we're here to catch some of these things. But we'll see how the judges, will take care of this situation.
So, Chris, this is one thing what I'm seeing here is where that Norn at, though?
Yeah, where is Norn? We've been through like the majority of the deck. Still haven't found one.
So, yeah, that's currently what we're talking about, is that these small little, Like, especially if you have something like Gleipnir, you also have Amaruda, you can kind of filter and draw a whole lot, but there's still going to be a situation you still end up not seeing it, you know?
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Hmm.
Absolutely. So the judges are just talking to the players now. And then I believe the head judge needs to also give the okay in order to have the just to have it be rewinded and fixed. So this is it is rewindable, at least in my opinion. In my opinion, is rewindable because the stack is not public information, but
Yeah.
it hasn't been shuffled. There haven't been any extra cards drawn yet, and therefore it would just be kind of like reordering that skill in a sense. So the head judge will confirm whether that redo, well, not the redo, but just repairing that game state is okay. And once the head judge has decided, we'll move on as well. But man, the Norn missing there is definitely pretty emotional. Like, you have everything going for yourself, but a lot of people focus on the Norn being kind of like the card that carries that deck as a whole, right?
Yeah, of course, because like what can happen is a couple of it get into your damage. You might have to guard with a couple of them. You might have had to ride one of them. Like Gleipnir might be able to get it back, but you have to hit the Gleipnir to do so. And then you also need to make sure that you don't miss it at all. And depends if you're playing a lower ratio of them. Because I do think he is playing four, but we've not even seen one. Yo, it's it's a bit of a roughie. It's a bit of a
Yep.
roughie.
I do have some good news to share though about the one of our fan favorites now, I think, which was Daniel, who was playing Dimension Police on the stream earlier. He has finished his 8th round with an X1 record. So we have Dimension Police in top 8, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That's the good news I wanted to hear. So that is definitely a very good piece of news. So again, some people already finishing their round 8s and knowing who wins, who loses, who continues on. And so that's a great first start here.
I mean, wielding the power of justice, Mans was able to devastate all of his opponents. So hey, taking one L is fine if you want to achieve the victory.
Yep, exactly. So let's see. I think Lin, the head judge for today, is just discussing with the table in order to repair the situation there that we had on stream earlier. Again, thank you very much, everyone, for your patience. Thank you very much for understanding as well that these things can happen. It's already round 8. Some of these players have been playing in multiple regions as well. It's easy to make small little blunders or small little mistakes like that. That, of course, sometimes will happen, right? It's the human factor of the tournament, and we have to be understanding as well. So we do ask for your understanding of the situation. We will go back into the game the moment it is ready. We're just letting the judges talk to the players in case there is any penalty. There probably will be a warning. I would imagine potentially, just for the misuse of the effect. But we shall see. Again, we're not judges. We're just here to give you the play-by-play. But yeah, so man, JJ, I don't know. Like this is like getting to see Tsukuyomi as well. Like I feel like we're also reaching, like we're mere moments away from the stack at this point. Like we're mere moments away, and it's gonna be, it's gonna be close. It's gonna be close.
No, well, especially since it's because I think he is. I think like 12 cards in. I think he is like. He's like what 10 to 12 cards in, 15 cards in maybe. So all he needs to do is start his draw phase, use Ichi again if he happens to have one. We do know that he already has the witch in his hand already. Like we do know that he has it in his hand. So all we're doing is just more or less a waiting game to get to it.
Yep. All right, so it looks like the judges have resolved the situation, and we'll be able to go back into the game now. So let's see how the players are going. So nice. Thank you very much to the judges and the judge team for attending to the situation and managing to make it resolved. And so now we're here in the Minerva turn. This is going to be pretty big. Looks like he's actually Soul Blasting 6 for the effect. Let me once again remind you guys of what the Ultimate Regalia actually does. All right, so you're able to Soul Blast 6 Regalias, specifically Regalias, and discard 1, 2 at the end of the battle. Stand all, and I mean all Regalias but she loses 3 drive checks. So, you know, this is not as strong as it would be with Norn, because with Norn you'd be able to restand it before it loses the drive checks and then restand it again after with her own effect. And so, oof, just Yggdrasil City over here. Quite unfortunate. I wonder if this will potentially cost the game for Murad. You know, like, he's pushing, but that hand from Mohammed's side is very, very strong. Like, there is so many things there. But, oh my god. But yeah, so for the people wondering about the resolution, Mohammed was given a warning, and the known top stack was changed to a legal order. And so now there is no longer any issue with the resolution of the Amaterasu effect. Here we see the Bikun come out again. I feel like we haven't talked enough about how important Bikun is in the current meta, right? There's so many decks that can have restanding Vanguards these days. You know, whether it's Regalia, whether it's Dimension Police, whether it's Kagero, you know, there's so many ways to get multiple attacks out on the Vanguard circle these days that, man, it is it's definitely a very key card as a tech option in these deck lists.
It is, because like if you're playing against any archetype that has any features that can restand, like also like some variants of Messiah that plays like 13 grade 3s. There's also yeah, especially the ones that use the promo crits. There's just so many different alternatives in trying to deal with it, and Beacon is a very good silver bullet versus many of them. So he's going to discard the Popo here.
All right. It looks like it's Ichikishima time once more here, but this time around we have Murad at 5 damage. This is going to be rough. The guarding here is going to be very key, and let's see how things are going to pace out for our friend Murad here against Mohammed. You know, the kingpin of OTT. A man who knows the stack, and he knows how to deliver the lethal here. How will this play out for his opponent? All right, so Mohammed going to be using the effect here, I believe, to...
Did he put a CEO into Soul?
I believe so, yes. So that was the effect of the Sai that we saw earlier.
But he can only put...
grade 2 or less regards?
Grade 2s or less, yeah.
All right.
I mean, it doesn't matter. He just calls anything down. He does it, but that's just a really small thing.
But again, he needs to choose a different target in that case. So
yeah, exactly.
He does need to... All right, so we're gonna have and see how things are gonna go here.
It's fine. They're all new cards, and that can happen. It's okay.
Yeah.
Like
in Europe, we only got Clan Collection like a couple days ago, right?
Exactly. It's okay. It's fine. Like he just chooses another grade 2. It's okay.
All right. So looks like this is gonna be an interesting turn. So of course, have to change the target here for the Sai. Let me once again pull up the Sai's effect. We focused on the first effect of it to search out the Goddess of the Crescent Moon Tsukuyomi. But of course, she does have another effect, which allows you to put your grade 2 or lower regards into your soul to look at top 2 and to you can either put them on top or put them on bottom.
Yes.
And it's a great way to stack, but you cannot put grade 3 regards, which he did, unfortunately. So I'm gonna have to see how the judges resolve this. Of course, it is repairable. All that has to be done is a grade 2 or less regard has to be called, and it will be resolved. But again, even for Mohammed, who is known for this clan, it still, it's new cards.
Yeah, new cards can happen to anybody.
And just nerves of the tournament, right? You can't forget that they're still playing at a high-stakes event. Winner makes it out to the top. Loser, unfortunately, is going to have to either play in NA or battle like next week in V Premium.
Exactly. And this is a situation where it's like easy to repairable again. It's just sort of like reading in TCGs in general as a whole, I have hard times with them. So I can barely read my cards half the time, and I've played them for over 10 years. So trust me, it's a privilege if you can end up reading some of your card skill. So don't worry about it.
All right. So for the time being, we will allow the judges to just take care of the current situation.
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, this was unfortunately, a couple of blunders here and there. It does happen here and there, but this is gonna be, this is, we'll see how it ends up being resolved. But I believe the majority of tables are actually no, all tables I believe are actually done. This is the last table I think that we're waiting on.
Yes.
So this is basically the match they're waiting on to find out what the top 8 will be, because these players are both X and 2. And so the winner might have a chance to make it into top cut. The loser, unfortunately, will not. And so we shall see. It is quite literally the decisive factor, not just for them as players, but it's the decisive factor for a lot of other people that are kind of like on that edge, on that bubble between getting it into top 8 and going to tomorrow or not. So we shall find out very soon.
Oh yeah. Because especially since, like, even though a lot of people could kind of scrutinize like a small misplays here and there, for some people, it's just small repairable things. It doesn't affect much of the gameplay. It doesn't affect much of your information. He will still be privy to the same amount of information. All he needs to do is just move some cards around, and it's aces. That it's fine, and it's okay. But if they end up penalizing him for it, and he ends up getting a game loss for it, that's also them's the breaks as well, because you do enter a prestigious event and you are expected to at least be cognizant of like what you're doing in the turn. But nerves can get to you, so
of course, right.
We have to
keep
respect
that in
whatever
mind.
decision they make.
Yep, exactly. Like, again, this isn't the locals. This is a high stakes tournament. People are, quite literally losing sleep to be able to play in the events. We have quite a few Australians that are at the top tables, and let me tell you, the time in Australia is not exactly friendly for that kind of action. And some of them are still planning to play, whether they're in Asia, Oceania, or in Europe, play throughout the night in the NA events as well. So, it's a high stakes event, and there's a lot on the line here that they need to keep in mind as well. So, but man, what do you think? All right, so unfortunately, we have heard the sad news that Mohammed was unfortunately given a game loss because of multiple infractions in that round. And so unfortunately, it is the case that we cannot finish the game on stream here, but that's the rules of the game. If you do make mistakes like that multiple times and do not pull away from them, that will result in a penalty. So with that, Murat will take it and win with his regalia. And so he will have a good chance to make it top cut. Not saying that he will, but with next to record, pretty solid.
It depends on what his tiebreakers were. Like, depends on who his 2 losses were. He could possibly make it in.
Yep, absolutely. So, yes, essentially we have a confirmation from the judges here as well that Murat does win the game by the penalty being leveled up doing a repeated infraction. So unfortunate news, but again, that's just part of the rules of the tournament, and all players are playing by that same restriction. I remember when I was playing in an event, and I remember I forgot to misuse an effect, and I was like streaming it was a community event, and I was like streaming my tournament run, and then the judge pulled up in the call and was like, "Yeah, sorry, that's a game loss." And I was like, well, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it happens, right? If you just mess up in effect, and you have to take responsibility for it, right? It's like, it's not your opponent's fault, it's not the judge's fault, it's all on you, because, you have to know what your deck does, you have to know what your effects do, and you have to be prepared. And sometimes, the human factor will kick in and you'll make a small little mistake. But if you do, you have to just be honest with yourself and with the people around you that these things can happen, and you just have to move on, go on to the next round and try to still make it out on top. So this can definitely happen. And, it's not the end of the world by any means. And I think that tournament I still managed to make it to finals. So it's never that bad. But that's just how the cookie crumbles. That's the kind of situation. But I think for the time being, as that was the last game for round 8, we will now go to a break as the top 8 will be generated. And so guys, hang on, because we want to tell you all of the exciting players that have made it to the top 8 for day 2. So you guys will be able to watch it again here at 9 a.m. CET on this exact same Twitch channel. So we really can't wait to share with you guys. So we'll go for a short break. All 3 of the boys will be back to announce it. We'll see you guys very soon.
Now that Decklog is available, you can register your deck list for tournaments with ease. If you have not used Decklog before, no worries, we have a tutorial video. You can find both the links to Decklog and the tutorial in the description box. Now, due to the shenanigans from the last event, this time we will be introducing a new procedure into the tournament. We will be conducting spot checks by requesting a player in a room to show us that nobody is nearby to give them help, that there are no extra cards or suspicious items around. First, the players who will be checked are based on a highly scientific method employed by many entities and game designers all over the world. Hi Player 456, you have been chosen for a spot check through a fair and impartial system.
Oh, I've been selected? Okay. So first of all, this is my table, and as you can see, I'm playing Lyrical Monasterio. I love Lyrical Monasterio so much because the characters are so pretty and so cute. Okay, now I'll show you my room. So hi, this is the room that I usually play Vanguard in, and as you can see, there's no one else here but me.
Okay, good, thank you.
I'd like to show you Vanguard collection. I've been playing Vanguard ever since the first release, and I also have my showcase here. I have G Series, V Series, and Overdress.
Thank you
Not
for
only that, I
cooperating.
love Weiss Schwarz as well. I play Persona 5, and I have a lot of other collection over here, as you can see. Very nice, I know. Thank you.
Good to know we have such an enthusiastic fan. Anyway, there have not been any incidents where we found players cheating with external help. But we hope this extra layer of precaution will deter any attempts, as well as reassuring all participants. On a side note, please do not use your phone during the tournament. This has been a rule for physical tournaments all along, and it is not any different for online tournaments. Players caught using their phone during a match is considered an infraction. First infraction, you get a warning. Second infraction, you get disqualified.
We meet again.
Yes, but this time it will be a different fight.
Oh! Guard! Overlord! Please don't heal, please don't heal, please don't heal!
And the championship goes to Chris!
Okay, yeah, that was a good fight. Thank you for the game.
That match was so close. Thank you so much for the game as well.
So Judge, when will this game be uploaded to the official Bushiroad YouTube channel? I want to show my friends like the epic fight I just had with Chris.
Oh yeah, I want to show my friends too.
Because one of you used a playmat with a yellow red and a blue turtle?
Actually, it's closer to a tortoise than a turtle.
As we can't show merchandise that isn't from Bushiroad, we can't upload the match. During our last tournament, there were a number of exciting matches that we think players would love to watch. However, because unofficial merchandise were used, we couldn't upload the videos. Non-official Bushiroad merchandise are not allowed in tournaments. This includes card sleeves, playmats, and any other objects appearing in your video. Dragon Shield and Ultra Pro generic sleeves with no art are allowed. If you do not have an official Bushiroad playmat, you can buy one at our Bushiroad online store. You can find the link in the description box below. We have a lot of beautiful card sleeves and deck boxes, all of which are allowed in the tournament. And from now till December 10th, if you use my code, you'll get 5% discount, 5, for all TCG related products. Use the code BROTHER2021. That's brother, not brother. BROTER 2021. While stocks last. Okay, fine. You can also flip over your playmat and play on it.
Hi everyone! So in order to distinguish between offline and online tournaments, we have rebranded it to Bushiroad Rumble Online, BRO or BRO for short.
That's right, if this is your first time participating, we've created a video with some rules and do's and don'ts to take note of.
We've also included some links to useful videos such as how to shuffle and how to prepare for a remote fight. and the links to all these videos will be available in the description box below.
That's right, please do take a look at the tournament page where there will be more detailed rules and information.
Alright, thank you!
Hope you guys have fun, see you there, bye!
See you there, bye bye, see you there, bro. Bro.
That's all we have for today's video, and I really hope you guys enjoyed it. During Bushiroad Springfest Online, we had a lot of players, both new and experienced veterans, come into some of their first online tournament experiences through remote fight, and we got to see some amazing narratives develop. Some people start new chapters in their competitive history, some people start playing competitively for the first time ever, and I can't wait to see how the stories and the narratives of these players will further develop throughout Bushiroad Rumble Online. In case you don't already know, I will actually be commentating all of the Vanguard stages for Bushiroad Rumble Online, so I can't wait to see you guys in the chat for the tournament.
This couch I got on sale, it was like very cheap and it's very good as well. So I recommend you guys to go and get it. Not only that, I have a lot of Bushiroad posters. I love Bushiroad games. Oh my god, I'm so happy.
Hi, I'm Kalen Fallon. I'm the BSFO Vanguard Overdress winner for Europe. And the deck I used was Bruce. Lovely Bruce. Preparing for BSFO was mostly to do in a small friend group, because the fun thing about Standard at the time was the lack thereof, not based because of the format, but lack thereof matchups to learn against. And it takes less time to really develop and understand, hey, so in this I'm going to do this, and in this I'm not going to do this, which makes it feel a lot more like free and less diverse than what the other formats hold at the moment. Prior to BSFO, I've been playing in BCSs and team leagues since 2015, and in 2019 I got an invite to a World Finals for V Premium, and the continent that I normally play in is Europe. I love BCS. I am a huge fan of BCSs. Going out to events to meet people that you've, say, either known already or haven't seen in a while or only know via online. It's just that like whole community coming together that makes the Bushiroad events really satisfying and fun to go to. And generally just seeing all the different decks and different people just makes it just a lot of fun. Despite not being as community wholesome as BCS it's still incredibly fun, because you can still you still meet people like you'd never meet, because despite being stuck to your desk or the floor, you can meet anyone at any country. But like, so say you meet an American, you meet, well, this is in my case, an American, you meet someone in Australia, you'd never play against them like ever, or it's a lot more diverse. And honestly, it like kind of helps with the lack of in-person communication that is the only letdown I think of remote fight at the moment. And in between rounds, it means I can just go into a call with a bunch of friends, like mostly my local friends, and then we can talk about, hey, did you win? Did you lose? How did it go? My main advice is to try to broaden your player base. Obviously, this can range to say, if you're in a small country, you can always try to go out to different locals, because that's something I like to do, because going to different locals means you meet more people, you meet different type of decks. It leads to, like, say you'd never go against this deck unless you went here. So running into different decks means that you just get a bigger broad of like what to do when you go into a competitive. Obviously, if you're not in a small country, that just changes to like trying out different discords, because that's just the easier way to at home or just in general just meet more people and then just have more fun, I guess. Anyway, good luck to everyone else participating in Bro 2021, and I hope to see you there too.
Weiss Schwarz! Time to make your move, little sister.
Then I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 7th.
Bushiroad.
Welcome back, everyone. It's been an amazing tournament. We've seen some fascinating games, some exciting games, some emotional games, and it's been 8 rounds of Swiss, and it's finally the end of day 1 for the EU region for the premium format. Boys, how are we feeling? JJ, we just had that bit of a tearjerker game there, but how are we feeling after all of the 8 rounds have been said and done?
All I have to say is like rip and pep. Try playing NA if you sign up for it. Things can happen. You need to hold yourself accountable for it sometimes. But I'm proud that they went without a fight, and I am excited to see what happens in NA coming soon.
Yep, for sure. And you, Ben, how are you feeling? Not just the last round, but just in general, like over the whole tournament today, the entire 8 rounds of Swiss. What stood out to you? What kind of caught your attention so far as well?
Yeah, there were a handful of really great highlight moments. Again, like not to dwell too long about the most recent round, but Mohamed's an honorary member of the team Brexit Boys, so it definitely stings a bit deep. But in the same vein, we had a few really huge moments, like the double Laurel X Gallop. We had the double over trigger turn between Karan. A lot of really cool close games. Otherwise, some decks that some people thought, oh, this deck's super good, it's going to be, come out really highly, like Genesis and whatnot, dropping down a bit. And then some decks that people didn't rate as highly, like Shadow Paladin and Narukami, be like, actually, no, these guys can fight on the same stage. And seeing everyone, like, sort of show their best was really, really great to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't agree more. Like, it's been a really, really hyped day 1. We got to see some amazing rounds of Swiss. But of course, now that all's been said and done, it's time to take a look at the standings before we show you the top 8 bracket and see who made it and who didn't. So here is your top 8. We'll be playing tomorrow for day 2. In first, we have Benjamin C, who played Nova Grappler with Victor. In second place, we have Daniel, who piloted Dieliner, Dimension Police. In third, we have Kelvin. If I'm not mistaken, I do believe he played Grand Blue. Then we have Dave. I believe he played Luard, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong.
We had him on stream. He was, unfortunately, Solemn had the double G assist whiff.
Yes, that was the one.
I think JJ and I still agree that his deck is very well built, and he definitely deserves this moving through to the next stage.
Yeah, I agree. Yep.
And we had Mohamed, who we saw playing Dark Irregulars, is going to be, that was his only loss on stream, essentially. Is going to be playing Dark Irregulars tomorrow. Derek Dow with Nightmare Dolls, the signature Pale Moon, going to be the only Pale Moon player so far in this top cut. Karan Patel, another Luard player, also going to be making it to the top 8. And finally, Ilya is going to be bringing Eradicators into the top 8 tomorrow. What a very top cut we have. Novas, DP, Grand Blue, Shadows, Dark Irregulars, Pale Moon, Shadows is the only deck that is repeated twice, and Narukami. This is premium right now. This is what the format looks like. This is what these players will be bringing. But of course, that's not all. We have the 9th through 16th. So unfortunately, for the players that were this close to making it, this is the bubble corner. This is a corner that I am very, very familiar with, unfortunately. End up 9th every single time. So for Christopher C, I've been in this spot many times, so I know what it feels like. Murat, we just saw him win, but unfortunately wasn't enough to bring him in. Fariz as well came very close. Andre, Russell, Lim W, Fabian, and Mohammed sadly dropped down to 16th with a 5-3 record there. So that is the 9th to 16th spot. Unfortunately, did not make it. But we also have the bracket going into tomorrow to show you who is going to be facing who. And you can have a preview of some of these very exciting matchups.
Let's get it.
All right, JJ, run us through, show us, tell us the top side of this bracket. Who's going to be facing who?
All right, so we got Benjamin C versus Ilya. So that's going to be a little bit of Naru versus Nova Grapplers. That's going to be super sick to see how that turns out. Then we have Dave versus Mohammed. So that's going to be Dark Irregular versus Shadow Paladin. Archetype matchups I've not seen at all in Premium for a very long time now. So I'm interested to see how that turns out. So what about Ben? Give us that bottom half. What's going on?
Yeah, next up we have Kelvin versus Derek, the WCC team.
No, not like this.
Unfortunately, it means that only one of these WCC members will be carrying home the trophy if they get that far. But yeah, Grand Blue versus Nightmare Dolls. It's interesting to see that despite testing and playing as a team, they've both gone their separate ways. Derek's obviously the Pale Moon aficionado. Kelvin has topped with Grand Blue in the past. So both of them are, it's kind of like a clash of ideals, as it were, within the team. So that's definitely one I want to try and get on stream if we can. And then lastly, we have Daniel, the DP Golden Boy, versus Karan, the Shadow Paladin Luard main, all the way from the US. So he's stayed up super late and going to have to get up again for that tomorrow morning. I can't wait for any of these games. Of course, we're going to be covering all of them tomorrow morning, same time as before, 9 a.m. CET. So tune in for that if you want to check in those. And yeah.
That is right. Oh man, this is a stacked bracket. Like when I take a look at the players, take a look at the deck lineups, there is so much to look forward to here, and I really can't wait to get down into the action for the event. Like this is gonna be insane. This is gonna be insane. It's gonna be intense. I don't even know like which game do I want to see more than the others, right? It's like you want to watch all of them at the same time, but maybe it's that WCC team kill. Maybe it's the Luard versus Dyliner. Can Daniel continue to make it to the top with Dimension Please? Like that would be, man. I'll probably pop off. I think I would lose my voice for the next week. So.
I think what makes me happiest out of most of this as well is that we kind of talked about like loyalism a lot in clans at the beginning of the tournament and a little bit in the pre-match discussions, is that we as a region in the EU are very loyal to the archetypes that we're playing. So it doesn't really matter how good or how bad a lot of people hypothetically or theoretically think our decks are, we're just going to like slap people with it. So it doesn't really matter. So if you enjoy whatever variant of deck that you enjoy playing, go for it. If you love Token Rambo, there's some concoction out there. Some mad scientist has probably brewed up for
it. Bring Dream to premium. Do it.
Exactly. And the other thing I do like a whole lot is that both Luard decks are currently the opposite side of bracket, so we do have a very diverse mix of matchups and matches to see, to say the least. So hopefully we either see one Luard or, hey, it could happen that no Luard gets through, but at least we get to see some variants.
You mean you don't want to see a Luard mirror, JJ? Come on.
No. I would love to. I would love to, but just not right now. Just let's sort of like let the matches marinate a little bit. Let's just stir the pot some more.
Yeah, what I particularly like is that both Karan and Dave have very different takes on the Luard deck. Their lists, there's a lot of overlap, which is obvious because there's a lot of good Shadow Paladin cards, but they both have like these one or two tweaks, these one or two like personal touches that make their deck Dave's is better for this, Karan's is better for that, and I'm really excited to see like how that's gonna affect their run for the finals.
And exactly like Benjamin as well, he's also running a non-stand Nova, something I've never thought of ever using before, and he's making a run for it. So hey, let's see what he does.
Yeah, exactly. We got two Brankgate / Stargate mains in the top 2 of the standings. Like that, I don't think anybody people were going over like the nations or the clans to top the event. They were saying like OTT, Genesis, Grand Blue, but we only got one Grand Blue in here. We got the one Pale Moon that people are also quite excited about, and then 2 Shadows. That's definitely well represented. But Genesis, what happened there? Maybe we'll find out more on the NA side of the stream as well. But that is going to be it for us, everyone watching. And gentlemen, thank you so much for this amazing broadcast. Do you have any closing comments for the people at home watching, and for things to look forward to for tomorrow as well?
I'll let Ben go off first with this one.
All right. Yeah, it's been an exciting few matches, ups and downs, but that is Vanguard. That is why we love this game. That's what makes it so exciting to watch. Thanks for everyone for putting up with us throughout these last few hours. We've been talking nonstop for quite a bit, so I know for a fact that I'll enjoy getting to rest my voice. But yeah, hopefully, again, share your deck list, share your setups, anything you'd like to see with hashtag BRO2021. And until then, we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Right, JJ?
I would like to say thank y'all for tuning in and stopping on by. Play Vanguard. Just pick up the game. Play premium. If you ever think, this game is pretty expensive to get into. Trust me, it's not. It's one of the most cheapest card games on the market right now. And if you like yourself to have some more fun, if you think most of these matches you've been watching have been pretty interesting and you think the game's too difficult to play, trust me, you have a plethora of teachers here to teach you. You have the homeboy Different Fight to teach you all about the game, getting into the game, and you have Professor Ben over here to teach you all the nuances and the rulings of the game and the mechanics itself. And I'm your uncle who'll probably just tell you, hey, buy the cards. That's it. That's it. And just want you to have fun, because Vanguard is a very fun game. And I love it. I loved it. I played it for 10 years. We've all played it for close to 10 years. And we want to keep on playing it. So enjoy yourself.
I couldn't have said it better myself. You know, everyone enjoy the game, enjoy everything it has to offer, whether it is premium, whether you just enjoy, you know, messing around with the $4 starter decks, whatever way you enjoy and love the game, just keep on moving on and just playing and playing and playing, and share with us your thoughts about the event as previously mentioned on hashtag Bushiroad 2021. Of course, it's been a great honor to commentate the Bushiroad Rumble here. It has been something in the works for a very long time, and I'm glad that we're off to such a strong start here as well for all regions. And it's going to be starting very soon, so make sure you guys check out the NA stream as well. The moment it has started, you'll find it on the Bushiroad channel _NALA. So you'll get to see more amazing action for Premium. And next week we'll also have some V Premium for you guys as well. But otherwise, everyone, thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow morning.